All right, good morning. This is Susie Clifton with ERCOT. If you're on the WebEx, could you confirm you can hear me okay?
We got you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started in the room. If I could please ask all of you in the room standing around talking, would you please take your seats? Thank you. We're trying to get started and there's just a lot of crosstalk. So very quickly while everybody's taking their seats, I'm going to go through the meeting reminders. If you are here today and in the meeting room and a voting representative, you can hold your card up. And Elizabeth Morales is over here in the corner of the room. She will enter you into the chat. Or you can enter yourself if you're in the meeting room. Obviously, if you're on the WebEx, you will need to enter yourself. And we do ask that everyone wait for the chair to recognize you before you begin speaking. And then if you're a voting TAC representative and on the WebEx, as we approach your segment, please make sure you unmute yourself. And then after you cast your vote, please return to the mute function. If you're here today, please make sure you complete the sign-in sheet outside this meeting room so we can capture you for the meeting minutes as being here actually in person. If the WebEx ends for any reason, give us just a few moments to restart the WebEx. You should be able to log in with the same meeting details. And if there's an issue with that WebEx, we will send something to the TAC listserv. And with that, Caitlin, we do have a quorum and ready to begin. If we could please ask everybody in the meeting room to make sure your mic is muted.
Do we get it? Yes. Okay. Are you ready? Good morning. It's May 19th. This is our regularly scheduled sort of May TAC meeting. We're in person. Let's go ahead and do the antitrust. To avoid raising concerns about antitrust liability, participants in ERCOT activities should refrain from proposing any action or measure that would exceed ERCOT's authority under federal or state law, and there's more information on the website. Alt reps and proxies today in the consumer segment, in the residential consumer, Will has at OPUC has alt rep Sarah Kemp. In the commercial consumer, Nick Fehrenbeck is giving his proxy to Mark Dreyfus at 1 p.m. In the cooperative segment, Mike Wise from Golden Spread has alt rep Joe Dan Wilson. In the independent power marketer segment, Resmi at Shell has alt rep Shane Thomas. In the IREP segment, Jay Harpole at APG&E has given his proxy to Bill Barnes. In the IOU segment, Evie John has alt rep David Blankenship. And in the municipal segment, David Key has alt rep Diana Coleman for CPS. All right. For agenda today, I think I'm going to go through this twice. So we are going to take the RPG projects at the beginning of the agenda today. We have a 2-hour window scheduled. Hopefully it will not take 2 hours, but this is mostly so we could make sure our subject matter experts from each TSP could be here. So, we can take up to 2 hours. Hopefully we will not. Maybe we'll take longer. But we will see. We will take those RPG projects up in order. After that, I think it'll be probably a good time for a 5 to 10 minute break. And then we'll continue on with our agenda as it's laid out on the website. One switch, we will take up the ADR pilot before the combo ballot because there is a voting item on that. Ideally, we get through all voting items before lunch. We come back from lunch, run through the ERCOT reports, and are ready to start batch revision request by 2. I would like to get through the comments filed today for the batch revision requests. If we're ready to take a vote, then great. If we want to go home, pet dogs, drink wine, whatever, and come back tomorrow, great also. My expectation is that we probably will have tomorrow, but that we will finish before lunch. So I'll repeat myself just so everybody's clear. RPG projects first. Agenda is planned. The one switch is a small switch ADR pilot before the combo ballot, so we have voting items taken up. Probably start batch items definitely after lunch, probably between 1 and 2. try to get through all the comments filed today, hopefully wrap up today, definitely wrap up by lunch tomorrow. Are we good? Okay. Theme of the month is still closure, and the Richard Ross theme of the month that we didn't add last week was crossing the Rubicon. I did have to look that up. It's like in Napoleon, once you cross that river, you can't go back. I'm sure people are more educated than I am, but feel free to use either or both. Julius Caesar, Napoleon, I looked it up and it went bye-bye. So I told Ned last night that I have a really good memory, but I used to before I had a child. So, all right, let's move on with our agenda. If there are no other questions, comments about agenda order or quotes that I am getting wrong. All right. Usually first are minutes. April minutes are not ready for vote. We're going to postpone those to July. In July, we'll have 3 sets of minutes. So we'll have April 29th, May 13th, and today, tomorrow. So that will be a lot of work for Susie and Ned to read overnight July 28th. But there we are. Now we're on to our meeting updates. Provide an update on board and PUC open meetings. We haven't had any ERCOT board meetings. We haven't had any PUC meetings where revision requests have been taken up. I believe the April ERCOT board revision requests will be taken up at the end of the month at the PUC open meeting. Harika, is there anything you'd like to add for us?
Yeah, I have one quick update. We just filed requesting comments in project 59772 regarding ERCOT's load forecast adjustment process, and the comments are due June 1st, and Commission will consider it at the June 18 open meeting. We also filed another memo requesting comments in 55999, asking for comments ERCOT's 2 good cause exceptions for the transmission plan and CDR. Please file comments, but make sure, please, they are not extremely long. We don't have a limit, but the deadline is again June 1st. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments for Harika? All right, next we're on to Anne with our review of revision request summaries, ERCOT market impact statements, and opinions.
There was a question for Harika, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Bill.
My card was up in time.
What's up, Bill?
Question on the load forecast adjustment. Looks like the timing is going to be pushed out to maybe August for a final decision on what the adjustments would look like. I assume that is going to also push back the reliability assessment.
Most likely. That's why we are waiting Commission to decide on the load forecast. After that, staff will file a revised timeline for the reliability standard.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Any other questions? I'm looking around the room this time. Okay. Okay. Now we can go to Anne with our review of revision request summaries, ERCOT market impact statements, and opinions.
Okay. This is Anne. We have 7 revision requests for TAC consideration this month. Reasons for revision, 5 of them are in that general system process improvements, and then 2 are in strategic plan objective 1. Impacts to note are just PGR 145 having that 300 to 400K budgetary impact, and then the 3.6 to 4.5 million annual recurring O&M. ERCOT is in support of all of the revision requests and has provided positive market impact statements. The IMM has no opinion on any of the revision requests being considered today, and the NPRs have no credit implications.
Okay. Anything for Anne? All right. Let's move. Yep.
I just point out we're not projecting this screen on the video broadcast.
Okay.
We've got the room, but not the screen.
We have the room on the WebEx, but not on the Swagit.
You see it?
Well, are we talking about two different things, Bob? Because you're talking about the room. Are you talking about the Swagat? On the Swagat broadcast. Okay. And you guys are on the WebEx. Yeah.
Yeah, because they have the room.
Okay. Is there a Swagat broadcast issue we need to resolve?
Give me just a few minutes to find them.
Okay. Can we keep going?
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going. Because the WebEx is working, the screen on the Swagat is not working. All right, let's go to RPG. So even if we decide to put a project on the combo ballot, let's pause after each project and decide what to do. So let's go to Prabhu, and we will take these up in order. So let's go to the first project.
Could y'all check your mics, please? Make sure your mics are all muted except for the front.
Morning, everyone. Prabhunianna Murkat. I have 5 RPG projects to go through this morning and try to get your comments and feedbacks and potential endorsement to the board. I'll start with the first project. It's the CPS Energy Combined Reactive Planning Project and the Lotus 345 138 kV switching station and auto transformer addition to the east side switching station project. That's quite a handful. Okay. So this is a project submitted by CPS. This was submitted for RPG review in May of 2025. The primary purpose of this RPG project is to address issues in the CPS area, primarily voltage and thermal issues. This is a project submitted in 2 projects. CPS actually submitted 2 Tier 1 projects listed here. The estimated cost of the first project is $116.5 million. The second one is $110 million. This is primarily to address the reliability issues in the Bexar County. ERCOT decided to conduct a single independent review, considering all the reliability issues identified in the area. We combined those 2 projects. So here's the overview of the project need. Based on the reliability analysis, we identified several voltage issues, thermal issues on 138, 345 kV lines, and in addition to that, there were also unsolved power flow conditions due to the reactive issues or the voltage issues in the area. To address these issues, ERCOT looked at 4 different options. Among the 4 options, option 3A addresses the project need, and it also addresses the ERCOT and the NERC criteria, improves the long-term load serving capability, and it was, the option 3A was identified as feasible, something that can be constructed too. So the table here, similar to all the other projects we've discussed, highlights the comparison for the 4 options. As you could see, option 4, the estimated cost is $477 million. I'll get into the details a little bit. The initial cost was $238 million. So in addition to that, of course, this addresses the long-term load serving capability, and this would require approximately 14.3 miles of new right-of-way. And the estimated in-service date for all these projects is May of 2031. Requirements of the protocol, we are required to look at the SSO impact, subsynchronous oscillation, and we did run the studies for this option 3A. We did not identify any adverse impact due to SSO. In addition to that, we are, as per the protocol requirements, our planning gate requirements 3.1.3, we are required to look at the system congestion and sensitivity analysis based on the studies we performed for sensitive or congestion analysis. Option 3A did not cause any additional congestion in the study area. Also, there is sensitivity for generation and load scaling. So we looked at potential future generation sensitivities, removing those, and we did not see an impact on the project need. The last item, load scaling, we did not perform a load scaling because we don't, scale those loads in the base case. In addition to that, this is a project driven by reactive need in the area. We performed a dynamic stability analysis for option 3A, and we did not identify any adverse impact or adverse issues related to dynamic stability with option 3A. Here's the overall summary of the project. Basically, this is to convert the Lotus 138 to a 345 kV substation and loop and adjacent 345 kV lines and install a 270 megawatt cap bank and also install 2 StatComs totaling 600 megawatts. In addition to that, there is 14.3 miles of new right-of-way, approximately 43 miles of rebuild of 138 kV lines. So here's the recommendation. So ERCOT will recommend the board to endorse option 3A to address the reliability issues in Bexar County and the South Central Weather Zone. The expected in-service date for this upgrade is October 2031. The estimated cost is $477.7 million. As I said, the initial project that was submitted by CPS combined 2 projects. The estimated cost is $235 million. But there were additional upgrades identified, including the need for a 345 kV line and other upgrades, which was primarily identified in the ERCOT independent review based on reliability violations under peak and maintenance conditions. Again, the highlighted one is the need for a CCN for the Hill Country to Burkhar 345 kV line on a double circuit structure with 1 circuit in place. That's approximately 14.3 miles of new right-of-way. Here's the recommendation, the overview of the project. So it shows all the upgrades, plus the dotted green line is the 345 kV line from Hill Country to Burkhar. I believe that's the last slide, so I will pause here to see if there are any questions on this project.
Okay. Did we have anyone from CPS that wants to speak to this, or do you want to wait for questions?
We have 2 folks online available if there's any questions, so just let us know. We have Marcus Terrazas and David Milner.
Okay.
So before I go to questions, can I make a comment? So
of course.
The 5 projects before we brought it to TAC, we started this TAC comment period. So basically when we posted this projects, we opened it for comments, preparing for the TAC presentation. We did not receive significant comments, but after the comments period, I was going to
significant quantity of projects. We received significant quality, Beth.
Okay, let me rephrase. So during the comments phase or the comments period, we did not receive significant comments. But when the comment phase was concluded, we did receive subsequent comments. So that's why you didn't have an opportunity to, we didn't have the opportunity to address those comments. So there were comments outside the comments period we opened, right? And I'm willing to take those comments now and answer any questions related to that.
Okay, that's a good point. So I think, Beth, you sent some around, but they were sort of after the comment period, which is fine, but ERCOT didn't have time to post them, so I think we'll just take your comments
I can just say it
as
out
projects
loud
come up. I think we have Ned in the queue first, unless you'd like to yield. But let's go to Ned and then Beth.
Okay. Thank you, Prabhu. I wanted to confirm, because and I apologize, I missed the comment period. I remember we talked about it last time, and I did not see that come through, so my apologies for that. So is this, it looks like this is a purely reliability-based project, this isn't driven by any particular load, is that correct?
Yes. All right. Yes, CPS submitted this as a reliability project, excluding the projected loads, the large loads in the area. But when we did the independent review, we did add those loads based on feedback from other TSPs and people who provided that feedback. So those loads were added.
Okay. And was that, I noticed on one of the slides earlier, it mentioned, it looked like there was about 178 megawatts of load added. Is that the amount to consider?
Yeah, that is the additional load serving capability. So what that means is whatever the base load, we did a sensitivity to see how much more load it can accommodate. So that's like the 178 is the incremental load on top of what the base load was. Got so it. This gives you a sense of how much more margin you have for the project.
Okay. Okay, and so at about 478 million, you're able to support 178 megawatts of additional load?
No, there is base load, right? The project, primarily the CPS project, was not based on the large load. My understanding is it's not based on. It's projected, issues, reliability issues with the load growth they are anticipating. So I'm going to pause here to see if CPS wants to add anything more.
Okay. Is there someone from CPS that wants to add?
David or Marcos?
What was the
Yeah.
Let me ask a specific question. This is Beth Garza, the representative for residential consumers. I think the specific question Ned was trying to get at was how much, if any, large load was included in what I would describe as the base evaluation for this project.
Yeah, so this is David Milner, CPS Energy. So the CPS Energy study didn't include any large load. The main project driver were local generation retirements.
Okay, and so the large loads were added subsequently in ERCOT's assessment?
Yes, there were other, in the study or the neighboring to the study area, there were some large loads that was proposed or that was, included in this study based on feedback from some TSPs, yeah.
Okay, but that's not the 178 megawatts.
That's
some
not,
other amount.
No.
Okay. Can you give us some color on the aggregate amount that was included?
I don't have the numbers, but I think as I said, those loads were in the study or outside the study area primarily. So I can see if I can have somebody pull up the numbers. Robert is here. I'm going to call a friend here. So.
And just to be clear, the reason I'm asking, this is the same thing I asked back in March when we were reviewing some of the projects then, is it's really helpful for I think TAC members to see and understand, how some of these projects are coming in service along with loads that'll be coming in, because that helps us understand how those costs will be spread out. And that's really what I'm trying to get at.
I think that's a fair question. So anytime the project is driven by, the need is driven by large loads, we try to include that. But my understanding is, I'll let Robert speak for this. This is, the need was established by the
retirements.
By the retirements, and because we are studying this load, because we are studying this project, we wanted to see the impact of potential loads in or nearby the study area. That's the load. So I'm going to pause here to see Robert has some comments. Go ahead.
Yes, Robert Goll on ERCOT. So the evaluation started off with the 2024 RTP as the seed case for this evaluation. There was approximately 1,900 megawatts worth of load addition within the Bexar County that was based on just load growth projections for that area for 2030. On top of that, when we received comments from the TSPs, we add over 3 gigs of load, of large loads. in the LCRA territories that was about northeast of the Bexar County. So they were outside of the area, but it was appropriate to add those loads into the evaluations. We weren't addressing all the needs and issues and violations that were caused by all that load north of Bexar County, but we were primarily focusing on Bexar County itself and what reliability upgrades were needed.
Hey, Robert, as somebody who transplanted to Austin 40 years ago, and in my first month did call it Bexar County and was corrected.
It's fair.
Thank you, Beth.
I actually just got like 3 different IM messages at the same time, so I do apologize, Bear County.
And just to rag on you more, as somebody who works with transmission and has to deal with all these locations and all the weird names, and you've been doing it for a while, you should have known better. Sorry, that's a bad foul.
That's okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Robert. Appreciate it.
It was a distraction. It's okay. Okay. Ned, do you have multiple questions as usual?
No, I think that answers the main thing I was trying to get at. There's a reliability basis. There's 3 gigawatts of incremental large load. The only other question I'd have is whether that load is posted financial security associated with that.
That's a question for CPS or ERCOT?
That
CPS.
load, my understanding is those are the loads for which make it in the RPG processes based on officer letters, attestations, or the loads that's been submitted to either the 2024 or 2025 RTP.
And most of those loads are LCRA loads. And in the report itself on this project, which frankly I would suggest that needs to be part of the TAC materials going forward as the actual report. Included in the report are the large load interconnection numbers for all of the LCRA loads, not the CPS loads.
Okay, that's helpful. I'll put my card down.
For whatever.
Beth's done better homework than I have.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, can I ask Ned to follow up? You will have the same question for every project.
I think it's helpful for us just to understand, the load that's associated with it, the timing relative to the in-service dates, and then if the loads of posted financial security. I think that's those are the 3 big things.
And just to put Oncor on notice, in my review of the 5 projects we're dealing with today, that specific question and the topic is way more important and way more meaningful for the 3 Oncor projects that we're going to talk about.
Okay, Beth, let's go to your questions about this project.
My questions about this project were minimal, frankly, just confirming that, for the extra $243 million in project costs, what we're getting is a new 14-mile 345 kV line and rebuilding 43 miles of relatively old transmission lines, most exceeding 40 years old, with ratings increasing by roughly 75%. That's what we're getting primarily for that increased cost. The issue on this project specifically, which is a side issue, pet project that I'm thinking about, we are spending a lot more in projects to satisfy the maintenance outage criteria. And at some point, we need to think about whether all of those extra hundreds of millions of dollars are worth what we're trying to satisfy here. Since San Antonio went to the effort to have their experts online, I'll ask my question out loud that I said I wouldn't to ERCOT, which had to do with the locations of the various reactive capacity. There were a variety of alternatives considered in this project, and then when it came down to it, the initial proposal by San Antonio was deemed to be infeasible. My understanding was it was deemed to be infeasible because of physical limitations at various substations related to the addition of various capacitor additions. That struck me as strange as I was reading the report, that the initial proposed project was then subsequently deemed infeasible. If someone from San Antonio could address that, I'd love to hear that description.
David Milner, do you want to?
This is David. I think some of the project was deemed infeasible because some of the locations where we're planning to site capacitor banks couldn't actually accommodate a capacitor bank after further analysis. Either it required the substation footprint to be expanded or just no space.
And you weren't aware of that when you submitted the project?
I think this pertains to.
Whoops. Or did the locations move around as the project was being evaluated?
Hey, good morning. Can y'all hear me? It looks like my colleague lost connection.
We can hear you. Go ahead, Marcus.
Okay. So, so as the project was being evaluated, the initial locations were based off of essentially what the study results were indicated in terms of the effectiveness of the capacitors. And so, as we had our substation engineering do further analysis, either the actual expansion was infeasible for the location, or it would require, taking potential future distribution spots. So over the course of that, there was some additional back and forth that ended up resulting in the changes for the locations and the option being infeasible.
Thank you. I'll let Mark make his comments, but I for one, am prepared to accept this as a combo ballot item.
Okay. Let's go to Mark.
Thank you, Caitlin. My comment is similar to Ned's in that for each of the 5 transmission projects today, but not just for today, for all transmission projects as we go forward, and for the outcome of the batch study, it is very important to me that we have transparency into the large loads that were embedded into these analyses. And the reason for that is because we are about to transition away from design of this batch program to a period of cost allocation and rate making. And under Senate Bill 6, and as we've discussed for months in this forum, the large loads will be paying direct costs related to the transmission expansion that is associated with their projects. And the commission policy on that is in flux. The commission did release a really nice white paper in 58484 on transmission cost and their thoughts about both the 4CP change and the demand charge that might be used to collect some of these costs. But at some point, there is going to be a contested case proceeding where the rubber's going to hit the road and we're going to find out who's really paying for what. And then there's going to be a series of TCRFs or other proceedings after that. And so my objective for these projects and for projects going forward is that we have complete transparency into the large loads that were part of the basis for these projects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Okay, any other questions or comments on this project? So we'd be looking to endorse the combined 25 RPG 17, CPS Energy, Arlote's switching station, and auto transformer addition at East Side Switching Station project, and 25 RPG 13 CPS Energy Reactive Power Planning Project Option 3A. Can we put that on the combo ballot?
And last word, I want to thank, since we're starting with CPS, I'll thank them first, and ERCOT for providing age of facilities that are being rebuilt, as well as rating increases expected on those rebuild lines. I think that's important information to be included to know what we're getting for the money we're spending. So thank you for that new effort that you're going through. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Beth. And then a couple of announcements. I'm told the Swagat is working now. We were always broadcasting in the room and the audio, but the slides weren't working, but I believe they're working now. And the WebEx was always working, so it continues to work. And then we missed a proxy. Seth in the Power Marketer segment has given his proxy to Ian Haley for the meeting. So we are on to the second RPG project, which is Oncor LCRA project. I think we'll do like the standing Ned, then Beth questions, and then we can go to questions around the room for each of these projects. All right, let's go back to Prabhu.
Thank you. The second project is the Oncor and LCRA Muscovy-Voss Lake 345-138 kV project. Again, overview of this project. This was submitted by Oncor and LCRA. Submitted this Muscovy-Voss Lake project to address reliability needs in Williamson and Milam County. This is a Tier 1 project with an initial estimated cost of $381.83 million, and this would require CCN based on the initial submittal. Again, ERCOT performed this analysis, reliability analysis, and when we looked at this reliability issues, we verified there were several issues in this study area. Some of the counties, including the Bell, Bastrop, Travis, Hayes, Caldwell, and Robertson counties, we did identify several issues in the Hutto. The study area was basically divided into two, one focusing on the north of Hutto, and the other is south of Hutto. And we decided to do an independent review in two phases. This project primarily, or the recommendation here, is primarily focused on study area 1, which is north of Hutto. As you could see, the table highlights some of the issues identified in study area 1 based on the reliability issues. There were several overloads, thermal overloads, voltage issues, and unsolved power flow conditions. All right. So looking at all these issues that we identified in the initial reliability analysis, this project, obviously the scope of the project was expanded. So there are three parts to this project. I'll walk through this. The first one is the Oncor LCRA Muscovy-Voss Lake project that addresses several post-contingency thermal issues, voltage issues in the Williamson and Milam County. That's directly tied to the load growth that was identified in the initial submittal. So the cost of that part of the project is revised $388.94 million. Also, some of the other issues we identified in the north of Hutto, we did look at other projects. Oncor did submit several other RPG projects. One of the projects is the 25 RPG 041, which is the Oncor Set 1 North Central and South Central Texas Reliability Project. There were several upgrades identified in that project, subset of the project, also address some of the reliability needs identified in the north of Hutto issues. So those issues, it was not part of the original submittal, but we did identify those projects as part of the 2024 and 2025 RTP studies. So those projects were moved to the Muscovy-Voss Lake project as to address some of the issues in the North Central. In addition to that, there was also looked at additional loads, potential loads that is projected to, or was submitted in other submittals, including the latest RFI. For 2026, we did some sensitivities. We did identify that we need additional pieces to address potential loads, because when we are looking at a project addressing all these reliability issues, we wanted to build the margins to see that, the project addresses additional potential loads. So that's the last piece of the project. There was an additional upgrade identified, which is a new line that included $465 million. So from the original $388 million, when you add all those things, the project cost increased. This project is addressing several additional issues that was already identified in 2024-2025 RTP and also submitted as part of other projects. So when I talk about Set 1, Set 2 projects, you will see that this portion is removed from that Oncor Set 1, Set 2 projects, and we won't be, discussing those parts in the other project. So here's the comparison of the options. ERCOT studied 10 different options to address all these reliability issues in the north of Hutto area. And we shortly listed 4 options. And based on looking at all the reliability need, long-term load serving capability, additional projected contracted loads, and the CCN requirement, construction feasibility, and other cost estimates, we recommend option 7A to address all the reliability needs, ERCOT and NERC criteria, improved long-term load serving capability, and also potential future load growth in the area and feasibility of construction. So obviously the costs of all these options are significantly higher than the initial project. The cost for this shortlisted options varies from $1.27 billion to $1.55 billion. So the option 7 is like the second most expensive option here. I think the recommended option is $1.457 billion with an estimated in-service date of December 2031 for both the LCRA and Oncor portions. So there are several parts of this project, so the in-service date, some parts might be like earlier than December 31, I think. Again, subsynchronous oscillation assessment, we did not see any adverse impact with option 7A. Similar to that, we did perform the congestion analysis and sensitivity analysis for future potential generation, and option 7A did not cause any additional congestion or did not have an impact on future potential generation that might be added to the study area. Here's the overall summary of the project. So basically approximately 159 circuit miles of new 345 kV lines, 100 miles of rebuild of existing 345 kV lines, 45 miles of rebuild of 138 kV lines, construction of 3 new 345 138 kV station, construction of 1 new 345 kV station, and install 5 auto transformer 345 138 kV auto transformers, and also install capacitors totaling 110 megawatts of capacitor bank. I think there are the detailed descriptions are in the Appendix B. I'm not going to go through this, but I'll just end with this recommendation slide, which kind of highlights the project. So based on the review, ERCOT will recommend board endorse the option 7A to address reliability issues in Bell, Milam, Williamson County, and Robertson County in the North Central, South Central, and East weather zone. The estimated in-service date is December 2031. The estimated cost is $1.457 billion. And as I said, there are 3 parts to the project. The CCN, from a CCN, the major portion is a new 345 kV double circuit line from Muscovy to Voss Lake. And also we have a new 345 kV line from Salado to Gabriel to Hutto. That's a double circuit 345 kV line. Those are the major portions of the project, so I'll go back to this. I'll pause here to see if there are any questions.
Okay, and I think we do have Oncor and LCRA folks on the line. Ned, do you want to start with your question?
Sure, yeah. So same thing. I saw in the table on slide 5, you've got basically a gigawatt of improved long-term load serving capability. It says it also supports new contracted loads, but I'm guessing that each one of the components that you went through that were kind of added together to get here also had some loads associated with it. So what's the total large load that is, I guess, behind this set of upgrades, and do we have some color on the timing of when those will come online relative to the in-service dates of the facilities, and have they posted financial security?
Yes, so those are captured in the report. So I think the original project submitted by Oncor was driven by roughly around 483 megawatts of large load, Oncor and LCRA. And when we looked at the project, there were other parts of the project. I think the numbers I have is roughly around 4.1 gigawatts of additional load in the north of Hutto study area. And the last part of the project, when we talked about future loads, the contracted loads, we did a sensitivity for about adding approximately 200 megawatts of additional load that drove the last piece of the project. So I think those are I believe those numbers are part of the report, and I think those are the numbers. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we get to about 4.8 gigawatts of total load that's supported there?
Yes, there's 4.8 total load, but when you compare the study, when we say study east, north central, south central, when you combine all the loads that's in the model, that's significantly higher than what was studied in the 2024 and 2025 RTP. So I'll go through these numbers in the next couple of projects, but that's the model we use.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Beth?
My questions have to do with the division of this into the north of Hutto, south of Hutto. So starting with, if we could go back to, what is this slide that has the components of the cost? Was that 4? I'm sorry. The 382 of initial project, slide 4. As I look at that first paragraph, the initial mass, if you will, of the submitted project was that line for 389 million, was a little bit less when proposed, but it's been over a year. My question has to do with, were there other things in that initial submittal? I'm trying to figure out how much more costs are we looking at to deal with the south of Hutto stuff. Does that first paragraph reflect 90% of what was submitted in the initial part of the initial submittal, or was it 10%? I assume it's closer to 90 than 10.
Yeah, let me understand the question. So is your question whether some of this project will address the south of Hutto issues?
Well, that's one question, yes. And I'm just trying to get a handle on, it's like you parsed off a piece of this project, but said, here, our $300 million project is now $1.5 billion. How much more is lingering in the south of Hutto? Is that another couple $100 million, or is it another $1 billion?
Okay, that part we are in the process of studying that, so I don't have an answer right now. That's something we will see, but I think as the load increases, it's changing on a monthly basis, or it's rapidly changing. So that makes it more complex, right? So if whatever we are seeing today, by the time we do the study, I'm a little reluctant to say what the
Hey,
Prabhu.
Yep. Prabhu, I think another thing, Beth, sorry, behind you, it's Christy.
Oh, okay.
One thing I'd like to add, I know the concerns about additional new large loads moving forward, and I would like to, invite you all to the Large Load Working Group this week. We're going to be starting discussions about kind of where do we see planning going forward and the role of RPG in the process. as we evolve with the new commission rules, the evolving grid, how does all that fit with the batch process? And I think what you'll find is what we'll be recommending is that going forward, after hopefully the approval of this revision request with the approval of commission rules, being able to utilize an RPG for new large loads, solely for that, those large loads are going to have to go through the batch process. And so we're going to have to revisit, any ones that are currently in flight and what we do with new submittals going forward. So I think that will help to address some of the concerns that I think you have looking at, future projects to address large load growth.
And I appreciate that, Christy, because that's as from a consumer perspective, most of the batch argument has been who's in and who's out, and frankly, I don't really care. I do care very much about the interaction of the results of the batch study and what that means for transmission expansion. So thank you for sharing that. To hone in on the load issue, I asked it pretty specifically. You heard my question pretty specifically, but the $465 million of additional upgrades, is that directly tied to the 4,100 megawatts of additional large load? Can in my mind, appropriately tie those two things together?
That part of the project is driven by, so if you look at those options evaluation, that there's potentially additional new contracted load in the study area that came in late in the process. So if you look at the options comparison, when you add that additional load, some of the options did not meet the requirement. So option 7A and option 4A met those large loads. So part of that is driven by those additional contracted load.
Okay. And that, again, that's another area where not included in the details of your slides, but it is embedded in the report itself. It's 600 megawatts of Oncor load and 3,573 megawatts of LCRA load, with 11 large load identifiers for the LCRA loads included in the report. And this, I don't intend it to be a gotcha question, but I just thought of it this morning in the shower, so I'm going to ask it now. What was your motivation for bringing this piece of this piece of this project forward now? Right? I'm going to ask the same question on the later one. You're solving part of the problem that initially was presented. What was your motivation for doing that today instead of waiting for a comprehensive recommendation for the whole problem?
Yeah, this is something we talked about. So there is, if you look at this projects, especially the load growth, there is an urgency to move some of the projects to address the reliability needs. So one of the things I would point out to, I have to go back to see which one it is, whether it's House Bill 5066 or probably the previous one. There is, I think one of the things that came out is we need to do everything to make sure we interconnect these loads and serve this load in an expedited manner. I think that's one of the things that came through that I got to go and look at the language, but there is language in there either in those, one of those bills or existing PUCD rules.
I think the other thing you should add, Prabhu, is that we have to take each one at a time, and this piece was ready to move forward. And if we wait for the good of all, the way the grid is interconnected, we're going to be looking at the whole state, and that's where we're going to in the batch process. And so this portion of it was more vetted and ready to move forward. And so, with the sake of, not holding everything back, let's move forward what we can now.
Yep. And yeah, thanks, Christy. And I think the other part is also we've been seeing these issues in the last couple of RPG cycle, right? So 2024, 2025, we're seeing these projects, and every indication or the load projections we are getting is, the load is projected to grow higher than what was studied in 2024 or 2025. Okay.
It's also based off of feedback we've gotten from our operations area. We regularly meet with them to see what things they're seeing in operations, make sure we're picking it up in planning, and this has been an area of focus for them as well.
Okay. Yep.
Go ahead.
Sarah with, this is really loud. Sarah with OPEC. I think my question was just clarifying the RPG notes that about 1,900 megawatts of confirmed load, that's the RTP load, and then the 2,200 of TSP attested load, that's what you're saying as additional contracted load?
This is going back to what's in the current definition or in the planning guides. This is called the substantiated load. There are two parts. One is the loads that have contracts, and then the officer level loads that's included in this review. So those are the two parts. The other contracted load I'm talking about, that's an additional load that was not submitted initially as part of the study. That's something we did a sensitivity to add additional contracted load, which was not part of that.
Okay, and then so under the existing, that means they're not included in the batch process because they're already, past that step. They're not the.
Yeah, so that's something we are working on, what load goes into the batch zero. That's an ongoing process that ERCOT is looking at, so I can't comment on what's in the batch process or what's in the, I might have not understood your question correctly. So
no, you're good. I may not have asked it well. So the 2,200 of TSP attested load and then the 1,900 of confirmed load, have already moved forward in the current RPG process of interconnection, or is that still in the interconnection queue waiting to be connected?
I think this is something I'm going to see if Oncor wants to add more color to that load.
Yeah, thank you. Martha Hinson with Oncor. So just kind of going back to the beginning, when we submitted this project, as Prabhu stated, we had just shy of 500 megawatts of Oncor load to support the submittal. During the pendency of the ERCOT independent review, Oncor added additional 300 megawatts of load to the submittal. Most of that load is contracted with Oncor. They have an executed facilities extension agreement with the company. I'd also invite LCRA to provide any other details about the load that they provided to the original submission as well.
Yeah, thanks, Martha. This is Sandeep Burkhar with LCRA Planning. Yeah, as the study scope was being developed, LCRA TSC saw LCRA TSC loads were just south of that region, but were being impacted by the reliability issues identified as part of the Limmer Muscovy project. So at that point, LCRA TSC also included some of its large loads that were contracted, as well as some officer-led loads at that point. I think those numbers are called out in the report. I believe it's 3,573 megawatts, and we also provided the LLI numbers that are associated with them as a reference.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we good on questions? Prabhu, did you finish your slides on this one?
Yeah, I think I finished this presentation, so the recommendation is here.
Okay.
For TAC.
Okay. So we'd be looking to endorse the 25 RPG 009 Oncor and LCRA TSC Muscovy and Voss Lake 345 138 kV project option 7A. Is this a combo ballot item or a separate ballot item? Consumers, are we listening? Combo ballot, separate ballot?
I don't know. It's $1 billion. Feels like a separate ballot might be appropriate.
A symbolic separate ballot?
Just because it's $1 billion freaking dollars.
$1 billion is a lot of money.
That's kind of my threshold. I mean,
Okay. Okay, so we're going to, at some point, put in the TAC procedures, the Beth Garza $1 billion.
If I'm the only voice, I'm happy to,
Separate or combo? Let's do separate just this time, but the third time.
And what we could
let's
do,
not.
if it makes sense, Corey, what we could do is we could set it aside, go through all the projects, and then come back and kind of sequentially
And
vote on it.
do a $3 million ballot. Okay.
I'm not trying to cause problems.
You'd like to do, I'd rather do it, just put it on the combo ballot than have a RPG combo ballot.
Okay.
Do we need a separate ballot on this? Are there any abstentions or no's?
I would support a separate for this high amount.
Okay, let's do a separate ballot. Okay, motion from Bob Helton, second from David. David had his finger higher in the air, Aaron, so. Okay, we're coming up with all kinds of new procedural rules here. Yeah, I'd rather just take the separate ballot than have like a random real combo ballot, RPG combo ballot, so.
Well, I was thinking just a series of RPG ballots all at once, but that's okay. We can stop and do it now.
Okay. Brian, just let us do this. All right. Motion from Bob, second from David. Brian hates this again. I hate this, but yes. We'll get through it.
Okay, sorry about that. I'll double check my motion, make sure that short novel describes what y'all are endorsing. Option 7A for the Oncor LCRA Muscovy-Voss Lake project. And then just a reminder in case anyone's confused, when y'all vote on the combo ballot, that carries the same weight as an individual ballot. So if there's any mistaken belief that this is somehow more official than comboing 5 items, 10 items, 100 items, they all carry the same weight. So, any?
I know. But
It's symbolic, Corey.
Then so was my commentary. I know it was received and listened to as such. So
That was the amount of sleep you've been getting.
well, we will start up with the consumers with Garrett.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mike.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Mark Dreyfus.
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Nick. Nick Fehrenbach, you with us? I'll swing back to Nick. Beth?
Yes.
Thank you. Sarah for Will?
Yes.
Thank you. On to the co-ops. Blake?
Yes.
Thank you. Kyle?
Yes.
Thank you. John?
Yes.
Thank you. Joe Dan for Mike?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. On to our independent generators. Ned?
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Brian?
Mark me down as an uppercase X, yes, as a symbolic yes. Thank you.
Yeah, you have my symbolic thanks. Bob?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Caitlin?
Can I get one of those uppercase X's also?
Sure. No fees for the first ones. On to the IPMs. Jeremy?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ian for Seth?
Yes, thank you,
And
Corey.
then Ian for Morgan Stanley?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Shane for Reshmi?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. On to our IREPs. Bill?
Yes.
And then Bill for Jay?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you. Chris?
Yes.
Thank you. Jen?
Abstain.
Thank you, Jen. Nick, I got your yes in chat. Thank you. On to the IOUs. Martha?
Yes.
Thank you. Keith?
Yes.
Thank you. Aaron?
Yes.
Thank you. David for Ebby?
Yes.
Thank you. On to the munis. Alicia?
Yes.
Thank you. Jose?
Yes.
Thank you. Curtis?
Yes.
Thank you. And Diana for David?
Yes.
Thank you. Oops. Motion carries with one abstention. I'm so glad we didn't have that on the combo ballot. Thank you, Jen. Everybody thank Jen for justifying that exercise.
Okay, so it wasn't symbolic. All right, anything else on the second project? Okay, Prabhu, you hanging in there? All right, we are going to go to our third RPG project. This is another Oncor project. So we'll do the same thing. We'll do Prabhu, Oncor, if they have anything before questions. Ned, Beth, other questions. Sound good? All right, take it away, Prabhu.
All right, thank you. The third project is the Oncor Combined Set 1 North and Central Texas Reliability Project and the Set 2 North and Central Reliability Project. Those are two different projects submitted by Oncor. So these projects address various reliability issues, especially in the north central, and the east weather zones. So the Set 1 and Set 2 North and Central projects, these projects were submitted by Oncor based on the projects identified in the 2024 and 2025 RTP. This is a combined project. As I said, Set 1, there are two projects. The Set 1 projects, the total estimated cost was $1.79 billion. And the Set 2 project is $1.33 billion. There's a lot of elements to that project. So the combined estimate is roughly around $3.1 billion, less than $3.2 billion. So ERCOT decided to perform a single ERCOT independent review by combining these two projects. So the background on this is the Set 1 projects as submitted by Oncor are projects identified in both 2024 and 2025 RTP. the set 2 projects were included in the 2024 RTP, and subset of the projects were identified in 2025. So basically the difference, if you have been following the last few RTP cycles and the load projections in the area, if you look at the table, gives the comparison of what was studied in the ERCOT independent review, this particular review versus what was included in the 2024 versus 2025 RTP. 2025 is the one where we did the ERCOT adjusted forecast. So if you look at the total loads in these 3 weather zones, 2024 it was 58 gigawatts, 2025 55 gigawatts, but this project, when we started looking at all the loads that's submitted in the study area, that load added to be like 71 gigawatts. So basically this is 16 gigawatts more than what was studied in the 2025 RTP, and roughly 13 gigawatts more than what was studied in the 2024 RTP. Again, the project evaluation, this is, again, broken into 3 different buckets or groups. The first group is what we call the way we approach this combined RPG review is we saw needs to move some of the parts into other ongoing RPG reviews. So the group 1 here is a set of projects that was carried over to the Oncor South DFW load integration project. That project was, this was endorsed. I think the second part, the Group 2 project, is part of today's recommendation of the Group 3. Group 2 is, there is a set of projects where the set 1 and set 2 projects, we looked at the load projections, we did a comparison, what was identified in 2024 and 2025, and based on those reviews and comparisons, we are recommending a set of projects because this is common. These are projects that showed up in either 2024 and 2025, or it might have showed up in 2024, but when you look at the total projected load that's being studied in the ERCOT independent review, that exceeds either 2024 or 2025 forecast. So the reliability needs are based on either 2024 or 2025. So that's the group of projects under set 2, or Group 2, I apologize. And Group 3 is a set of projects, and if you look at the whole combined, the set 1 and set 2 project, there were portions of the project which other TSPs proposed commons, and they proposed project alternatives. So one of those projects were put in a separate group, Group 3, and we did a traditional, typical ERCOT independent review to evaluate those potential competing options. That's the Group 3 highlighted here. So basically, Brazos and TNP commented on specific portions of the project where they put out project alternatives, and we did perform an independent review for that project. So again, for all these projects, we did an SSO assessment. We did not see any impact for SSO based on all the set of projects that will be or proposed for endorsement today. And similar to that, we did perform those congestion analysis and sensitivity analysis. There was no additional congestion, or when you looked at the future potential generation, it did not have any impact removing or looking at those potential generation sensitivities. So this, I'm going to cover this Group 3 project. This is a project where there were competing options. So there were 2 set of projects, option 1 and option 2. So one is the Oncor proposal or the submittal, and the other one is the one I highlighted, submitted by Brazos and TNMP. So if you look at that project, the estimated cost between the comparison is $56 million versus $80 million. And when we looked at the reliability need, long-term load serving capability, and cost estimates, and the construction feasibility, at the end of the day, we still recommend option 1, which was proposed by Oncor for this project. So we did similar to that. We did not see any issues when it came to SSO or the other sensitivities for this Group 3 Option 1. So today the recommendation is, as I said, the Group 1 was combined with the DFW Southern DFW project that was already approved. This one here combines the Group 2 and Group 3 upgrades. So there's a lot of elements to this, but at a high level, these are some of the key or high level overview of the major components of the project here. So I'll walk through some of the things. Construct a new substation, 3 transformers. This is a 345 kV substation. Add 345 138 kV transformers. Rebuild 5 existing stations and 1 transformer that includes 345 kV and 138 kV substation rebuilds. And construct 5 new 345 kV and 138 kV lines, roughly 115 miles of 2 new 345 kV lines and 3 new 138 kV lines, approximately 32.9 miles. Those will require as the CCN. And upgrade several miles of existing 138 and 345 kV, roughly around 290 miles of 345 kV lines, and 233 miles of 138 kV lines. So the details are in Appendix B. It's a lengthy description. I'm not going to walk through all of those, but here's the recommendation for today. Based on the review, ERCOT recommends the Group 2 and Group 3 upgrades to address the reliability needs in North Central and East Weather Zone. The expected in-service dates, as I said, there are several parts of the project, including rebuilding stations, building new substations and new lines. So it varies between 2028 and 2034. The estimated cost of those Group 2 and Group 3 upgrades combined is $2.363 billion. This is the original cost was 3.2, roughly around like 800 or 890 some million was moved to the other project, like the DFW South project, and that was a separate approval. And then highlights some of the CCN miles. I'm not going to walk through those again. I'll stop here. If we need to get to those details, those are in the appendix. So if you go through these projects, we have all the elements of the project. So in order to save time, I will pause here and take questions. Thank you.
Okay, so let's do our standing Ned and Beth questions, and then go to Shannon in the queue.
So, Prabhu, I saw there was 16 gigawatts of incremental large load included in this, or am I misreading that slide from, I think it was on slide 3?
Okay, let me go back to it. So I wanted to make this clear. So there were large loads included in both 2024 and 2025 RTP. The 16 gigawatts and 13 gigawatts referred here, it's what is on top of what was already included in the 2024 or 2025 RTP. Okay. For those study areas, right? It's not one area. All those areas combined, the projection for 2024, 58 gigawatts. There were large loads included in 2024, and similarly, there were large loads included in 2025. The forecast, of course, we did the ERCOT adjusted forecast. The loads dropped a little bit, 55, for the RPG purpose, independent review, when we added all those loads at full up, whatever the contractor or officer load levels, we ended up with 71. So the 16 gigawatts is comparing to the 2024 or 2025 RTP, and 13 gigawatts is comparing to the 2024 RTP.
Okay, so it's the delta from 55.4 gigawatts to 71.9.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. And I guess the other standing question is, I saw the the third piece was a 2030 in-service date, but the rest of it was spread out between 2028 and 2034. Where does that sit relative to the load ramp that is assumed here?
So that I think in the report we did identify that, like, if the load shows up before the project, Oncor will work on some congestion management plan. So I don't have there's a lot of load, so we'll have to work with Oncor based on when these loads are projected to be in service, and we will have to, see what projects are built. Okay. So that's something I think that's going to be worked out, but I'll pause here to see if Oncor wants to comment on anything.
Yeah, I would just say I don't think we have visibility yet into the specific load ramps. It's my understanding that based on the cut points that ERCOT has established in their comments to the batch study PGR, this project won't meet the thresholds to automatically become a valid study. So the way I think this moves forward, I'm happy to be corrected by someone from ERCOT, but the projects, assuming they move forward through TAC and board, would become projects that can be evaluated through the batch study process. And at that point, the results of that study will be what allocates megawatts to projects and customers, in an LCP type construct, which is sort of, I think, your load ramp question there. So the short of it is, I don't think we fully know as we sit here today.
That's really helpful. Thank you, Martha. It's good to understand that this is, if I'm paraphrasing, this is giving an option for consideration in the batch allocation, and then that's really what will set. I mean, I guess ERCOT will adjust load commissioning plans based on the outcome of that, right? So that they'll kind of pair up naturally. Is that the way to think about
Oncor didn't propose this project to be, reviewed or utilized in the batch study process per se. We submitted this project before the batch study process got initiated, but due to the timing, I think the effect will be that these projects will be considered for allocating megawatts in the batch study process. Does that make sense?
That does.
And I'm happy to be corrected by Prabhu or anyone else if they see it differently. I don't want to speak for ERCOT here.
Yeah, I think when we decide to move forward with the batch zero study, any approved projects and transmission solutions, we plan to carry over to the batch study.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay, Beth.
Thanks I dug into the load question myself, so thanks for digging into that and your response, Martha. I'll ask my snarky question just because I don't have a filter. At some point it feels like, the Oncor system will be completely rebuilt by all of these projects. This is almost 500 miles of rebuilt circuits. But as you look at the age of those circuits, again, appreciate the information being gathered and put into the report. These lines there's some lines that are older than I am, which means they're too damn old to be in service. But the average age is approaching 50 years on the circuits that are getting rebuilt. Increased ratings are like 150% increase in ratings. So the volume, just from a volume of more capability, it's significant across a wide swath of the area is how I interpret this project. The large load implications of that should be that we now, we're planning for a bigger system to be able to handle more stuff. And how we allocate to the more stuff is yet to be decided. So that's the only issue. This is one where because it started as a combined $3.1 billion project, we moved $700 million into a project that we've already endorsed, and we're now left with the $2.3 billion of cost. And that all seemed to be pretty straightforward and substantiated.
Okay, Shannon?
Yeah, could we go to the map page? I had a quick question. I don't know if this is ERCOT or Oncor who'd be best to address it. The rebuild of Venus to Notice all makes sense. I was a little surprised to see no upgrades from Notice on down to Navarro. And the reason I'm a little surprised by that is we see that for as a binding constraint over on load interconnections we're trying to do on the Brazos system, and it's an old 1072 rating when all the rest of it from Notice to Venus is soon to be 5,000 amp conductor. It seems surprising not to have taken that all the way back to the Navarro switching station. Any comments from ERCOT or Oncor on that?
Go ahead. I'll defer to Oncor. Martha, do you want to?
Yeah, this is Hirschnack, Oncor. What we proposed in this RPG is purely what was identified in 2024 RTP. And in that case, that notice to Navarro line was not in it. So we'll continue to look at this transmission line and propose a separate project as needed. But the idea behind this RPG was just take what's in the 24 RTP and propose that.
Got it. Okay, thanks. That's helpful.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for ERCOT or Oncor? Prabhu, anything else on this presentation?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
This is our third project, looking to endorse the combined 25 RPG 040 Oncor Set 1 North and Central Texas Reliability Project and 25 RPG 042 Oncor Set 2 North and Central Texas Reliability Project Group 2 and Group 3 upgrades. Can we put this on the combo ballot, or are we doing the $1 billion separate ballot rule? Or do we have anyone that wants to abstain? Can you say that into the mic?
I think combo makes sense because this is largely previously planned spend. It's not incremental to this conversation.
Combo, thumbs up.
As long as we recognize it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can have those conversations. Beth, I think Martha and I, when we talked to the board, try to point out the quantity and quality, meaning amount of projects that are coming through RPG that we're discussing at TAC versus before. And I think, you've raised awareness, which is good. And Prabhu, I think, has raised awareness too through the new process. And I know that group is really busy. I was sort of amazed and impressed that they actually did post the projects so we can advance. So I think we are doing, what we can to make sure people know these are billions of dollars and we're spending the requisite time. But I think that's a conversation we should continue to have.
The only issue I have is, but Corey said it, I mean, the vote is a vote.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of, approving the minutes has a little different implications than endorsing a $2.3 billion project. And I think the time and effort to have a separate ballot on a really expensive, really important thing that took up some time and that we deliberated on is worthwhile. But I'm
Okay.
happy to be the voice in the wilderness.
Well, maybe not this time because we didn't prepare for it, but maybe in future meetings we do take up a RPG ballot or something separately from the ballot that has the minutes. But for now, can we put this project on the combo ballot? Yes. Okay. So let's put this on the combo ballot. And let's move on to our fourth project, which is an Oncor project as well. So same order. Prabhu, Oncor, if they have anything before questions. Ned's question, Beth's question. Any other questions in the room or on the phone?
Okay, thank you. The next one is the Oncor Combined Set 1 North Central and South Central Texas Reliability Project and the Oncor Set 2 North Central and South Central Texas Reliability Project. This Okay. Again, just before I start, this is similar to the previous project, the approach, the study approach. You will hear similar things. There will be like different groups of projects, so I'll walk through some of the things. Again, this set of projects are coming from the 2024 and 2025 RTP, similar to the previous project. Initially, Oncor submitted, there is two projects. The set one projects, the estimated cost is $943 million and will require CCN. And the set two projects is $440.79 million, and that would also require CCN. So again, this is also addressing various issues identified in the 2024-2025 RTP, primarily in the North Central, South Central, and the East weather zones. Again, ERCOT decided to do a single combined RPG review for this two set of projects. So similar approach, the study areas are similar to what we talked in the previous. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, though. Again, the need of those projects are either set one projects or both 2024 and 2025 RTPs. Set two is 2024, and subset of the projects were also included in 2025. Again, when you look at all the loads, that's part of the ERCOT independent review. We looked at the numbers here. So again, it's a little bit higher, the different weather zones listed here. As you could see, the comparison between the 2024, 2025, and the ERCOT independent review. ERCOT independent review numbers were significantly higher. Basically, it was 18 gigawatts higher than what's in the 2020 or 2024 RTP, and 19 gigawatts higher than what was in the 2025 RTP. So similar to the last project here, we grouped the projects into three different buckets. One of the group one is something you already heard today. It's part of the Muscovy-Voss Lake project. There is a portion of the project that was moved to that independent review, which was more relevant to study there. And what we are talking here is the group 2 and group 3 projects. Okay. So again, the group 2 is set of projects that was based on the need identified in either 2024 and 2025 RTP. So we did an evaluation of comparing the loads that was studied in 2024, 2025, and the ERCOT independent forecast, and look at the reliability needs in the study area. And we confirm, the projections are much higher than what was studied in either 2024 or 2025. And all these projects grouped as group 2 set of projects will be endorsed based on the needs identified in 2024 and 2025, and the review of the ERCOT independent review load levels. Okay, group 3 is ERCOT is conducting a review for the upgrades of the projects submitted by team. This is expected to be completed so basically this project we're not there to make the recommendation on the group 3. So there is a set of projects that's going through the normal or the ERCOT independent review due to comments submitted by TSPs or other competing projects that options we are looking. So we're not making a recommendation on the group 3 today. So it's group 2. No impact on SSO on the group 2 projects. And again, we did not see any issues related to congestion, or we did not see any adverse impact with the SSR or future generation screenings. So here's the summary of the group 2 upgrades. Basically, this is constructing new 345 kV line that would require approximately 14 miles of new right-of-way, rebuild 67 miles of existing 138 kV, and rebuild 2 345 138 kV station and upgrade 1 345 138 kV station. I think the estimated cost for all these upgrades is $381 million. Again, there are several parts of the project that's listed in the appendix. So depending on the upgrades, the estimated in-service date is anytime between 2028 and 2034. Obviously, there is a portion of the project that will require CCN for the 14 miles of new right-of-way of 345 kV. I believe that's the last slide here. I'll pause with the recommendation and overview of like the projected new 345 kV line, 14 miles, plus the highlighted lines or upgrades of either 345 or 138 kV rebuilds. Okay, ready for questions? Thank you.
Okay. You want to add Oncor anything before questions? Nope. Okay, Ned, let's do it.
All right, so $381 million, and this supports an additional 19 gigawatts in addition to what was studied previously?
Okay, so I need to be careful there, because what we saw is we did a comparison between 2024, 2025, and the projected load is 19 gigawatts, 18 or 19 gigawatts greater than that. This project, set of projects, doesn't address all the needs of the 19 gigawatts. That's right.
Okay.
So what we are saying is, yes, we need this set of projects that's coming out of 2024, 2025. In order to address all those 19 gigawatts or 18 gigawatts, we will need additional upgrades on top of this.
Okay. So this is the amuse-bouche.
Yes.
I would hope it's a larger entree than that, but yeah.
Missed your joke, Ned.
It was a snack joke.
Snack joke.
I'm starting to think about lunch.
It wasn't about closure. Oh man, we got a long way before lunch. Buckle up. Okay. All right, Beth.
Same question.
Yep.
That Ned raised the same issue, and just pointing out that there's, given the magnitude of dollars in the initial submittal, the big slug of it, half of it got slid over to the Muscovy-Voss Lake project that we already endorsed.
Mm-hmm.
Leaves half of it, a quarter of which is reflected in this project. And so there's another 400 million plus or minus.
Yep.
That is still of projects that are still under review and that will come back in some other form.
That's great. Thank you, Beth.
Is how I would describe it. So,
okay,
I'm okay with this on the combo.
You're okay with this on the combo ballot because it's less than $1 billion. Okay.
And the criteria, these are all RTP projects coming through the RPG projects as projects. So these were all projects. These were all
RTP.
Transmission projects identified as part of the regional transmission planning process and confirmed, and so.
Okay. I think we're all going to have to adjust our way of thinking maybe after batch, but do you want a separate ballot, Jen? No?
No, I just wanted to emphasize that that's also where I find myself is how this intersects with the batch study is the part where I have hesitancy to make sure that residential and small commercial customers don't end up footing these bills. And so, that conversation will happen. It's not happening here.
It's not happening here right now. Okay. Oncor, we good? All right. So we would be looking to endorse the combined 25 RPG 041 Oncor Set 1 North Central and South Central Texas Reliability Project, and 25 RPG 043 Oncor Set 2 North Central and South Central Texas Reliability Project Group 2 upgrades. And we can put this on the combo ballot. Okay. All right, so we are on to our last RPG project. This is LCRA and CenterPoint. So thank you, Oncor. So we'll do the same thing, Prabhu, LCRA and CenterPoint, if you want to add anything before questions, and then we'll do Ned, Beth, and then open it up to questions in the room and online.
I don't have any questions.
You don't have any questions on this one. Awesome. Ned, will you have the same question on this one? TBD? Yes, maybe, no. Okay.
All right, thank you. And moving along, so this is the last project, the LCRA and CenterPoint Euclid 7 65 kV substation and transmission line addition project. The overview on this project, LCRA and CenterPoint jointly submitted this project to add this Euclid 765 kV substation and transmission line addition, and back in January 2026. This is a Tier 1 project with an estimated cost of $1.831 billion. Will require a CCN. The primary need of this project is coming from 2025 RTP to address the reliability needs and growth in the Central Texas area. That's a map which shows what came out of the 2025 RTP. So, moving on, the project need. Again, the 2025 RTP developed what we call the step plan, and when we looked at this plan, we did identify additional expansions to the 765 kV, and this portion of the Euclid station plus a new line from Euclid to Hilgi is one of the things that's coming out of the 2025 RTP. Again, the load levels for this project, we use similar load for East, North Central, and South Central weather zone. This table reflects the same comparison I showed in the previous study. The project area is similar to what we studied in the previous ones. So for this study, obviously this is relying on 2025 RTP. RTP did, as part of the 2025 RTP, we did an extensive analysis on the 765 kV step plan plus additional need. One of the sections that were based on the load forecast in 2025, we did identify the need for the Euclid station and the subsequent transmission 765 kV addition to the step plan. We did have several discussions, stakeholder discussions through RPG. As a cumulative effect of these efforts, ERCOT has proposed this Euclid 765 kV station and the transmission line addition based on the 2025 RTP study. This is a significant project, so again, SSO screening, we did perform the SSO screening for the 765 kV substation addition and transmission addition. We did not see any SSO impact to the existing or the planned generation in the area. So this was a significant project, so we did look at the dynamic stability analysis. Basically, we looked at the selected limited contingency analysis in the study area and also looked at the impact of existing stability. So based on this analysis, we don't see any issues with adding this Euclid to Hilgi 765 kV line. And we do not, at this point, we did not see an impact on the West Texas stability limit that was identified in the previous study, which is the 765 kV step plan study. Similarly, we did perform this sensitivity for congestion analysis and sensitivity analysis. So based on the congestion analysis, we did identify an additional congestion in the study area, but as part of the typical planning analysis, we will start evaluating those congestion in the subsequent planning studies, see whether it makes economical or it justifies an economic project to relieve those congestion, because this is more related to for the reliability analysis. No impact on future generation studied. This is the generation sensitivity. I think so. We do not do a load scaling because we don't do this we don't break the study areas by different zones. So we have one comprehensive model we use for planning. Again, summary of the project. This would add a new 131 miles of new 765 kV lines, single circuit line, between Euclid and Hilgi. As part of this, build this new station, 765 kV station, and add new 765 kV transformers, as well as loop existing 345 kV lines into this new 765 kV station. And as part of this, we need to upgrade some existing 345 kV stations to be compatible with the 765. So we're increasing the breaker ratings, 80 kA. And as I said, there are approximately 2 miles of lines that were looped into the new 765 kV station. So based on the review, ERCOT will recommend the board endorse the Euclid 765 kV substation and the transmission line addition project as identified in the 2025 RTP to address the load growth in especially the Central Texas area. The expected in-service date is June 30, 2031. And of course, the estimated cost is $1.831 billion. And this line will require a CCN. It's 131 miles of new transmission line built jointly by LCRA and CenterPoint. Again, this is the recommendation, the ratings of the new transmission line. One more thing to add is, there will be like requirements to add like additional reactors to support the voltage for the line and operations. So that will be determined as the TSPs perform their own studies and make those design recommendations.
Okay.
So here's the breakdown. The 131 miles split between LCRA and CenterPoint, and I'll pause here, stop here.
All right. I see you changed your mind, Beth. Let's start with Ned and the load numbers.
Yeah. So I'm guessing since this is a 765, there's not a direct, not as much of a direct link to any particular loads. It's looking more at the aggregate, and it looked like it was the same 19 gigawatts that we were talking about previously. So when we're thinking about that load growth, it's this plus the project we just looked at, and probably other stuff that's all serving that same load growth. Is that the fair takeaway?
Yes, there is not particular load that's driving, but it's the aggregate of all the loads in the Central Texas, especially in the LCRA footprint, that's driving the need for the project, I think.
Okay. Well, all right. Thanks for clarifying that. And certainly as we get more of these coming through, I'll just echo the comments I've said previously, and I think Beth and Mark have echoed, is having more transparency of that and kind of lining those up will be really helpful to us. And I think it's all in service of the same thing Jen flagged, is making sure that cost is allocated appropriately. Thank you.
Thanks, Ned. Okay, we'll do Beth, then Jen, then Evan.
I initially wasn't going to say anything because I don't have anything unique about this project compared to any of the other 765 projects going forward, and they're going to get their own sort of overall scrutiny, I assume. What I'm struck with by the cumulative discussion that we've had on all of these projects is how important the regional transmission planning process is for identifying the new projects needed that then appear manifest as regional planning group projects. So I just wanted to highlight and emphasize that point.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm very excited about new 765, specifically hooking into existing 765. So I want us to all just take a moment to be excited about the new grid that we will have. It's awesome.
Okay. That's uplifting. Okay, Evan.
I'm very excited for the new grid, but I do have a question. So notably, this RPG was submitted in January of this year after the December 15th date outlined in PGRR 145. And so I know we just talked about some of the Oncor projects, about how that, I'm assuming, will allow some of those large loads driving that to get into batch zeros allocated. I would just take it that none of the large loads justifying this transmission upgrade would then meet that criteria to be included in batch zero. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's I'll let the batch zero discussions to happen separate from this. I I don't know if you have anybody to comment on that. AG, do you want? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think that's an ongoing discussion.
Yeah, and we will, I think, address this more this afternoon. But Evan, could you just repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I'm just, we just talked about the other RPGs that were submitted prior to December 15th cutoff in Figure 145, and I think we confirmed that the large loads driving the transmission for those upgrades would be included in Batch 0, but notably this one was submitted after December 15th, and so I just want to confirm that the large loads driving this would not be included in Batch 0 if not qualifying via another pathway.
Correct. Yeah, the inclusion in an RPG submitted after December 15th is not a viable path under the current draft language.
Okay, thanks. And I don't know if it was said, but do we have an estimate for how many large loads would not be then included?
I don't have that number, but I'm just looking at somebody here, but I don't think we have that information. Sorry.
Okay. Shannon?
Kind of following on Evan's question, with the Oncor projects, y'all will be approving those, and then that transmission will go into the Batch 0 along with the loads is allocated. So then you've at least got somebody paying for it. The question I would have here is if you don't let the loads come in to Batch 0 allocated, but separately approve the transmission, you've got a disconnect, like who pays for this? And so you need to have the loads come in along with it in order to be able to have the people paying for it that it will serve.
Okay. Thank you.
But Shannon, there aren't any loads hanging off the 765 system. And so that your point breaks down at that level because you got to build out all, which is part of the other RPG Oncor projects, is building out all that underlayment, rebuilding and rebuilding that underlayment that gets it down to serving loads.
Beth, there is actually a lot of load over at LCRA into this. Absolutely is.
Okay. I see Jim in the queue. Let's go to Jim.
Yeah. Jim Lee, CenterPoint Energy. Just Prabhu, maybe this may help, but the Euclid 765 project, I think, was rooted in the 2025 RTP. And so it's similar to the Eastern Backbone. There's not a list of large load projects in that RTP. I mean, it's based on the RTP. So it's not the same as what the two Oncor projects that we just saw. This is very much more closely aligned to the 765 STEP Eastern Backbone project, which was rooted in an RTP. So just wanted to add that. That's good for the large load questions.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? LCRA, want to add anything? No. Okay, so we would be looking to endorse the 26 RPG 001, LCRA, TSC, and CenterPoint Houston Euclid 765 substation and transmission line addition project as identified in the 2025 RTP. Is this a combo ballot item? Yes? Okay. Okay, let's add this to the combo ballot. Blake.
Blake Holt, LCRA. First of all, I like questions. I like that we ask questions, and I think they're a good thing. But I did want to get some clarity on the new RPG comment procedure, maybe from Prabhu and from you, Caitlin.
Okay.
How should we approach this for next TAC when this comes up? Is there a deadline for questions submittal, or how should we approach that?
So I believe the process is Prabhu's group will post the presentation 7 days ahead, and then questions that they receive within 2 business days they can then post. I think we want to encourage that so that subject matter experts can be prepared. We're never going to preclude questions, at the table or online at TAC, but I think that is, in some of these cases, we're getting the same question over and over. And so if ERCOT can sort of better inform their presentation and your subject matter experts can be better prepared, I think we want to do that. But we're not going to preclude later questions or questions at the table.
And I agree with that approach. One suggestion for kind of next time is Robert submitted notice about the projects and that schedule you laid out to the RPG exploder list. I think maybe also including TAC members on that list as well, or the TAC exploder would probably give greater notice and encourage earlier questions. Curious about thoughts there.
I think that's probably right. I heard that Beth had questions, but I didn't get to see them myself because I don't think I'm on the RPG exploder.
They went to RPG.
So I think having those go to TAC, if they are questions for TAC, makes sense. We can do that, right, Ann?
Yeah, anyone. I'd also reiterate my earlier request that ERCOT include, not that we're going to review not that in the meeting we need to review the 25-page documents for all of these, but I think as part of TAC materials, we should have the full ERCOT report in addition to the presentation.
So in an appendix or something?
Just include, just like we do with the NPRRs, right? All of the materials are lopped into a zip file that are consolidated and easy access. I say that because I can't go to an RPG site on the website and grab all of those reports easily, right?
Okay.
So having that for TAC, I think, would be...
Prabhu and Robert, is that something we could just include with the RPG materials that are posted to the TAC page?
You may not be able to commit to a 7-day in advance, it would be my guess, but...
Yeah, I think we can talk about it. These are all already available, right? So at the very least, provide the links for those. Maybe we can work away how to do that. All right.
Okay.
All right. So, Madam Chair, if I may, so I do have 20 minutes, I think, but I'm not going to take that. So before I leave, I just wanted to, acknowledge my team. There are a lot of people who work behind these projects, and people who have been following the RPG. We had a lot of discussions. These projects have gone through several iterations of updates. So I want to call out some names. I want to thank Robert for leading the RPG. These are complex projects, as you all know. There's several projects we've been able to process through RPG. Some of the key people, Robert, especially these set of projects, Travis, Ying Lee, Tanzella, Ben, I might be missing somebody else's name, and Abhishek. So thank you for all the hard work, especially the last few days, trying to get all the materials for TAC and the board. They did an incredible job behind the scenes. Thank you.
Yes, well,
do you want to do
in front of the
round?
scenes too.
Yeah.
These were large, complicated projects with many moving pieces that somehow people kept track of, and here we are today.
Yes. Yeah. To our earlier conversation, there's a lot more of these and higher dollar, and your team has done a really good job, Prabhu, at getting us materials, pretty far in advance, considering the workload you have.
Thank you.
Okay. And I would thank the TSPs, too. That was sort of a 2-hour window. We asked subject matter experts to be available. I know it's a lot for those teams and the regulatory teams to be prepared for questions, and I think everyone did a great job. All right. I would propose we take a 10-minute break, and then do, another 45 minutes worth of work before lunch. So take a quick break, come back.
Could we put all the revision requests on the combo ballot and be done with them?
No. before a break?
Yeah.
No. Because we'd have to go through several reports. So let's take a 5-minute. Let's actually start by 11:40, and then we can do the combo ballot before lunch. Certainly, that's my goal. So let's take a short break. Be actually back by 11:40, and then let's have that combo ballot. At least maybe one more ERCOT report before lunch. The 415 PRS report as amended by the 512 ERCOT comments, and also to recommend approval of NPR 1306 as recommended by PRS in the 415 PRS report. Can we put both of these on the combo ballot?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Blake.
Blake Holt speaking for WMS. In the interest of efficiency, we had 2 other revisions related to 1306 that WMS endorsed, the COP-MGRR 052 and VCMRR 045. These revisions really just remove the reference to digital certificate in each of the revisions, made it more general. They're both no impact revisions. I'm curious if we could also add those to the combo ballot now.
I hope they're all going to combo ballot, so I don't think it matters if we put it on the combo now or later. But sure. So it would be how do we say that acronym? It's a COP MGRR 052 as recommended by the WMS in the 5.8 WMS report, and the VCMR R45 is recommended by WMS in the 5.8 WMS report.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we put all 4 of those on the combo ballot? Okay, let's do it. We can add RMSs. RMSs is also related, and that is the RMGRR 184 as recommended by RMS in the 512 RMS report. It's five revision requests. Okay, so we'll put those all on the combo ballot. All right, so we're to RMS. RMS, do you want to report on anything else?
Sorry, it's a verbal report. John had to step away, so he asked me to do it. We really made some good progress with the merger of the Texas SEP and the load profiling group, and they are really near completion of their work for the load profiling guide. So really it's been over a year, and it's really been a lot of hard work. And we are also moving forward with the Texas Market Test Plan, and we're taking ERCOT's approach on that and making it an NPRR. So thank you.
Okay, any questions for Debbie about RMS? We handled the voting item already. All right, we are to WMS. Blake, would you like to present WMS report?
Yes, it's just a verbal report as well.
Okay.
Just wanted to give some notice about our June 3rd meeting. ERCOT's requested folks to come prepared with their opinions on NPR 1296, the residential demand response program. I imagine the majority of our first part of the agenda will handle that discussion, as well as there may be another, don't want to steal Beth's thunder, but there may be another item added later in the agenda today that we'll discuss. And then secondly, the second part of our agenda, we're going to have a workshop on firm fuel supply service and the revisions needed to handle the most recent rulemaking there. So probably a longer agenda on June 3rd, but wanted to give folks notice about that. Thanks.
I'm very curious about the item now.
Oh, you'll have to wait.
Okay. All right. So we had one little agenda switch. We're going to go to the ADR pilot governing document because that is a voting item as well. So let's do that, and then let's go to the combo ballot.
Hello, Catherine Gross with ERCOT. I was going to go over some updates to the ADR governing document that we wanted to ask for TAC endorsement of, and then also give a brief update about the pilot program and about our moving that pilot program into protocols. So how do I go?
You just have to click on that screen just to activate it, and then the mouse wheel and stuff. Just click the mouse anywhere.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So a quick update on the growth of the ADR pilot project. You can see that just in the last year, there's been a tremendous amount of growth. We're now at 236 megawatts enrolled, and that's of a 500 system-wide megawatt capacity cap. And then for ECRS, getting close to filling the 100 megawatt cap. We've got 78 megawatts, and then for non-spin, about half of that is filled. And currently, there are 9 ADRs that are qualified to participate. And so the main reason that we're coming here today is to ask for endorsement of a couple of changes to the governing document. This first one is really what I guess motivated us coming here to ask for some changes to the governing document. There is a section in the governing document that talks about a cap on the total response capability of all ADRs assigned to any single SIM load shall be capped at 100% of the rating of the SIM load. And as we were getting closer to that cap for some ADRs, we talked with operations and realized that cap is actually not needed. A lot of these aggregations, if you're thinking of individual premises that are spread out, they are only loosely related to the SIM load where they're modeled at. So having this cap is actually not serving an operational necessity. And so there's 2 spots in the governing document that have this little paragraph that we wanted to remove. If there are any operational concerns or concerns with physical system limits, those can still be addressed through the ADR process and through updating the DOTA forms. And I see there's a question from Bob Helton.
Yeah, just real quickly, on these, and I may have missed this or may not know it because I'm not as familiar with this program, but in the ancillary services and everything, is there statistics on compliance on those to dispatch instructions and complying with what is needed for ECRS and non-spin?
I am not aware of any non-compliance issues that we've had with those. Ryan?
Ryan? So we do publish, I'm blanking on the exact acronym, but basically it's a compliance with dispatch metric that all controllable load resources are subject to, and ADRs as ALRs are subject to that. I can't pull any statistics offhand, but I don't think we've seen like a systemic issue with compliance.
Okay, good. Because, there was talk right here about raising some of these limits or getting rid of some of these limits, and I'd be really interested in that before we really did that.
Okay. Do you want to go to more questions, Bill?
Sure, yeah.
Hey, Catherine, on this slide, are this still mainly batteries?
Yes.
Do you have okay, thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and then, so as I said, the SIM load rating cap is the main change. But as we're looking at the governing document, since we're going to have to come to the board to ask for them to approve that change, we looked for anything else that needed to be updated. There is currently on our website, you can look up if you're interested and see how close we are getting to the participation limits. So here where it says total, you can compare that to what the cap is. But we thought it would be helpful in the governing document just to add a little sentence to let people know if you want to know what the current participation levels are, go to our webpage to find out those updates. So that's been added into the governing document. And then from, I guess the last time that we updated the caps, there was one spot where we missed updating a reference. So that has also been updated. And the red line version of the governing document is also available with the materials for today. So for now, we continue to work on seeing how the pilot is operating. We are currently working through design questions that will need to be answered as we move the pilot into protocols, and we're working on that now, having a lot of meetings, also talking with DSWG on those issues and meeting individually with stakeholders, and we are continuing to do that through next quarter. And then for the last quarter of 2026, our goal is that we would have an NPRR package ready that we can share, and so to move the whole pilot completely into the protocols. Bill, do you have a question?
Yep, definitely support making this a formal product in the protocols. One question I had is just going through this process, is there further automation being contemplated, like processing the data and all that, because that's painful?
Yes, I think that we are looking at having a much more streamlined process, because it is it's an Excel spreadsheet, as you know. There's back and forth of sending from the QSC to the DSP, and then we get involved. And so there's a lot of back and forth with blocking off or rejecting individual EZIDs, and it's hard to keep track of that, and so we are looking at an automated process for that.
Okay. I'm happy to make a motion for this or combo ballot if needed.
Okay. Are you done with your presentation?
Yes.
All right. Mitch?
Hi, Mitch Moat from Base Power here. Just kind of to also partially answer Bill's question, we did just have a demand-side working group meeting yesterday where some of the kind of potential updates to the ADER program, as well as moving forward some kind of design questions, as well as automation around the DOTA form was discussed. So the demand-side working group, I think, is where a lot of those discussions are going to be held in the future, and also just highlighting that we had one of those meetings yesterday for interested parties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we would be looking to endorse the ADER pilot project governing document as presented. Can we put that on the combo ballot? Let's put it on the combo ballot. All right, now let's go to our combo ballot. Before we take it up, or before we get started, we just spoke about PGR 145 and NPR 1325 less than a week ago, so we need to waive notice. So I would ask if we can put waiving notice of PGR 145 and NPR 1325 also on the combo. And then I know Bill has another request. Let's go to Bill.
Yes, I made this suggestion last week.
Okay.
Things bleeding together.
So it would be, go ahead. You do.
Yeah, to help streamline our efforts after lunch. I don't believe 1325 is controversial at all. There have been no opposing comments filed in any way, only ERCOT's cleanup. I would suggest we put that on the combo ballot as well.
So that would be recommend 1325 as recommended by the 5.6 PRS report as amended by ERCOT 511 comments and the 3.4 impact analysis.
I don't think we need the IA.
We don't need the IA, question mark. We approved it. How did we approve the IA?
PRS approved it.
No, we didn't approve, yeah. And the 3.4 IA, Ann.
Well, PRS already approved it. So
Okay, so we don't have to do the IA. Corey, do you object to that? Recommend approval of 1325 is recommended by 5-6 PRS report is amended by ERCOT 511 comments.
I'm just looking for closure, at least on part of this. Probably a little late on that one.
The problem is we would be Julius Caesarine, and then if something happens with Figure 145, we can't unapprove 1325.
I know. I hear the concern.
Cross the Rubicon.
I'm confident, maybe overly so, that we will vote out a version of Figure 145 either today or tomorrow before midnight. I don't know what it will look like or what's going to be in it, but I'm confident that we're not going to send 1325 to the board on its own. And if anyone disagrees with that, welcome to hear thoughts.
It's May 15th comments, not May 11th comments. Does that change your mind in any way, Bill Barnes? Okay. Are people okay with that on the combo ballot? Okay. Ann, will you be mad at us? No.
In the motion for the LCRA RPG project, should it say 2025? Okay, it says RTP. Never mind. It's just cut off.
Okay. Okay. This is a long combo ballot. All right. So we need a motion and a second on the combo ballot. Bob, Bill, I already gave you one, David. So
his finger was higher than mine, though.
His finger was higher again, and Aaron didn't even try this time. Children. She's mad at you for okay. Well, we can work that over lunch. It's the motion and the second are Bob Helton and Bill Barnes and they may be mad at each other also, but I don't know. Never. But there's a dispute in the IOU segment that we will resolve over lunch. Okay. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you all. All right. On our motion to approve the combo ballot, we will start up with the consumers with Garrett.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mike.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Mark Dreyfus.
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Nick. Nick Fehrenbach, you with us? I can take you in chat again, Nick. I'll loop back. Beth.
Yes.
Thank you. Sarah for Will.
Yes.
Thank you. On to our co-ops. Blake.
Yes.
Thank you. Kyle.
Yes.
Thank you. John.
Yes.
Thank you. Joe Dan for Mike.
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you, sir. On to our independent generators. Ned.
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Brian.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you. Bob Helton.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I got you, Nick, in chat. On to Caitlin, sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. On to our IPMs. Jeremy.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ian for Seth.
Yes, thank you.
And then Ian.
Yes, thank you, Corey.
And thank you. Shane for Reshmi.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. On to our IREPs. Bill.
Yes.
And then Bill for Jay.
Yes.
Thank you twice. Chris.
Yes.
Thank you. Jen.
Yes.
Thank you. On to our IOUs. Martha.
Yes.
You. Keith.
Yes.
You. Aaron.
Yes.
Thank you. David for Ebby.
Yes.
Thank you. On to our munis. Alicia.
Yes.
Thank you. Jose.
Yes.
Thank you. Curtis.
Yes.
Thank you. And Diana for David.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all.
Amazing. Okay. I'm overly confident also, like Bill Barnes. I think we can finish all these ERCOT reports before lunch. Maybe. So thank you, Corey. Any questions or comments about what we voted on? Anything? Okay. Let's go to Maggie with the FFSS settlement report.
Yeah, you might have to
Hello, everybody. Maggie Shanks from ERCOT Settlements, and this is the Firm Fuel Supply Service Settlement Report for the 2025-2026 season. So just some background on this report. At the end of every season, we are required to provide a report to TAC relaying the settlement dollars that were paid for Firm Fuel's supply service. On April 29th, a secondary report was provided that describes the reasons for deployment, and that was, you could find those materials on the April 29th TAC meeting. Some background on this season. We did have 32 generation resources awarded as primary FFSSRs. The clearing price was at $12,240 per megawatt, and we did have a total of 4,254.6 megawatts procured. During the season, we did decertify and recertify 4 FFSSRs. So after that recertification, it dropped, the megawatt procured dropped slightly to 4,250.4 megawatts. The total cost of this season, the projected cost, was a little bit over $52 million. The standby payment at the end of the season was a little bit under $51 million. And the reason for the difference between the $52 million budget or projected budget and the $51 million standby fee that was paid is some resources had that standby fee reduced because of their availability factor. So they had some of that money reduced. We also, as I mentioned before, had 4 FFSSRs that were decertified during the season between December 23rd and January 9th. They were later recertified on January 10th, so that also was a reason for that lower standby fee total cost. And the reason for those decertifications was because those 4 resources did not meet the 50% availability factor that you are supposed to maintain whenever you are approved for this contract. We did not have any fuel replacement costs this season, even though there were fuel replacements that were approved. We just didn't receive any disputes for those amounts, so we did not have to pay any additional amount for fuel replacement costs. And there was about $5.7 million that will be clawed back total for this season, and those clawbacks began on the true-up statements on May 12th, and they'll continue on until September 9th. Related to the clawbacks, we did have 8 resources that received clawback charges. 7 of those were related to the availability factor of them. So the longest availability during a watch was 26 hours. The shortest unavailability was 1 hour, and the average between the 2 watches for those 7 resources that were clawed back was about 9.6 hours of unavailability. 1 resource did receive clawback charges related to 3 different paragraphs. So they failed to stay online during a watch for a fuel-related issue, and they failed to generate at the required tolerance, and they were also unavailable during certain hours of the watch. So 1 resource did have their entire standby payment clawed back for the entire season. And these are just protocol references if you wanted to see the exact language related to the clawback. And that is it.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Maggie?
I have one.
All right, Debbie.
Or maybe this is for Blake, is this the driver for your workshop?
Can you talk into a mic for the phone people?
Sorry. Is this the driver for your workshop, Blake?
No, ma'am. The PUC recently expanded eligibility requirements for firm fuel supply participation, and that will be the focus of our workshop, is to talk through new protocols to enact that expanded eligibility.
Thank you.
Yeah, I believe this is, Maggie, this is required after the season.
Yes, correct.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Let's move on to the potential price correction with Matt.
Hello, my name is Matt Young with ERCOT.
going to be going over a potential price correction for the real-time market. The summary is basically we had energy offer curves that were generated by SCED for qualified facilities that were incorrect. Out of the 20-plus days that we looked at, there were 5 operating days that met criteria for board review. So typically when resource submits an output schedule, ERCOT would create an energy offer curve for that resource similar to the one seen here. So if their output schedule is 50 megawatts, then the proxy energy offer curve would be at the floor of negative 250 from LSL up to that target, and then above that up to HSL would be at the real-time system-wide offer cap. For qualified facilities, we have special logic. A qualified facility is considered a small power production facility or qualifying cogeneration facility under regulatory qualification. The resources are treated as a must-take or must-run facility, meaning ERCOT accommodates their output rather than dispatching them economically. And when a resource that is designated as a qualified facility submits an output schedule, then the creation of their energy offer curve has one key difference than normal, which is that the target megawatt for that proxy offer curve is actually their telemetered megawatt output. There's an example there. And so ERCOT discovered that there was a software defect on January 29th affecting the real-time market. The defect occurred between December 17th of 2025 and January 29th of 2026. ERCOT corrected the defect immediately. And as I explained, SCED was basically failing to generate the correct energy offer curves for those qualified facilities. ERCOT issued a market notice on February 5th to preserve the Board of Directors' ability to review prices. The notice covered operating days January 6th through January 29th, 30 days from that notice. But there was a change in the optimization engine on January 8th that resulted in us not being able to actually determine correct prices for the 6th and 7th, so those were excluded. The results showed that there were 5 days that met the criteria required to seek board approval. Shown here, there was 4 parties that met the criteria for criteria 1 and 2 parties for criteria 2. Criteria being that the impact to any single counterparty being 2% or greater than 20,000 or 20% and greater than 2,000. This table just shows the maximum absolute value impact to a single counterparty for each operating day, as well as percentage. The largest being on January 25th for $74,000 to a counterparty. The maximum estimated changes to charges due to ERCOT are shown in this table. The largest one, again, being the 25th with a negative impact of $284,000 roughly. And just to be clear, negative amounts are increased payments to market participants, while positive amounts are increased charges. And our next steps are to present this to the board for approval, for the June board specifically.
Thank you, Matt. Are there any questions for Matt on his presentation? Blake.
Hey, Matt, Blake Goll, LCRA. I'm curious, what was the output schedule set to? Was it a random number, or was it a...
It really doesn't matter what these qualifying facilities set their output schedule to. They could have set it to anything. The protocols specify that we use the telemetered output as the target megawatt.
Correct. I guess my question could be a little bit better. What did SCED treat that output schedule as?
Oh, SCED was using whatever they submitted for their output schedule. And it wasn't just one resource, it was all qualified facilities.
Okay.
So if they, for instance, if they submitted their output schedule as 50 megawatts, SCED was generating an offer curve with the target megawatt of 50 megawatts instead of their telemetered megawatts.
Okay, so, telemetered was 30. It should have been using 30 instead of 50.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Understood. Thanks.
Thanks for the report. No more questions. Next up is Luis with the 2027 AS methodology timeline discussion.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I am going to be talking about the 2027 ancillary service methodology timeline, mostly here to make sure that we get the right stakeholders involved in the process and understand where to start looking for material as we work through this. What I have up here, we tend to share something very similar every year, but really today is here the kickoff, trying to make sure we get this out there and get the word that this process is starting to get stakeholder feedback. And we're working through the 2027 AS methodology. We are working to get board and PUC approval. You see there by September 15th for the board, and then we'll decide November, December when it gets to the PUC after that. What I've provided here is our typical timeline when we do get review and feedback from the market. So we are going to working groups here starting in June. What we do as an overview in June is talk about the methodology, talk about feedback that we've had in the past, things that we're working on, things that we're looking forward to, and things that we're looking to get back as feedback from the market if there is any additional feedback that was not provided to us last year. As we work through that feedback, we get into July, we start working through the proposed methodology, things that we are working on that we think we can solve in this year's timeline, this year's methodology, again, based on prioritization and feedback we get from stakeholders. So we would be showing proposed methodology in July, hopefully then to set up for voting in August at the subcommittee meetings. What we've done, again, what we do is we try to bring those deeper dive details to the working groups. Think about methodology, think about criteria, think about parameters, kind of, the nitty-gritty things, and then we try to give high-level details to bring those back to the subcommittees, make sure that understanding is correct and good to go. So really, I'm just here to make sure everybody sees the timeline, knows that it's coming, and sends their appropriate resources to the meetings as you see fit.
Okay. Can we take some questions about your controversial timeline? Okay. Let's go to Beth.
Yeah, this was the surprise that Blake was alluding to earlier. And I had shared this with Luis probably very late last night or early this morning. As consumers, as you all remember, we were not enamored with the AS methodology last year, and so would suggest kind of going through the process in maybe a little different order than we've done prior. And my suggestion would be that in June, ERCOT come to the subcommittees, WMS and ROS, to lay out their issues and let the subcommittees decide which working groups need to dig into specifics. Part of that is just and my concern, frankly, was that, coming to a vote at the subcommittee level without some of the key details being hashed out for those entities that were most concerned is problematic from my perspective. So that's a very specific suggestion I've made. Luis has had like 6 hours to think about that, maybe, and others may object or have other perspectives on that. But that's a suggestion. I've run that suggestion past Blake and Sandeep, and they both seemed amenable to it as the subcommittee chairs. So.
Blake, what do you think? I see you in the queue. Let's go ahead and take you up.
Yeah, I agree with Beth. I think that could be a good approach to allow the subcommittee to give some direction for WMWG to speak on, and Luis, a suggestion or an offer for our June 3rd meeting. Okay. It's going to be a long one anyway, so it's one more thing. But I think there's room that we could at least have an initial discussion there if y'all be ready by then. Okay. We could do that and then keep the similar schedule. I think that could play out well.
Okay. So I think some of the questions I have from what I've heard or what thinking through this, since Beth had given me a heads up, is do we think the subcommittees have the time in the long discussions to talk about all the details? Typically, what we bring in the very early discussions is 20, 30 slides, 40 slides of real in-the-weeds details of parameters and how we've developed the methodology, where we've come from. Last year, we switched to probabilistic. So we're going to go through all that background again. Does that make sense to bring to WMS and Ross? And it's one of the reasons we stick to working groups. So then that gets filtered up to the subcommittees. Now, I understand, WMS and Ross actually are happening early in both of these months. Again, I'd ask, is that okay? Is that appropriate? Are you looking for something more summarized? Can I offer maybe July is the time? Maybe let the working groups digest some of it first?
That's what I would suggest.
Okay.
July.
Thinking about that, WMWG gets a crack at it June 29th. We will have a July 8th WMS meeting, Beth, where they could raise or flag issues or concerns. We'd have a chance to weigh in then. They get another crack at it July 27th. I think that could also work well.
Yeah, I think, the issue is I don't know that, and maybe it's just a work group, direction issue, but it seemed like we were having very specific methodological discussions about the methodology at the subcommittees and even at TAC.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm all aboard. Let's have those discussions early.
Okay.
And so that I'm trying to figure out how to best accomplish that. But what you just described, Blake, seems to be a workable approach.
I think it's a way to make our discussion shorter and more summarized. And so I can work with Amanda on highlighting the issues that she thinks we need to weigh in on. And I prefer that approach more now after thinking about it.
All right.
So we'd add the July WMS and Ross, basically.
Right. And
so then they could give any direction that needs to go back to the July working groups.
Right. Okay. And if there's any feedback in between, then that can still come to us. But I think, to me, that gives the groups a little bit more time to digest, have that discussion with subcommittees, and then give us the feedback so we can work it into the proposal that we bring in July.
And I appreciate you guys actually looking at the meeting calendar to make that recommendation, as clearly I did not. So.
Okay. Are we good on calendar, maybe? Let's go to Eric.
Eric Goff on behalf of the Texas Energy Buyers Alliance. At the September board meeting last year, there was a interaction between some of the board members and the IMM and the chairman of the commission around the feedback on the procurement strategy. And Chairman Gleason said, let's keep it this way for this year and reconsider the methodology next year. Are we doing that?
We are taking the feedback that we had from the IMM last year and the PUC, and we're working to make sure that we show that in the methodology and how those parameters may impact. So we are showing that we're starting and have been working on those methodologies.
Chairman Gleason also used the phrase in that discussion, revisiting conservative operations. And I think that's a broader conversation than just the ancillary services procurement methodology, but is interrelated. And I would hope that at these July meetings of the working groups, of the subcommittees, thank you, Beth, we also take up that matter generally because it's interrelated. Obviously, I know this is a big discussion. We've been talking about it for a long time, but given the comments at last September's board meeting, I think it would be prudent for us just to plan to have that discussion.
I think what I'll just say, you hit it on the nail on the head, is so that discussion is broader than just AS, but there are some parameters in the AS methodology that we are reviewing to share the scenarios and how those will impact the methodology.
Okay. So Blake, Sandeep, Caitlin, I hope that at those meetings we can just be teeing up the bigger discussion and how it's all interrelated. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can do that. Let's go to John Russ Hubbard.
John Russ Hubbard with TIEC. I appreciate the comments by Eric and Beth, and appreciate everyone's flexibility to moving this into working groups or into settings where consumers are more present. I had a specific question on, in the Commission's review of the ancillary services, one of the requirements by the 2027 methodology was reevaluating the target reserve levels based on watch, emergency alert, load shed. Is that part of the changes that you're referring to in this bullet?
We are working on evaluating what those scenarios would look like by modifying the targets. So we developed a tool last year to build scenarios and be flexible. And we heard the feedback from where we landed last year on things that were potential gaps or things that we wanted to continue to look at. And we've started there and picked those up and saying, this is where we're going to try to move forward and show what quantities would look like if those parameters were changed.
Okay, because I think the specific direction was estimates of costs and probabilities of experiencing those different things. So as long as that's still the plan, I just wanted to confirm that.
Okay. We'll look at it. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Bill?
Strongly support that suggestion. Target reserve levels are one of the bigger impacts on how much we procure, and it's not always super transparent as to what's going on, so that fully support that inclusion. Also, we'll mention that we'll be looking specifically for duration limits, how your analysis is impacted by the duration limits. The procurement quantities are impacted by duration limits. I acknowledge Eric's comment about the comments made last September, but a lot's changed since then. Particularly, we're seeing increased RUCs due to concerns about limited state of charge. That's a big problem. Yep. And so the best way to solve that problem is through a market solution, which is the procurement of ancillaries. So that's one thing we're going to be focused on. So I would love to see, as part of this analysis, how much of your RUC activity that has occurred is due to those concerns. And if you can quantify that as part of this analysis, that would be greatly appreciated, because that's going to be a big input into the decision making. The other question I had, which I don't think is the case, but wanted to confirm, we are not going to be including DRRS in 2027 at all. It's going to be implemented after that, so we're not going to talk about DRS quantities until 28 and beyond.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Ian Haley. You good? Okay, Harika.
I asked Jeff to come as well, just to please come.
Okay.
To support what Louise was saying.
Okay.
We've been working together, IMM and Murkat, on the 2027
All right.
Sorry, we couldn't hear that. A mic issue.
I just asked IMM to come and also tell his part of the story, how we have been working together with ERCOT and IMM regarding 2027 AS methodology.
Go for it.
Yeah, thanks. So apologize for not being here. I hadn't planned on speaking here today, but happy to. So we've been in contact and working directly with ERCOT staff and actually with PUC staff in these meetings as well for a few months now, just trying to hammer out what specifically would be useful in terms of, simulation permutations that would reflect different types of, I don't know if you would call it policy, but study parameters, looking at, perhaps 1 in 10 versus avoiding a watch, and there are some other aspects to it as well. So, I'm always happy to say or report when we're having a very positive interaction working with ERCOT staff. So that's been fantastic. I don't know if you want me to go into any detail. I don't know if that's appropriate necessarily, but yeah. So it's been a great process. I think we've been doing it for about 3 months now or so, and it's been terrific, and we'll continue to work with them going forward.
Great update. Thank you. Brian.
I'm sorry. I'm just confused about the timing here. Are we expecting to see the recommended changes prior to the WMS that's on June 3rd. So like, say, a week ahead of that, the May, 23rd or whatever day that works out to be, the 27th, May 27th, if we're talking about it.
We moved that to the July meeting.
Okay.
June 3rd's not happening.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure
But I
ERCOT appreciates that. But so am I not going to see something until
June 10th?
June 10th, if the first time is talking about it at PDC WG?
So I can try to help. So we're going to be covering an overview of the methodology that we have today and potential changes that we want to make as a catch-up on June 17th. I've heard we want to add the July ROS and WMS meetings as potential catch-ups and suggestions on methodology that they would like to see as a subcommittee, and then we would bring those proposals on July 22nd as a first.
Okay, so I'll see it maybe in writing like a week before July 22nd?
Yes.
Awesome. And probably as a teaser, there will be something in the IMM State of the Market report?
I believe there is.
Thank you.
Okay. But there'll be robust conversation at the June working groups and the July subcommittees before the 22nd. Okay. Okay.
Just trying to figure out what days to set alarms for to, go scrape for these things.
I was telling Ann, June 3rd on Gilmore Girls is the date Luke and Lorelai don't get married. So it's the date now we're not doing ancillary services. I got an applause. Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, I think let's do it. Let's finish ERCOT reports. This is important, but it's between you and lunch. Nitika, sorry you have the worst spot of the day, but we can do this. So this is a update. The ERCOT report is due this August, so ERCOT's looking for some feedback. Nitika's here today, and then she'll be back in July. But it's important we get through this today and be able to give her any feedback by the end of the month.
Thank you very much for that setup. You have heard of this topic before. I think PUC staff was here sometime late last year, to set up this particular work that the PUC is required to do under PURA. There is an open project on it. There was a scope of work that was outlined. There is a timeline for working through this process so that PUC can make its recommendations by end of this year. So the materials that I have today is about 12 slides, but what I'm hoping to do is quickly give you a background of what this is, talk about what was outlined in the scope, share where we are today, give you a timeline so you can provide any feedbacks of things we should think of or consider as we are working on the analysis. We'll take those, we'll work on them, and in around late, when you have your July meeting, we'll try to bring back our findings and after that work through our report. So that's the overall process. So we'll get into it. Like I mentioned, there is a requirement in PURA which requires to evaluate by December 1st whether an alternative approach to allocate ancillary service and reliability cost may produce a net savings to consumers compared to what we do today. There is an active project. The study scope is outlined. I have linked it if anybody would like to take a look at it. Within that study scope, there is a timeline which gives ERCOT till end of August to work with the TAC and produce a report. So again, like I mentioned, our purpose today is to really share with you what that work is, seek your input as we work on the analysis, and then we'll come back. I did print out at the tail end what the overall timeline for this effort looks like. So this is not the only time for stakeholders to provide input. After ERCOT is done in that September to November timeframe, also the PUC staff is preparing to engage with you all. So again, before I get into the guts of the work, certain words you will hear me talk about as I get into the deck, and you will also see some of these reflected in the reports that we produce. The column on your left focuses on the allocation methods. Base case is the current method, the load ratio share allocation. We coined the term method A to talk about a method that focuses on allocating cost based off of errors in our forecast or errors in forecast during the high reliability risk hours. This particular method is supposed to allocate those costs on a semi-annual basis across dispatchable, non-dispatchable, and load, those three buckets. We use method B. It's very similar to method A in terms of the allocation principle, but it allocates those costs based off of forecast errors across all hours. And the last method, method C, focuses on using a QSC capacity short allocation approach to allocate those costs. So in that method, the costs are first charged to capacity short QSCs, and then any residual is then allocated by load ratio share. So those are the allocation methods. Now, a couple other terms as I get into the deck and as you look at the scope. Primary effects. So what is the primary cost of impact of reallocating the costs we've seen historically? Secondary effect. Once you reallocate the cost, what should you think as far as market participant behavior changes? How could those costs impact credit and settlements? And eventually, how would they impact your consumer cost as a whole? So products in scope for the work we are doing, all 4 ancillary services, not DRRS, because right now it is still under development. We have no history on it, and all of the reliability services. The history that we are looking at was also outlined in the scope. It's 2 years history, so 2024 and 2025 data is what we'll be looking to use. From here, I'll switch to sharing some more details. First, I'll focus on method A and method B. Then I'll request Maggie's help for method C. So in method A and method B, like I mentioned, the primary approach is to allocate costs based off of operational risk for which those services are procured. As a reminder, regulation, the quantities for regulations are based off of error in our forecast, the 5-minute forecast that we have. So this is really the allocation categories end up being load and non-dispatchable because it's the net load forecast error that we are working with. For RRS, this product is particularly procured to ensure we have sufficient frequency response for the loss of our largest 2 units. This cost, we've allocated it to dispatchable resources by virtue of the largest 2 units. ECRS and non-spin, again, are both driven by net load uncertainty. One is intra-hour net load uncertainty, the other one is sustained uncertainty plus forced outages. So in case of ECRS, again, the allocation looks similar to regulation, load, and non-dispatchable. In case of non-spin, by virtue of forced outages also being part of the quantity determination, all 3 buckets is what we would be looking to apply those costs to. As far as reliability services go, in both methods A and method B, they would be assigned 100% to load. Now with this, I know there are questions. I'll request to hold them, and I'll try to take them towards the end. Method A, if we look at the forecast errors solely during those high reliability risk hours, what would the reallocation of costs look like? Now, for the purposes of high reliability risk hours, there was some guidance in the scope itself. So the first set of hours that we've selected were based off of seasonal ramp hours, and we've shown them here. The second set of hours were tied to any low reserve hours, and there was a specific definition for low reserves in the scope. At least in 2024, 2025, none of the hours met that specific definition. So really, this analysis that you see here is primarily tied to the seasonal ramp hours that you're seeing in this table. We've shared, if we aggregate up all the costs directionally, how would the splits look like for all 4 ancillary services, regulation, RRS, ECRS, and non-spin. we've tried to share both percentages and dollar amounts. So you have those for reference. I'll switch to method B for a minute, and then I'll talk about what you're seeing between the two. Here's method B. So remember, method B uses the same allocation principle, but it applies across all hours. Now, if you look at the percentages, directionally or quantitatively, the splits don't change by much between the two approaches. There's a slight difference in ECRS and non-spin, but overall, the splits look very similar. So let me do this. I'll pause here. I see a slew of questions. Let me try to take some of those and then bring Maggie over.
Okay. John Ross Hubbard.
John Ross Hubbard with TIEC. On slide 4, when talking about the RRS allocation, right now it looks like it's all allocated to dispatchable, but there are some large non-dispatchable interconnects that RRS also helps with, especially during intervals where there is low dispatchable in the system. So I'm curious why it's just dispatchable allocation and not broader.
So far, I lean on this one more so towards the direct definition of how RRS quantities are set. Those are set for the loss of our largest 2 units. You're right, on the system. In real time, those largest 2 units can change. But our primary requirements are based off of what we consider the 2 units. And that's the underlying reason right now, at least in our minds.
Okay, that's helpful context. I'd say the real-time characteristics may matter more than just the definitional part, but understood.
Okay, Garrett?
Yes, ma'am. So on method A and B, you're showing it's both dispatchable, non-dispatchable, and load. On the load side, will it still stay at the QSE level, or are we talking about it actually going to the site or the meters?
From a settlements perspective, I would think it would go down to the QSEs.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Bill?
Are batteries in the dispatchable category?
Yes.
And then when you're allocating to generation, either dispatchable or non-dispatchable, is it just generation ratio share, or how are you actually allocating it? So like a large nuke plant would pay the most. I don't know if that makes sense.
Right. So when we talk about the secondary effects, I can share what we are looking to do. So this is more of aggregating up the data and simply allocating it at system level. But when we were talking about thinking through secondary effects and how would they trickle down, so we've been talking exactly about that. What makes most sense? Is it a ratio of the generator, the size of the generator, or not? So far, we have been contemplating more towards what's the real-time HSL.
Okay. Completely agree with John Ross Hubbard. Again, twice. We're bros today, man.
Don't act like that's shocking.
I completely agree. Like the amount of responsive that you guys procure, which I agree with your criteria, is heavily influenced by inertia on the system at the time. So I would consider this incorrect. Like you need to incorporate that. The impacts on inertia and when you trip units and your frequency decay is almost entirely dependent on inertia on the system at the time.
Understood.
That is so I would recommend you figure out how to incorporate that in here. Thanks.
Understood.
Okay. Can you take a couple more?
Yes, let's do it.
Ned? Oh, did I go wrong order? Bob?
Yeah,
Sorry,
Bob was
Bob.
first. Either way, it doesn't matter. Yeah, and kind of going to what Bill's talking a little bit, not necessarily agreeing with you, but the concept of that is if you look at all of these, you can say that the definitional doesn't necessarily make sense because ECRS and non-spin and everything else also takes into consideration forced outage rates and other things like that. So I don't agree with that piece either. So you can, I agree with you disagreeing with that on your aspect there you're talking about, but I disagree with it all the way up and down the ladder. That you can't necessarily go by that definitional. You've got to look at operational. It's what I think was said down there on the end. So that's something I think you need to take into consideration. And if you look at the order of preference here and the way you do this, ECRS actually you use to backfill RRS in the end anyway, whenever it goes. So I don't know if you're looking at those aspects where these all mix in together anyway.
Something to keep in mind is the way the language in the scope is written, it does box us in to doing certain allocations the way we have in Method A and Method B, because it does talk about basing it off of the risks for which we procure these services. So I naturally do have to tie it back to the ancillary service methodology. We will try to, at least in case of the feedback that Bill gave, I do want to go and see if there is a way we can reflect the relationship between inertia and the two largest unit and the impact on inertia by having the bunch of non-dispatchables that we do. So that was at least how I took away that feedback to mean.
Right. Now, all I'm saying is along with that, when you're looking at the others, you need to take into forced outage rates and how that plays into the other ones also, which you didn't mention.
So forced outage is in the non-spin because that's exactly where it goes. So the percentage of the procurement volume that is driven by forced outages is driving this 28% number that you're seeing allocated to dispatchable resources.
Okay. Ned, you're still up.
Yeah. Thank you. Nitika, when you're looking at this are you trying to estimate any secondary effects on, say, cost to load of, say, discouraging investment in generation by allocating costs to generation?
Yeah, and I hold that till Maggie's done. I have a slide that goes into quite a bit of detail on that secondary.
Excellent. Thank you.
So,
okay.
Are we down? Okay. I
Brian,
request
good?
Maggie to come and maybe spend some time talking about the capacity short approach.
Okay, so Method C, we looked at allocating the ancillary service and reliability service costs using a capacity short method. So what we did was we took the RUC capacity short adjustment period calculations that were in effect pre-RTC, since this study went from 2024 to 2025, so that was the data we did have available. And we did make some minor modifications to those calculations as well. So just an overview, how does the capacity short calculation work? So first, we will calculate a QSE's capacity shortfall on a 15-minute interval basis using their real-time load, COP capacity trades, and DC ties, and determine what their shortfall is per interval. And then we will take those AS costs or reliability service costs and allocate those costs in proportion to what they were short per interval. And if after we've calculated those capacity short charges, if those are not enough to cover the total cost of the service, then we will uplift the remaining amount to load ratio share. So that's an overview of how the calculation works. A couple of modifications we made to the equation, and you can actually see those on slide 13 in the appendix as well. If you're looking at the equation, the bill determinant for RUC make whole amount, if you would just replace that amount with the ancillary service or reliability service that you're looking to calculate, you just replace it in the equation there. And the same for the megawatt quantity. You would use that megawatt quantity for the associated service in place of the RUC capacity tote. For IRRs, the HSL we used that in place of the high ancillary service limit for the adjustment period, because today we use the hassle snap at the snapshot, and since this service, whenever we were allocating AS costs and the other reliability service costs, we didn't have the snapshot data since it doesn't make sense to have it, so we just use the HSL in that place. And finally, since RUC costs are considered a reliability service cost, we just pulled those costs straight out of our system whenever we were looking at the total cost, since the system already did the math for us, and that was the most accurate calculation since it allocated it using the protocols in effect at that time. So those, for the RUC costs, we didn't use any of the modified calculations.
Jackson's going to come out and check on them.
along with Jose Carvalho, the
Can we get that muted?
happened with Ward going into second.
It might be more fun than this.
It might be.
Okay, I'll continue. So what we did was we took those costs and used these QSE classification categories just because a lot of the data that's used in REC capacity short is actually on a queasy portfolio basis, so it was difficult to use the dispatchable and non-dispatchable load categories. So we used generator, retailer, utility, and power marketer. So a generator is a QSE that represents only generation, a retail is a QSE that represents only load, a utility represents both gen and load, and then a power marketer does not represent either. And these are the preliminary results for ancillary services. And this is summarizes both for 2024 and 2025 costs. So if we would calculate the ancillary service costs using a capacity short method and looked at how those queasy classifications would be, you would see that on average it would be about 6% would go to generators, about 33% would be split between power marketers and retailers, and about 25 to 27% would go to utilities. Then I'll have one more slide and then I can take some questions. And this next slide shows that those same results for reliability services. We have BSS is Black Start, ERS is Emergency Reserve Service, FFSS is Firm Fuel Service, RMR, and RUC. We did not have any voltage support costs, so that is not on this slide. And just a couple things to note. RMR, since we only had costs from March to December of 2025, that's what those costs are based on. And in the ERS bucket, because the ERS costs are calculated on a seasonal value, we did not have December 2025 seasonal amount yet, since that contract has not settled. And for these costs, you're looking at about 4 to 6% will go to generators, about 35 to 38% will go to power marketers and retailers, and then about 22-ish% to utilities.
You said you defined utility here, though, as someone with load and gen?
Yes.
Okay.
Does that mean I get a regulated rate of return now?
Maybe.
We can change the wording.
We may want to change the wording on that. Okay.
You're going to get a bunch of comments that you don't need with the use of the word utility. And also, can we use all of the colors instead of 3 shades of blue?
Okay, we can look. Next time we present this, we can change different colors too.
All of the rainbow.
And do we have a suggestion on what we would want to replace utility with? Or I'll just call it load and gen.
Just
keep it simple.
Call it generator and retailer or something. I don't know.
Gentailer, there you go. Heard that one.
Okay, let's go to Bob. You're cool?
I'm good for now.
You're good? Ned, are you good? Never?
I do have a couple comments. First off, on utility, maybe you consider balanced portfolio.
Strategically balanced,
or
wonderful portfolio. Firmed
portfolio.
Yeah.
And then the other commentary is this is the first time I think I've seen RMR and RUC referred to as a reliability service, and that it seems conceptually very different from, say, Black Start, ERS, and Firm Fuel, where it's those are procured services that actually have defined needs, whereas RMR and RUC are by definition out of market action. So I conceptually would suggest separating those out and calling them something different. I don't even know if it fits within the scope then if we're talking about this.
The scope specifically calls out the reliability services we need to review, and those two were listed on it as well.
Okay.
Okay. Bill?
Maggie, this is an incredibly interesting exercise and a nice brief distraction from the batch discussions. What's a DR-only queasy? Is that in the retailer category? Like if you're an ERS only or
If you are a battery, if you're a QSE that only represents batteries, you are actually in the generator category. And you said demand, if you're only represent demand response. I don't know the answer off the top of my head, so I'd have to go back and look.
And then the CRR people, are they in here at all?
Power marketers. Or like if you're a QSE
CRR
that
only
has...
shop is in the power marketer?
Yeah, so if you're
How do you measure their activity?
So if you're a QSE that only has trades, you're a power marketer, but if you're a CRR account holder, that's not part of this since the RUC capacity short doesn't have any CRR data in it.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Bob?
Sorry, I'm back in. Yeah, I'm just real curious on these particular ones on how, I mean, you've got the percentages out there, but I'm really curious on how you came to those.
This is like
on say, RMR, how you charge a generator for RMR, how did they cause that? You know, what is the cause for them to be charged for that? I'm curious on how you got to some of these places.
Yeah, so we
because they chose to retire, so they charge them more.
Yeah, so we used the RUC capacity short adjustment period equations. So we just pulled the data straight from our system, calculated what the QSE's shortfall would be at every settlement interval, allocated those costs, and then we pulled the registration data to determine what classification a QSE would be, and then allocated those costs into these different buckets. So it was based on the data in the system for the different, trades, generation, load, different things like that.
But you did mention it was cost causation. Is that fitting in here, or are you just doing this a different way? Did I miss something?
Well, so the scope of work for Method C was to look at it based on a capacity short approach. So that's what we did. I mean, whether or not we want to adopt this because it's, maybe the certain reliability service is not related to, having an imbalanced portfolio, but that would be, I guess, a discussion at a later time. This was just how we were told and supposed to look at the capacity short approach.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay. Mr. Whitmire, you're good? Okay. Nitika, are we continuing? You're back?
2 slides, I think.
Wonderful.
This one's the more dense one. The next one's summary. So it should go. That one should go quicker. But now that you've heard the first aspect of this work, which was around going back and doing an exercise where we reallocated the costs based off of some of the methods, the 3 methods that were outlined in the scope, the next phase of this analysis switches to evaluating how these alternative allocation behaviors could affect market behavior, how could the settlement timing change, impact settlements, credit exposure, and of course, dig to that ultimate question of consumer costs, and will there be a difference or a change or a reduction in that. So as a part of the secondary effects, there are really 3 different buckets that have been outlined. For the market participant behavior bucket, where we are looking to see how these could change operational, trading, maintenance, or investment decisions, we have involved a consultant to help us in thinking through those outcomes. On the right side, in the blue box, I've listed out at least the angle through which the consultant is looking to help us in thinking through how could the market participant behavior change. And there are a variety of areas that they are looking to get into so that they can think through this impact, all the way from modeling the cost signals, thinking about how those risk drivers that we've allocated these ancillary services could modify behavior. What practical actions could market participants take? What is the cost of taking those actions? And then what could the practical outcomes be, or what could the potential outcome be? They will look to separate near-term impacts and long-term impacts as a part of their work. We are deep in the middle of this particular analysis right now, so I don't have any insights to share from it, but I hope to bring those back when I come again in July. We look to bring as much directive and qualitative information as we can. to that end, let me do this. I again see a set of questions. Let me get through the last slide, set it up, and then maybe we can cover those. So the summary is things about that this is the work we are doing in response to PGRR requirements that have been enforced upon the PUC. As a part of where we are right now, we are here to seek feedback from TAC based off of at least the scope of the analysis we are doing, the assumptions we put in. I appreciate what we've heard so far. If there are any more, please feel to send them. You can send them directly to me May 29th, so by end of this month. We will continue to do quality review on our analysis. The changes that we think we can make within the scope, we will absolutely look to work through those based off of your feedback. We'll continue to work on the secondary effects, and we hope to be back with our findings and updates to this work on July 29th. So I'll pause with that. I see there are questions, so happy to take those now.
Yeah, let's go to Bob.
Yeah, just a couple things. First, who is the consultant? I don't think I've heard the name of who that consultant is. Has it been named?
Am I allowed to share?
Is it secret or?
I think I got a thumbs up. It's London Economics.
London Economics? Okay. All right. Because this is going to be really, really important. Because this is where the rubber meets the road when you get down to it all is adding in all the risk factors and everything else and changing the way we actually do it. Because when you think about it, the reason we have everything and have the ancillary services and everything else is ultimately to serve load. And in the end, that's ultimately who pays for it. It's a matter of how it gets there and what risks and everything else gets thrown on it. So I think this is going to be a really important and key piece of this, deciding factor in my mind.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Garrett?
I've been thinking on it, and it may be when you come back, but as I've looked at this, on Method B, I don't think I'm smart enough to be able to comprehend what the daily allocation really does.
Okay. I also don't know that I can answer it, but I can definitely look to get back to you.
Okay. Okay. Any questions or comments? One more slide?
No, that's it.
That's it? Okay. So feedback by the 29th, and then you'll come back in July, unless I have a surprise up my sleeve as well. June is a month that happens. And then so feedback to you, and then July is really, you only have a couple days before the report to August, so that's more of an update.
We will have a month. End of August is when the report is due. So.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you for the time.
No, thank you. Thank you. That was really important. Thank you. Okay. I have a plan for after lunch. Do you want to hear my plan, or do you want me to surprise you? So we'll take lunch, and then we'll start our discussion on Figure 145 after lunch. We'll, open the floor or whatever. And as always, people can make motions whenever they want about whatever they want. But I would, request that we let people get through comments just so everybody can be heard before we vote. But, call the question as a motion people can make. I'll say the order, and then I'll say it again after lunch. I sort of grouped comments together, so it's not chronological. But we would first have ERCOT present on ERCOT comments. So we had ERCOT May 15th, ERCOT May 18th, which made just one correction, and then ERCOT May 19th this morning, I think, when Corey woke up at 5 in the morning. And then the ERCOT May 18th revised impact analysis, so spend 30 minutes on that. And then the comments, for the most part, I think people were really cooperative in narrowing their asks. So I think each commenter can get through their comments in 5 minutes or less, maybe 3 minutes or less. The second group I had after ERCOT was the issue of the study submission dates, and then rolling into the inclusion of the RPG projects. So the people I have in that group are Reliant, Wise Energy, Choya, Tiba, and Sailfish. And then group 3, I have going into the net metering issue. So I have Vistra, Data Center Coalition, BKV, and then at the end of that group, I would take the Eolic comments that have sort of a bunch of comments in them. Group 4, I would go into more of the PCLR issues. So we would do the agentic and luminary comments. Group 5, going into the WL Pun, that's sort of a narrow issue, go to Cypress Creek. And then group 6, folks talking about the criteria, so the fees, the development requirements, things like that. I have Monarch and Satoshi. Go ahead, Bill.
Is Chad Seeley buying us dinner?
Chad Seeley, yes.
What? Just so I can prepare my speech, how long do I have? Each comment submitter gets, we can say in 5 minutes?
Sure. I don't like time minutes because then I feel like the people think they need to take that long.
Less is more.
5,
I can do
max
3.
5, but especially I tried to sort of do the order as people played comments after, or who's been the most significant speaker. So you're the first in your group, so you can take a little bit longer. But if people have already made your point, you don't have to make it again.
Okay, thanks.
But 5, I think.
Good plan, by the way.
I don't think you need more than 5, right? Ned, can you handle it in 5 or less?
I will endeavor to meet the chair's request.
All right. Okay. You do not make bets on Ned, but unless you open, it has to be a free and fair market. So, all right. So we will break until what? 1:45. Say 1:40, and then we'll actually be back at 1:45. Okay, it's 1:04. Let's say 1:40 with the hopes that we're actually starting by 1:45. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. All right, I'll do my spiel again. Are we ready? Okay, so we're going to open conversation on PGR 145. As with any other voting item, a seated member can make a motion whenever they want. Once the motion is made, we will check for a second, and then we'll continue with the queue. My request, it's a request, is that we allow parties who filed comments to get through comments before we actually take the vote. But again, you know, if you're a seated member, you can make a motion whenever you want, including a motion to call the question. But I'd like to get through comments because we had a lot of interested parties who filed comments on this, and, you know, we'd like them all to get closure. Again, I'd like to take comments up by topic instead of purely sequentially. I can repeat that order again for you. Group 1 will be the group of 1 ERCOT. They have May 15th comments, May 19th comments, and May 18th revised impact analysis. I believe they also have a presentation, short presentation. And so we'll do that. Then we'll go to group 2, which is really 2 issues, the study submission date and the inclusion of RPG projects. That group is Reliant, Wise Energy, Choya, Tiba, and then Sailfish. Group 3, we will do net metering. That group is Vistra, Data Center Coalition, BKV, and then we'll take the EOLIC comments up at the end of that. They're sort of comprehensive. Group 4, the PCLR issue, we'll do Agentic and Luminary. Group 5, the WL Penn issue, we'll do Cypress Creek. And then Group 6, the comments on criteria, we'll do Monarch and Satoshi. All right. And we'll try to 5 minutes or less. Less is more. But ERCOT, you can take longer than 5 minutes. Jeff looked like excited by a limit, but Jeff, please take as long as you need, and we will see where we are.
All right, good afternoon, TAC. I will start off, and again, this is a short presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that we have or folks have. I'll go through the presentation, and then I'll go through the comments that we filed, both the May 15th and the comments we filed last night. I just want to start off with a quick reminder of where we have been. Where we started this process. It really started with Pablo's presentation to the Commission in December. And starting in February, we had a series of workshops. We've had special PRS meetings, special ROS meetings, special TAC. And I'll say I really appreciate the comments and the feedback that we've gotten from stakeholders, the work that stakeholders have put into this. I also appreciate that we have dropped comments multiple times on Fridays and Saturdays, and your companies ask you to review those over the weekend. And I know that I know what that means for y'all. And so I just start off by saying I appreciate all that and appreciate the feedback. And I also, you may hear me push back at times today on some stakeholder feedback, and I also understand that we have over 400 gigawatts of large loads that have requested interconnect, and probably the majority of that, more than half of those, are not going to be included in the Batch Zero study. And I also understand that everybody wants their project in, and we're not going to accommodate that just because we can't. But I appreciate where stakeholders are coming from when they're submitting their comments and they're advocating for their projects and their positions. So
mentioned we filed comments on May 15th. I'll walk through those in a minute. We also updated the impact analysis on May 18th, and then last night we filed some additional, just some minor clarification comments. And just at a high level, the comments that we filed both on the 15th and last night, not really any major changes that we've incorporated since the last set of comments that we filed. But again, I'll walk through kind of what the comments were and why we filed them. I did want to take just a brief minute to give some background on some of the discussions that we had at last week's TAC meeting and kind of why ERCOT is where we are at on our position on those items. We've had a number of folks that have requested some information on what are the large loads that are currently eligible to be included in Batch Zero, as well as what is the generation that is available. So on the left, we put together, this is the load that is included in, or eligible to be included in Batch Zero as it is. So we have our base forecast, which is just what's existing on the grid, plus the normal econometric forecast with electric vehicle growth, with rooftop solar and all that. That is 113 gigawatts. We've had a number of questions at previous workshops around the quote-unquote medium loads, the 25 to 74.9 megawatt loads. The TSPs give us, I'm not sure if it's an attestation, I don't think that's the right word, but the TSPs tell us what additional those medium loads need to be included. There's about 14 gigawatts of the medium loads that will be added. This is 2032 load, by the way. And then right now, as drafted in Figure 145, there is another 79 gigawatts of load that is eligible to be either base load or studied load based on their study validity check, which we'll talk about in a minute. And then there's the Permian Basin load, which is the load that was in the Permian Basin Reliability Plan. That's another 13 gigawatts. Some of that may also be in the 79 gigawatt. We're checking that. And then there's additional RPG load that could also be in part of that 79. So there could be some overlap there. And then I refer to it as the AP comments, which is I don't remember the exact dates that they had in there, but essentially loads that were submitted as part of an RPG study after the December 15th cutoff. That would add another about 35 gigawatts. And that load is not double counted to the question last week in the 79, but could be double counted in the 38. So that's kind of on the load side. And then on the generation side, I think ideally we would like to run a transmission plan based on just those first two categories, what's operational generation, as well as what has met 6.9 paragraph 1. So traditionally in transmission planning, that's what we would like to do. But as we add more loads onto the system, we know that there will be additional generation that will be added to the system. And so the Figure 127 laid out a series of steps where we could add additional generation into the load or into the base cases, and so you can kind of see how that stacks up for that. As you go further up, it's less and less certainty theoretically on those generations. So I wanted to provide that information to address some of those comments and questions. And then also wanted to talk through the study validity check and just put together this slide just to give some background for TAC members that may or may not be as familiar with the process. So prior to Figure 115's implementation in December of last year, large loads that were included in an RPG transmission project review could use those studies as their interconnection study. If they're in service, if their energization date, their in-service date was more than 2 years in the future, but large loads with the interim process in 2022, large loads that were required to follow if their in-service date was less than 2 years, but they had optionality to use the lowest process if it was more than 2 years. And just a side note on that, again, the RPG process is about transmission project and getting transmission projects approved. This is it's probably the best transmission planning process in the country, if not the world. So it is a fantastic process for approving transmission projects. It really, I think, was not intended to be the large load interconnection process. That wasn't what it was intended to do, but we for a time used it. That time is now past. RPG projects that were submitted prior to April 1st, this ties to the 58-480 rulemaking at the Commission. Those projects, the loads that were included were based on the substantiated load process, and each TSP would notify ERCOT of which loads they thought should be included in an RPG project. And again, that RPG process, there was not consistency. This is a theme that we heard going back to the interviews that we had in January, is that different TSPs had inconsistent processes both on the RPG side and the large load interconnection side. And we intend to remedy that when we go to the batch one process, batch one and going forward. We're obviously not there today because batch zero is this transitional process, but when we get to batch one, is our intention that we will create a single process that everybody follows going forward. So when we get to batch zero, ERCOT needs to make sure that large loads that are categorized as base load, and a reminder, base load means that if we tell you that you have 1,000 megawatts, then you have 1,000 megawatts. We are planning the system as if you have 1,000 megawatts. We're not going to turn the dial back on that load from a planning perspective. So we need to make sure that all loads that are included as base load in batch zero have valid studies that demonstrate that we can serve that load and all other loads that are classified as base load. That also means that as we look at these studies, if there are two or more large loads that are not included in each other's interconnection studies, whether that's through RPG or the large load interconnection process, then we need some way to rank those because we know that we cannot serve both of those loads, and we need to do that reliability check. And so we need some way of ranking those. And so the way that we have proposed it in Figure 145 is that we would use the study completion date when those studies were completed as the ranking for those. So we will do a check on those studies as they come in, as they are completed, so that we can tell the loads which of those loads are they have valid studies and which need to go back and do some additional study work. So that's the background. And so how this plays out is, as we have drafted in Figure 145, shown on the left, is that anything that came in before March 4th, because we did that study validity check as of March 4th, anything that came in before then is deemed automatically valid, and then after March 4th, we will do checks. And we have been doing checks, and we've been communicating to the TSPs as loads. Some of the loads, they have passed that validity check, and others have not, and we've asked the TSPs to go back and do a restudy on those. So that is the process that we've laid out in Figure 145. So if we change that, as some have proposed, where RPG projects get that kind of automatic study validity, what that means is that large load interconnection studies, LILIS loads, that we have already told them that their studies are valid, they now go to the back of the line and they have to be rechecked. That means that loads that we showed it here came in January. It could even be loads that completed the LILIS process last fall now go to the back of the line and they have to be rechecked. So we looked, there is, as of last week, 62 projects that we would have to go back and revalidate their studies. If we were to make that change, the RPG projects jump to the front of the line, which means that March 4th date, we would need to backdate that to, we think, August 1st of last year in order to make sure that, again, we have to make sure that we are not letting more base load connect into the system than what we can reliably serve. Last thing I had is, before I get to the comments, is understand that whatever comes out of TAC today, that there may be stakeholders that want to present to the board. The ask there is that stakeholders would file comments. And if you are, and I should clarify, so the board materials are posted a week prior to the board meeting, which really means, I think, because it's a holiday, it's probably really Friday this week and not Monday of next week. So if you want your comments considered by the board, and you want to guarantee that, then you need to file your comments by Friday of this week. Additionally, if you want to present your comments to the board, then you'll need to communicate that through ERCOT's general counsel. So with that, let me jump over to the comments.
Can we take a question in the queue? Go ahead.
Sure.
Alicia?
Yeah, you may have said this, but how long does a validity check take?
Yeah, how long? Yeah, I'll turn to AG on that.
This is AG Springer. So the answer is it depends on a couple factors. So for a Lilith project, we can run that check within a few days. For the RPG loads, because there are so many and the study area is so much larger, it's taking us a little bit longer. Also, since we started after we committed and started doing these checks as we were going through, some of the requirements and the methodology in the ladder has changed in subsequent comments, and so that has added some additional time to ensure that we're meeting those as well.
One more quick question. Are the validity checks, how much with regard to resources does that take up?
We have a team of 4 engineers that do these checks as part of the overall other PGRR 115 driven work that we are supporting. So that includes the kickoff meetings, the scoping process, the review of completed studies under the current process.
Okay, let's take Sam and then let's go to ERCOT comments. Look at all the comments.
Hey, Sam Brandon with Agentic Infrastructure. The slide 4 just made me have a question. So for WL puns that have an FIS initiated by the start of batch 0, are those generation going to be included in the base case models based off of basically running down the generation queue and getting to 6.95 C3?
I think it may or may not. I think it depends on that PGRR 127 process and how far into the stack we would need to go.
But I guess if it got to that threshold, then those assets would be included?
It's possible.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Okay. Shannon?
Jeff, would you go back to the slide that you had with the graph on it where it had the load on one side and the chin on the other? Yeah, that one. Having had a project in that top one there in the AEP comments piece, the 35 gigawatt number, that, when we had our discussion last week, the question was not what was the sum of the two things, in their Panhandle and LRGV RPGs. It's what was the net above what's already through Lilith. And there's no way it's 35 gigawatts. Just when you go sum up those, so I think this is the gross number, not the net one, because there's not more than that amount of load gross in those RPG submittals. And I know just from our own experience, we have one load that if you take it out, it's no way it's this number. So I just wanted to double tap on that and ask, are you sure that's the net number and not the gross one?
Yeah, so I'll check, but with my team, but it's a clarification is that this is, so the 79 is only, when I say batch zero, it's only what is currently eligible for base load and study load. It is not the entirety of the LLIS. There are other large load interconnection studies that are not represented on this.
Yeah, I think I was actually asking about the top category, the one that says AEP comments, 35 gigawatts.
Yeah, so the 35 is not within that 79, but it may be within the other large loads that are not on this. There are other large loads that we did not put in this graphic. So in other words, if we put everything in this graphic, it would be over, with base load, it would be over 500 gigawatts.
But when I just add up the gross headline numbers, megawatts in those two studies, it doesn't equal more than this amount. It equals less. I don't have it.
I think it's more than those two studies to get to the 35. Is that what you're?
Yeah, there must be something else that you're including to get there. And then that would just get us to be the gross number. The net number is dramatically smaller.
I'm not following your net.
The net being what's not already through Lillis. So when we think about the impact of it, I'm really confident it's not the 35 as a net. That's close to what the gross of adding the two up was. It's actually slightly more. So anyway, that one from a net standpoint, what the net impact would be of including it, I'm confident it's way smaller than that.
Can I phone a friend? AG, let me know if I'm misrepresenting
No,
that.
Jeff, this is AG Springer. I think Jeff has characterized it correctly, that the 79 gigawatts on the graph represents load that has currently qualified for base load or studied load under batch zero. But there's a large pool of Lillis load, and I believe we've heard in past workshops that those are Lillis loads that have not progressed through the Lillis process because they are in RPG assessments that under the current PGR 145 language are not eligible for inclusion in batch zero. And so I agree with Jeff. I don't believe there is overlap between the 35 gigawatts at the top of that bar and the 79 below, because just given the focus on this, if those loads were already qualifying through another path, I don't know if those comments would have been necessary.
Well, the reason I'm still struggling with this is there's like 6.9 gigawatts of load in the LRGV RPG of theirs. And I don't have the precise number, but I looked it up yesterday. I think it's like 26 gigawatts or so in the Panhandle one. You add those two up, that's 33. And then if I only take our one project that I know is already through Lillis, it needs to come out of that number. And so if we were the only ones to have gotten through, that number would need to be 31. But I know others have gotten through. So I'm still questioning. I don't see any way 35 is the right number. And I'd be glad to take that offline with you, but if that number is greater than the gross of the two that's in each of those RPGs, that already is kind of odd. But when I know one of ours has already been through, that's not small, I know that needs to be coming out. So anyway, that still seems not right.
Yeah, let's take that maybe offline. I think we're going to get a lot of questions about math, and we will take those appropriately. I think we're going to see a lot of questions about, why did you have this number here and this number here? So if we need to resolve that, we will. But let's move on for now. Is that okay? All right, let's go to Gideon.
Hello.
4 inches away from the mic, Gideon. Or 6 inches, I don't know. Be away from the mic. Go ahead.
I'm going to speak words. Can I just, does it have to be a question? Can I just say things?
You can say a comment, yeah. You can just say things.
Yes.
I would prefer that they be relevant to this particular slide deck. If you are going to talk about your comments, I think we have laid out an order for that. But if you have a comment about this slide deck. Okay. You can always just say things, but we might say things at the appropriate times. Okay. Ned, would you like to say some things?
I would like to ask a question. If
Okay.
I may. All right. Well, first I'll say something, and Jeff, thank you for bringing this information. I think this is helpful context, at least for me, to see the constraints that ERCOT is trying to work through, and essentially it's a modeling constraint that you're looking at. Correct? It's how can you get the model to solve and give you a usable output. And I think while I will note that it seems like some of the numbers are moving around, and I think that's understood, right? You have highly preliminary at the top, so that I'm not going to fault you for that. I know you're taking in lots of information, and it's adjusting in real time. But what I'm hoping to understand is on the right-hand side, the available generation that you're looking at. When I'm going down the list of bullets, I see, you point to, well, we're starting off, we're having to dip into the plan status that started at full interconnection study. It seems like for what the about 220 gigawatts that of 2032 modeled load that you're looking at, you probably have to dip your toe into there, but then it's a pretty wide category.
Yep.
And the last bullet makes it seem like, oh, you really don't want to hit the inactive studies, and so that seems like that's certainly a hard limit. But within that 95 megawatts or so of planned status, and started full interconnection study generation that you can have as an input, help me understand and help us understand what the sensitivities look like from a modeling input and output standpoint.
Yeah, I might phone another friend, a planning friend.
Sure. So I think, Christy Hobbs, one of the first things I also want to highlight that's not really verbalized as you look at those numbers as we go into the interconnection queue. You can look at the monthly reports that we put out on what is in the generation interconnection queue, and about 70 to 80% of it is solar and batteries. So those numbers also include solar and batteries. So as we're going to start to do the no solar cases, that will have an impact on the amount of generation available to solve those cases. I would also note that I need to go back and verify with the team whether I don't think this was nameplate capacity. This was what is used in the CDR, old method of reporting, how it gets utilized in planning, which is looking at some weighted averages of their availability.
Okay, that's really helpful. So I'm going to make one little pin that I'll come back to when we get to comments, and that is, at least for co-location with the existing dispatchable generation, that's all in that bottom 97 block. So there's no concern about the transmission to get from point A to point B. And I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Ned. Let's go to Barath.
Yeah, Jeff, thank you so much for putting this together. Quick clarification. You said if you apply the RPG projects as base load, then the date moves back from March 4th to August 1st of last year?
Yes.
Because of the allocation that's already been taken by the RPG projects, and that's
right.
Wow. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, Blake.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
That 62 LLIS number and the revalidation that would be required, Can you just walk me through that just a little bit more? What specifically would be happening here? Is it that the RPG projects that you were withholding must study status until the completion of their RPG project, you would be sort of retroactively giving them must study status at the date the RPG was submitted? Is that what it would be?
Yeah, I think that the comments, and I would say it's the JOLA comments, they would effectively they would put RPG projects at the front of the line, the front of the ranking, or top of the ranking, however you want to say it, which means that that you need to then go back on all 62 of those LILIS projects that have already been cleared. You need to go back and you need to double check, did their studies include all of the loads that were now become valid through the RPG process, did not now have a valid study. Now, I should be fair about that. That doesn't mean that all 62 of those fail the validity check. Sure. It's likely some do and some don't, right? But we don't know until we go back and check that.
Sorry, and the idea would be that the study scope for the LLIS project may or may not have included those other RPG loads inside of it. So that's what you would be checking.
Correct.
Okay. And the comments specifically say to move the firm date to the submission and not some other arbitrary date?
I think it's not the submission. It just, in general, those projects that have gone through the RPG process, it moves them. If you look at the latter section in 9.2.1.4, it effectively just moves them to the front of the line.
Got it. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Bob Helton.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay on the same slide. I'm trying to, this is probably obvious, but so start with the yellow checks, say LLIS load 4, the March 6th date, and then the load 5, March 14th date. So those have gone through, or studies are provisionally valid, but you're doing the check right now to see if they're valid. If they're not valid, are they now in LLIS 6, the March 23rd?
So the way it is working today is, so the green checks is, yep. We've already said that those are good. All those loads have valid studies, so they are eligible for base load treatment in batch 0. The load 4 and load 5, the yellow, we have done those validity checks, and they have passed. So we have said, okay, even though you came in after March 4th, your studies are valid, so you are now eligible for base load treatment in batch 0. When we got to load 6, there was some load previous that was not included in that large load interconnection study. So maybe they didn't include large load 3. So they now have to go back and include large load 3 and go through a restudy process. And we have communicated that to their interconnecting TSP, and the TSP is ideally going through and doing that restudy for that load 6. So load 6 is sort of, right now they are in as studied load, but they could be in as base load if that restudy gets completed.
Okay.
Okay, Shannon?
Staying on this same slide, this is only an issue, though, if any of that RPG load's trying to come in as base load, right? If it's not, then it's just allocated. Correct. None of this is a concern. Is that the right way to think about it?
Well, concern
in terms
is
of
invalidating
any of the prior approved projects.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Are you ready to move to your comments, Jeff?
Yes. Can I do one more quick follow-up?
No. Yes, you can.
Yeah. Okay, just real quick, Jeff, go back to that. So I just want to make sure I'm seeing things. So Okay, we get to load 6, and you've got some that's been restudied. And then you've also got LLS 7, which was on March 23rd also. What's the difference between those two? Were there some that came out of 7 that were okay and some that were not?
Yes.
And they had to be restudied? I mean, I'm trying to understand the two there on March 23rd.
Yeah, it could be a number of things. So it could be that load 7, maybe it's in the same area as loads 3 and 6, and it also included load 3 and 6 in its interconnection study. Or maybe it is in a different area. It's in South Texas, and 3 and 6 are in West Texas. And so everything that came in ranked above it was already included in its large load interconnection study. And so you can still have loads that come in later than other loads that pass that study check. It is just a check to make sure that again, the purpose is every load that we say is eligible for base load, it has a study that included all other base loads in its interconnection study.
All right, thanks.
And Jeff, this is AG. I just want to add one additional comment on this slide. Is just that this is a conceptual slide to illustrate the impact. Those loads and dates are not corresponding to actual loads. It was intended not to identify loads on the list, just to illustrate the concept.
Okay. All right.
All right. So our
May 15th comments.
Yeah, May 15th comments. Coming out, TAC last week made a number of revisions. So I'll just walk through quickly, and I'm not going to go to the language, but if anybody wants to go to the language, I'm happy to do that. So the first one, I think Google had a comment last week at TAC regarding kind of this indefinite amount of check on the eligibility status that was in the previous comments, and so we put a stop date on that we can only check through April 9th, which is essentially when the batch 0 study is completed. And then I think it was AEP that asked to include the Fitch ratings as an option on the credit ratings. So we added that according to the TAC discussion last week. And then, and I apologize, I don't remember who all made the comments. I think this was Shannon's comment on the requirements to look at the direct interconnection cost that was already agreed to in an existing agreement for the certain base load projects. And so we made that change. And then there was some comments about where we had added, coming out of the May 7th open meeting, we added some zoning requirements following the discussion. There were some comments that we received about that, and so we tried to incorporate some edits to address those comments as much as we could. Obviously there were some that said don't do that at all, but given the commission direction, we felt like we needed to keep those requirements in. And then we added, there were some additional concerns about TIPIT, and so we just added an ability to check with the TSP if a project is not in TIPIT, just to kind of give us an out, just in case project wasn't in TIPIT, we could still work with the TSP on the timing, the dates on those RPG projects. And then I don't remember if we had comment on this or if this was more internal discussion, but regarding the dynamic data, there was a recognition, because we see this frequently today, is that sometimes the dynamic data, the model doesn't pass a model quality check. And so we needed a cure period for ILEs if they're submitting the dynamic data, if it's deficient in any way. So we added a cure period in during the month of August to make sure that's not holding a project up. I'll just want to state on that particular item That does not mean that you can knowingly or that you should knowingly send us bad data on July 10th. I encourage you to still do your due diligence on your data and get us good quality data. We're trying to give some grace here for those who are trying to do the right thing but fail. This is not a throw something over the fence at the last minute kind of a thing. So that's your admonition on that. Regarding the RPG projects, the team, as they were internally, this came out of internal, just thought we needed some clarifications on which loads should be included. So we added some clarification that the load needed to be in the study area. And then there were some references to the megawatt withdrawal limits and how that works with resource registration data that we needed to clarify. And then there was some, I think we got some comments about if the ILEs, if we're changing their classification based on some incomplete or incorrect, inaccurate information, then we needed to allow a way for them to remedy that. And so we added a little process in for that. And I think the Vistra comments, their previous set of comments, they had recommended in 951 adding interconnecting TSP into that. And Caitlin, if it's all right, I'll just go to, we only had one I think relatively minor edit in the comments that we filed last night. And that was, as the team has started to, this came from an internal discussion, as the team has started to work through those, checking the validity of studies, we felt like we needed to make some clarifications in there because our internal team thought some of the wording was maybe not right. And so we wanted to just make some clarifications there so that everybody is, understands what the expectations are. So that was the reason for the comments last night.
Okay. Can you do the revised IA too? I think it was just a note that came from Bob Helton's request on the impact being not just for batch 0, but for ongoing batches.
I need help finding it.
As Corey's pulling that up, there's just a one-liner at the very bottom in the comments section, which was, if all the staff, sorry, Matt Marinas ERCOT over here, and the idea was to tag in there that even though batch 0 is a one-and-done activity, it feeds into subsequent batch processes. So we put this language in to show it's kind of a semi-permanent type thing, not just a single event. So hopefully that helps, Bob. Thumbs up. Great.
Great job. Okay. Okay, so let's go to questions or comments on ERCOT's comments. Let's start with Chris Matos.
Wow, I forgot I had already put on comment, or I had a question. Chris Matos, Google. With relation to the dynamic pay data and invalidation, and this is more just because I'm not an expert and we are moving mountains to get every piece of dynamic data done. What might constitute as invalid from y'all's perspective? And with regard to the cure, it's taking us about 3 months, 4 months just to get to baselines. And so will we just see these as edits that are fairly quickly fixable?
I'm going to let Fred address that.
That is Fred from Murkat. I think from the model submission perspective, I think what we are looking for is fill in the loader survey as posted on the DWG website and provide a corresponding models as well. That is what we are looking for. I think we will review the VRT capability, but it's not the one as a submission check. So from the submission perspective, we are checking, do you have a loader survey provided? Do you have a corresponding model and the parameter provided? That's really what we are checking for.
So my take on that is y'all are going to be, I guess, fairly light touch about it and just for the time being focus on having the data, and anything that would come back would have to be like pretty egregious. And then
Yeah,
we'll focus on
from
updates.
the
and-
submission perspective, the survey with the instruction included, at this moment, the submission from the model perspective is a PSSE model.
Okay.
Okay. Barath?
Yeah, the comment that came out yesterday, so that's addressing March 25th, 2022 to December 14, 25. So that's the interim LLI process loads that didn't require any upgrades. You're now including them in the validation studies, or?
I mean, AG can. Barath, were you asking about the validation check? Sorry, could you clarify?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand that you are including the interim LLI process loads in this text, and will those loads be included for the validity check?
Correct, yes. I think not just the force of these comments, but also some of the earlier comments clarified that those loads that met the applicable milestones under the interim process were considered to also meet them under the formal process, and those are being reflected in the validity checks that have been done to date.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, I'm a little confused, which of course is easy for me. But I'm trying to understand the issues with the dynamic models. We said, for readiness and everything, you have to file everything on March 28th so that they could all be validated and said they're good by July the 10th. But then in these comments, you're saying, well, there's a cure period for a certain amount of time to August. How do those three dates all combine together, or am I just missing what you're doing here?
Yeah, okay. I'll take a shot, and then I'll ask my team to clean up any mess I make. So, to qualify to be included as either, say, base load or study load, you need to have studies done and approved by ERCOT.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a large load interconnection study, ERCOT has a 10-day plus additional 20-day review process. So we need to have the studies in by May 28th to guarantee, so that's the studies. So the studies need to be in by May 28th to guarantee that we will review. The asterisk, we may still, and likely will still review and approve studies that come in after May 28th. That's just your last guarantee date. But then, besides your studies, we need to have your dynamic model.
That you answered my question. I was getting mixed between the studies and the dynamic models. So you can go ahead for everybody to hear, but you took care of me.
Okay, all right. I'll pause there for the sake of time, unless folks have other comments or questions about that.
Okay. Any other questions and comments or comments for Jeff before we move to our myriad of stakeholder comments? Evan.
Real fast.
Real fast.
Are these comments reflective of the change in your slide?
Which change in the slide?
The change to put the RPGs at the top.
No.
Okay. Great. And then just real fast, do you have preliminary stats of the different totals of loads that would be valid based off what has been the status quo for the last few months versus what the RPG change would be?
We don't, because we would need to then go back and it is 27 or so, 27.9, I think, gigawatts of loads that we would then have to go back and recheck their study validity. And that's just a manual process going through each study scope and study case and all of that. So don't have that immediately available.
That's fine. That's good context. And then just real fast, something you said that caught my attention is you said we need to maybe go back to invalidate stuff all the way from last August during the interim process.
Yep.
And so would that just apply to loads that had studies done but didn't get a contract signed? Because I think there's other language that if you got the interim studies done plus what became 9.5 requirements, then you were valid no matter what. So is that excluded from that?
It would be any study that was completed after August 1st of last year. We would go back and check, even if they, like, similar to a load that meets 9.4 and 9.5 on May 19th, we would go back and check to make sure that their studies are still valid. So similar, we would go back and a load that came in September that met the requirements, we would go back and double check to make sure that any of those RPG loads that were, now jumped to the front of the line, that we would make sure that those LILIS studies included those RPG loads.
Okay, so there would be multiple changes in the language, or would need to be for what considers people to be valid studies. Okay.
Yes.
Sounds pretty intrusive, so thanks. Appreciate the context.
You don't have to say real fast every time. I think we want to hear new. I would have called on you. I will call on people even if they're not being fast, but we sort of want to request that we don't have the conversations that can't be resolved here, don't have the conversations we've had over and over. If somebody's already said your comment before, don't say it again, but those were all new clarifying questions. So you didn't have to say real fast. All right. Can we now move on to stakeholder comments? All right, so our first group, and don't get mad at me if you think I'm mischaracterizing what your comments are about. I'm just sort of broadly, first group, the study submission date, and then because some comments sort of rolled into the same comments, also the RPG, the inclusion of the RPG projects. So we will do Reliant. The Wise Energy comments are pretty narrow, so we'll do those right after Reliant. Then we'll go to Choya, Tiba, Sailfish. All right, Bill. Up to 5 minutes.
Appreciate the lead off at bat here. Also, just before I begin, just thanks to the ERCOT staff. I mean, this is clearly a lot of work. I think we have had to set a record on the number of comments filed on a revision request, over 110. Is that right?
We're tied with NOGR 245.
Oh, well, we got to fix that. We got to fix that. So just kudos to all the work.
Is that correct, Ann? As of right now, we are tied with NOGR 245. Well, maybe Goff can write some 245 comments. You never know.
Oh, a battle. Anyhow, just acknowledgement of all the work put into this and the compressed timeline too. The fact that we have processed and made it this far in a matter of months is really just pretty astounding. So a lot of good work put into this. Our comments really focus on two things that we remain concerned with, that we've brought up at various stakeholder meetings and workshops, but we have refined them to be as narrow as possible. The first is the deadline for when studies need to be submitted to be included into Batch Zero as a studied load. As AG explained at the last, Ross, I think, last week, they're leaning on the current process, which is within 10 business days with the option to extend to 30 business days, or extend 20 business days to a total of 30 business days. So that essentially sets the deadlines right now at next Thursday. So you have to have a completed study by next Thursday if you're going to make Batch Zero as a studied load. Between May 28th and June 25th, which is the 20 business day, is the zone of uncertainty, which is ERCOT will try, but may not be able to get to them. And then within June 25th and later, that's within the 10 business days. And if you don't submit within that, ERCOT doesn't have to consider the study. So we are trying to provide more certainty between May 28th and June 25th as to if you get a study submitted between those two dates, there's more certainty that it will get reviewed and approved by the July 10th date. We think that is completely fair for projects that are part of a WL-PUN and a PCLR, mainly because those rules just came out. And while you can certainly have studies that were in progress, there is also good reason why you may have wanted to see what those rules like before you submitted a study. So we think it is fair to give those projects a 2-week grace period. We proposed June 12th. Why June 12th? Because it's in the middle between May 28th and June 25th. That's the first change. The second is, and you're going to hear this theme from me today, we continue to be concerned about projects that followed the process with their interconnecting TSP and ended up not in batch zero for one reason or another. There's a fairness issue. We think that needs to be addressed in some way, given ERCOT's feedback on the concern about allowing too much either base load or studied load into batch zero, which we agree with. We took that feedback and came back with, again, the most narrowest possible way to allow for grace for projects that were stuck in that situation, and narrowed to either a WL-PUN or a PCLR. Why does that address ERCOT's concerns about the studied load? I couldn't have said it better than Jeff's chart that showed the amount of load in batch zero and the amount of generation. And that his slide is conveying a problem of having too much studied load into batch zero means you're going to run into PGR 127 problems, you're going to run into modeling issues because you don't have enough generation. PCLRs and WL-PUNs solve that problem. And that's because when you're doing the transmission study, the generation offsets the load. You don't need as much transmission infrastructure. The same with the PCLR. So not only are you narrowing the number of projects that get into batch zero for studied loads, you also address the primary cause of the issue with those. So those are the two issues that we addressed.
You did it. That was 4 minutes.
Awesome.
I cut you off in case you had more.
Thank you.
Do you have a minute worth of extra?
Well, just briefly, that said, I also, with great deference to ERCOT, do think that there is good reason for TAC to have a stakeholder version of PGR 145 that may deviate in a narrow way from what ERCOT had filed on May 18th. And after we've gone through all the stakeholder comments and heard from each company's individual position, I'd be willing to attempt to start the process of making a joint motion that addresses some of those other concerns we're about to hear. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Bill. I sort of briefly made the comment, but I forgot to make a couple of my comments. I think most of the comments that came in from stakeholders, the asks were narrow, and so I really appreciate everybody. We can have more procedural questions later, but I think part of the way I ordered things was because some people did comments on top of other versions, so we'll try to make clear what version of comments were done on top of. Most were edited on top of ERCOT's May 15th comments, and that's the case for Reliance. So I see a couple of questions in the queue. So let's go to those. AG?
Thanks. AG Springer, ERCOT. I just want to clarify something, the way I heard Bill characterize what I said at the last Ross and also at the WebEx that we hosted last Friday discussing readiness for batch zero. The timeline for review of, or ERCOT's review of the interconnection studies performed under the existing process that was set by PGR 115, that is a timeline for ERCOT to review, and that may result in an approval, but is not guaranteed to result in approval. The review is to assess whether the study met all the requirements that are documented under the existing planning guide. And if there are questions or areas of the study that may need to be updated or redone, that is, per the existing section 9.4, treated as a new submission with a new clock associated with it. So I want to be very clear that even with the comments that Reliant has proposed here, I heard Bill say that would give some certainty that those studies would be in time to be included in batch zero. that is not necessarily true, even if that date is changed. That under the current process, it is a timeline for review, and that is not guaranteed to result in an approval if the requirements of the planning guide were not met.
And I appreciate that clarification, AG, and acknowledge and agree with your statement. The clarity we're trying to establish is a date where we know that you will at least look at the study. The problem with the uncertainty on the 20-day option is anywhere within that range, ERCOT could just kind of throw up their hands and be like, we're just not going to be able to look at it. So we're hoping to have at least some certainty that you'll there's a date by which you will at least start looking at it. And I know ERCOT has said that within that 20-day option window, you guys will do the best that you can with the available resources.
Do we need to mute?
It's
not baseball anymore. No, it's not baseball.
It's not a game update.
We good? Maybe? They're muted. I've heard. Go ahead, Bill.
I think that was it.
Okay.
Just softly agreeing with AG and hoping for a better date.
Are you good, AG? Let's go to
Yes,
Jim.
thank you.
Jim? Let's go to Bob.
Yeah, on that, I get where Bill's going on this, on some certainty. The thing I want to make sure of, that doesn't change to more uncertainty if you're not a WL PUN or another one. For instance, if you've got that extra time to where you're guaranteed that you'll be approved or at least looked at, that you've got those coming in during that same period of time that aren't associated with that. And where my concern is, and I want to hear from ERCOT, is that they don't throw all of a sudden, because yours comes in 3 days later than someone else's does, but you're the guaranteed, it's got to be done now because it's before that date. The other one is not. I don't want that one thrown out and said, oh, this one, if we don't get to it, we don't get to it, so we're not going to bother with it. We're going to bother with the one we say we have to. And I don't want that to mess up that pecking order of the way those are studied in the process, that while it gives some certainty to some, it throws others out. That's what I don't want to have happen. And I don't believe you do either. Well, maybe.
Well, that was the point of narrowing
that
this.
That is a concern that I have with that process. And I want to hear from ERCOT on how they would handle those situations to make sure that that didn't happen.
Okay, so that's a question for ERCOT?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
This is A.G. Springer.
I'm not trying to stop what you're doing, Bill. I think it's the right direction on things. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I think the answer to Bob's question is a question of overall workload. And so, as we've stated at the last couple of Ross and TAC meetings, but also at the WebEx last week, we are trying to bring on additional contract help to get through this. But at the same time, in the event that the volume reaches a point where, we do have to prioritize, then if there was a requirement to meet a shorter deadline for some of these reviews, then that could impact the reviews of standalone projects that are not registering as PCLR or WLPUN.
And that's exactly, Bob, what we were hoping is if you're going to prioritize projects that get in as studied loads, don't you want the ones that are going to be coming that are either flexible or bring generation?
Yeah, and that's why I said, well, you don't. And then I thought, oh, yeah, you do. That's why I changed that.
Okay. Jim Galvin, are you back? think I know he's trying to log back on. Okay. I think we're going to stay on the sort of same topic, so I think we can keep going. To me, the Wise Energy comments from May 18th were pretty narrowly in support of Reliant comments. I know Mr. Glotfelty is here.
I'm here.
Where I saw you earlier. Now I don't know which way you are. You're right here. Okay.
I came up to the table.
All right.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I really just wanted to make 2 or 3 quick points in support of the Reliant proposal, giving a little bit of context and background to this. As you all know, everybody is in a different situations here. The challenge that we find ourselves in is when we went into a process, we filed for interconnection in 2024, and the TDSP has not done studies since 2024 to allow us even into the batch zero process. And I don't understand how today, some TDSPs, you can file for interconnection today as a large load. They can get the steady state studies done and submitted to ERCOT. And we, in 2024, filed for interconnection and can't get a TDSP to do that. And the way that I think that this can get fixed is with the UCS comments that were filed, as well as the comments from Reliant. I think they are a narrow way to help get projects into batch zero that are valuable to the system of ERCOT. And I say that with the utmost importance. If you're a load and you're pulling power off the system, you're just taking something. If you're a WL PUN or a PCLR, you're giving something back to the system. And that is either reducing load and cost during critical times, or as a generator, you're providing voltage. And I know ERCOT is encouraging those, but I want them to think about it in the terms of the way the Reliant proposal is. I think they are important to be included in this process because at no fault of our own were we excluded. We still don't even know where in the process we were. There was an ERCOT slide that they put up at the last board meeting, and it showed that in 2026 there are 88 projects that are expected to be online, large loads, that studies have not even been submitted to ERCOT. And I find that we haven't even had the discussion about that, a challenging issue for this process. That you can have 88 people that have paid for interconnections and their studies are not even being submitted to ERCOT. To me, that challenges the entirety of the process, and think that the Reliant and UCS comments can solve a lot of that, at least for the folks that I am working with on our study. So with that, I appreciate y'all listening. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for being here. All right. Jim Galvin, are you on now?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I promise you all it wasn't a baseball game that it got me off the air there just a few minutes ago. My apologies. I do want to thank ERCOT, as everyone else has, for all the time and effort they've put into this. I will say that I'm supportive of what Reliant's done with their comments, but unfortunately it doesn't go as far as I needed to, as I advocate for all of our members or prospective members who have large loads that are in our study queue as a distribution utility provider and as a load serving entity. We have a handful more projects that would not be covered under these provisions that are kind of outlined by Reliant. And again, that does take care of a majority of those prospects we have. But we have some very mature projects in the queue that have going back even before 2025. A lot of investment has been made. A lot of investment on our side and the cooperative have been made to support getting these energized as this process has evolved. So we're we're very supportive of trying to keep the broad nature of our comments in play to include those other projects that are showing that kind of maturity. If there's a better way to limit that, I'm open to that, but it's very important that we try to consider those who had made investments and for whatever reason were not getting their studies done. So again, I can support what Reliant has put forth here, but I can also support other comments that have come in since then. EOLIC will probably discuss their comments later today. I think we can get on board with that. But again, we are advocating for our prospective members who want to interconnect, and the challenges on the distribution utility has had until a formal process is made has been very complex, and some of these folks have put in a lot of time and effort to follow whatever rules as they've evolved to get into the queue. So those are our comments. I'm happy to take any questions on that, but again, appreciate what Reliant's done in going most of the way to what we need. We just need a little bit of consideration more for some of the other projects we have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are going to pivot just a little bit, unless Bill wants to say anything else before we go to Choya. Okay, so the Choya comments were written on top of the Reliant comments, but it's a different issue. I know we have big feelings about it, and we had a good long presentation about it last meeting, but can we sort of keep the initial comments to 5 minutes or less, and then we'll see how discussion goes. I'm sure we'll get a lot of discussion. All right, go ahead, Gideon.
Thank you. I also really like Reliant's comments, especially around the flexible load stuff. I think that's very important. I'm going to be a lot more focused on that in the future. I wrote it down. I wrote some stuff on the paper. My wife approved it. My mom approved it. I decided to keep it short and sweet at TAC today. If you know Clayton Greer, which many of you do, and for those new listeners who do not, you should know that Choya has adhered to the highest standards, engaged constructively for years, and operated in a good faith as an active participant within the ERCOT process, only to now face the risk that mature projects, the very type of projects PGR 145 is intended to preserve, may be impaired despite being materially developed in reliance upon the prior framework during transition implementation. I respectfully ask TAC to carefully consider Choya's comments, which represent a massive compromise on our part in support of a workable, durable, and reliability-focused transition framework. For the record, Choya respectfully believes Texas risks damaging long-term infrastructure investment confidence if mature, commercially viable projects that operated in good faith under the prior framework are materially impaired during transition implementation. Texas became the best infrastructure market in America because entrepreneurs were willing to take long-duration risk under stable planning frameworks. Choya respectfully asks TAC to preserve the investment confidence while still achieving the broader reliability and queue discipline goals of PGR 145.
Okay. All right. Any questions or comments in the queue? I don't see any, so we will go to Tiba. Is that you, Eric Goff? See you looking at your phone. You don't need to timer it exactly. We trust you.
Exactly 5 minutes.
You don't have to. That's
kidding,
what
I'm
I
kidding,
don't like
I'm
about time limits. People feel like they have to go up to them.
Yeah. Eric Goff on behalf of TIBA. We've been participating in this process on behalf of our member companies, which include businesses across the spectrum in Texas, some of the largest employers and investors. Some of those include data centers, but also large businesses and employers as well as small ones. So our comments added in the AEP proposal, again, to the latest comments to allocate certain RPG project loads. And that's been discussed, and I think will be discussed. But we also spent some time here talking about some reliability arguments that I wanted to focus more in for commentary. There's been questions about, will the introduction of new large loads lead to load shed? And it's possible that it could, but the way SB6 was structured, that load shed will be experienced by the large loads. And to the extent that those large loads bring new generation with them, either directly on site or through investments that are enabled by a transmission system that can flow power from a generator to a load, then that generation will be available to serve load. The transmission system cannot serve all of the large loads that would like to interconnect, but as we've called for, this batch process should be, and I think is, a transmission planning process. And subsequent ones, I think, will be that even more so. And these large loads won't be allowed to energize until that transmission is available. So there's the question of how long it'll take to study the transmission system, and we are sensitive to that, but we do think that the issue of allocation is similar to the one that Bill raised about the generation being available to serve the load from a WL PUN or a PCLR, and that you can reduce the amount, in theory, in order to help the system solve. But I think the most important point, given some of the discussion earlier, is around resource adequacy, and particularly as it relates to having the appropriate generation in the model to serve the load. And this is a new paradigm, and Caitlin, if you excuse me, I think it's time to cross the Rubicon when we come to planning, because...
Like Napoleon did?
Well, no. Like Julius Caesar did. And so this large load is an investment signal for new generation. And the approval of that large load will be the strongest investment signal that ERCOT has had in decades for new generation. And if our planning paradigm is one based on knowing what generation is already planning to interconnect before we allow the loads to interconnect, we will always be behind the 8 ball. So I appreciate that Bat Zero is constrained by time, but we really need to figure out how to allow the generation to come because of the investment signal created by the approval of loads. Otherwise, we will continue to have this problem, and we'll miss the opportunity to significantly grow the capabilities of this industry in Texas. So I encourage TAC to consider the comments around inclusion of some additional RPG loads via an allocation, but I wanted to make the larger point about where we're going.
Okay. Thanks, Eric. Jeff?
Yeah, just wanted to provide a clarification on something Eric said, because I think there is some confusion I've heard among stakeholders on the large loads when they cause transmission issues. If we need to shed load in real time, I think there is a misunderstanding that the large loads causing those issues, that they may be the ones that are shed, and that is not the case. It could be that if there, and this is not resource adequacy issue, not a scarcity issue, this is a transmission issue. If there is a transmission issue on the grid, the operators do not look at, and neither is there anything in Senate Bill 6 that tells them to look at which specific large loads are causing that. They're going to look at the overloads that are happening on the transmission system. They're going to look at which substations have the greatest impact, and that may not be the large load that was added down the way that's causing that issue that gets shed. So it could be other loads that bear that load shed when you get to real time.
So is that specifically related to a transmission issue?
That's, yes.
And Do you not agree that SB 6 gives you the authority to shed that large load that's contributing to it, even if it's maybe not the best shift factor, but is it contributing to it?
Yeah, I don't have my operations folks here to clarify that, but it's my understanding is that no, that was not how the law was written.
I don't think it had that level of specificity to preclude that. It gave ERCOT fairly broad authority. I'm happy to have a follow-up discussion. I don't think it's worth a back-and-forth argument right now. But I do think that you have extremely broad authority under SB 6.
Okay. Let's go to Jen.
My question is, if we were to include these, what is the sort of ride-through risk we should be considering with the incremental PCLRs? And I feel like that's important for batch zero, because if we bring down the grid, it will not matter if there was enough generation.
It's a good question. The ride-through requirements for new large loads will be in effect by the time any of these new loads come on, and so they'll be obligated to meet the ride-through requirements required by the proposed NOCR.
Okay. Good. Shannon.
I want to kind of amplify a couple points that Eric made. On the generation side of things, I know it's sometimes hard to have faith in markets. What are we now, 25 years into this, and markets work. But think about this, for the large loads that are going to be built, these are billions and billions of dollar assets. Don't think for one moment that they're so short-sighted they aren't turning around, and as soon as they actually get through this process, procuring new generation to come to the market to serve them. Because of Senate Bill 6, if they don't, they will be curtailed a lot. And the ones that we work with, they're not that short-sighted. They will be procuring that additional generation, but they can't go do that before they get through this process. So I'd encourage us to continue to have faith in markets, and rational investors will bring that additional generation. Number two, second comment I had was his point 3 here. Adding more loads will take additional time to study, even if they're studied or allocated. I agree it will. I mean, I used to be a planner myself. I know it's more scope. But I think Tiba makes a good point here in that that's the least incremental impact when it's an RPG project that's currently being rejected from even being studied, because they've already brought the transmission solution. That's what the RPG project was. So I think from an incremental time standpoint, those are the least additional time to study. And then I'll cover it again later in my comments, but in ours, we even suggested throwing a bone and, recognizing it is more work, and extend the deadline out on the back end to give ERCOT time to take on that extra scope. So with that, that's all I've got.
Okay, thanks, Shannon. I think I have too many pieces of paper now. We're on to the sailfish comments. And we got a note from Ryan. I believe these are just trying to clarify that Reliance comments don't make being a CLR or WL pun a prerequisite for these other requirements for the loads. Correct?
Yeah, I actually coordinated with Ryan, and that's exactly just clarifying.
Okay.
Explain, all right, it's just basically modify that section that if you include a WL pun or PCLR executed agreement, then that's when the date applies, not that you have to be one. So. But you're right, that's what his comments were looking to just make sure that's clear.
Okay. Okay, any questions for Ryan and who's in the chat or Bill on the sailfish comments? Okay, any questions or comments on group 2, the study submission dates and the RPG projects? Jeff?
Yeah, so a couple thoughts. So on the study submission date, so in the last month, we have already had 20 gigawatts of large load studies that have come in for us to approve. And I've talked to a number of TSPs. I believe that we'll have at least another 10 gigawatts in the next week or so. That is already going to be a challenge for us to review and approve those. We, as AG said, we are attempting to bring on contractors and help with that, but I don't think that we can commit to a June 12th date that we're going to be able to do that. We're just not sure. We will do everything that we can to meet that, but I don't think ERCOT would be willing to commit today that we would be able to meet that June 12th date. I think the other issue that Bill and others have brought up, I understand the difficulties with the disparate TSP processes. I think we heard that loud and clear when we did the stakeholder interviews back in January. We've heard that throughout this process. And I think we said this up front. Batch zero, we're not going to be able to address all of those. That doesn't mean that we have a deaf ear on those. Understand those issues. That said, we have got to get the batch zero study done. We have got to get it done right, and so we are going to push back on any additional scope creep and additional, hey, just let this additional load into the study. And so for those reasons, again, we've got to get this study right. I think we are not supportive of Reliant's comments or any of the other comments on these issues.
On any of the issues, not just my group 2.
Right now, I'm speaking of group 2. I'm happy to hear other comments from other, the other groups as well.
So we're speaking to group 2 right now. ERCOT is not supportive of including these comments. Okay. That said, any other questions or comments on group 2? All right. My alarm was in case we wanted to break. I think we should keep rolling, though, through at least one other group. Let's go to our group 3, which is net metering. And then, Shannon, I think your comments are sort of inclusive of a bunch of bills, but group 2, but including net metering. So I put you at the end of this group. So I have a Vistra Data Center Coalition, BKV, and the EOLIC comments. All right.
I'm starting my timer.
You don't need a timer. We trust you, Ned.
It's going. All right, so no surprises in Vistra's comments. We did streamline them down. So there's 2 specific asks, and those are one of them is ministerial. It's just for the 9.7 disclosures for the net metering, 39.169 net metering arrangements that are in baseload. Since they already have proceedings going at the commission, that's an efficient way to also meet those disclosure requirements as an option, not a requirement, but an option. The TSPs and DSPs have a lot that they're going to be asked to do over the next couple of months, along with ERCOT. So that seemed like one way to take some pressure off of one step there. So that one's pretty straightforward. The more substantive one, as y'all have heard me say many times, has to do with the known 39.169 net meter arrangement. So that is new large loads that are co-locating with existing generators that are not already in base load. They're not already being studied as allocated load. These are ones that have probably been trying to get in the queue, maybe haven't gotten their studies done. Maybe they don't get them in by May 28th or June 12th or whatever the date is. But we think that there are statutory and good public policy reasons to consider them differently, and we also believe that it's a relatively limited scope. So understand and really respect the constraints that Jeff has laid out for us and reiterated. We recognize we need to stay within those bounds, but we think that these are a very narrow, tailored set. They have the minimal impact on the transmission system. In the slide that Jeff had up earlier, I pointed out, and I said I was going to call back to it, the net metering arrangements with existing generators are going to be paired up with that 97 gigawatts of operational generation. There's no need to anticipate that there's a new generator that's coming on or a PCLR status. It's just tied up with the existing generator, and there's minimum transmission, incremental transmission associated with it. It is the most transmission efficient option that we have to help support business development in the state in an efficient manner, and it minimizes costs that could potentially flow out to other consumers. A lot of good things there. Plus, there are unique load flexibility characteristics. That's what Senate Bill 6 laid out, and the Commission has already gone through 2 proceedings where they have put conditions on mandating that kind of flexibility. That is a unique characteristic that those loads have that no other large load is going to have. They offer operational transparency through real-time telemetry. ERCOT will be able to see what's happening with those loads in real time every 2 seconds. Again, that's not something that other large loads are going to give you the option for. They're also independently vetted as real because they're sitting with an existing generator that has, you're not going to partner with someone that is, fly by night or not capable of constructing that load. You're going to make sure that there is something there. So there's another value there. It also supports dispatchable generation and highlights the value of dispatchable generation when pairing with those resources, and helps send a signal to build more in the system. So virtuous cycle, like Shannon said, we want to trust markets. Markets will do their thing if we give the right signals and incentives. So those are some of the unique characteristics that I think really help with that public policy benefit, but there's also the unique statutory provisions that talk about the timing for reviewing those net metering arrangements with existing generators. I'm not going to take y'all down that path again. We've spilled a lot of ink on it, and I know it's a tough dynamic, but the compromise that Vistra's tried to put forward is for the ones that we know are coming on and have initial in-service dates in 2028 within that window that Batch 0 is going to be studying, just make sure they get studied so they don't, you don't run into a timing issue there that might run afoul of the statutory provisions. It's a way to just kind of take that risk off. It's a compromise, not perfect, but it moves things forward. I also think it's a relatively small group, and I tried to do a little bit of math in our comments that laid it out. We think it's well below 5% of the total large load queue, and even within that, a lot of it's already going to be in base load or in the studied load, so the incremental load is probably very small. We don't have that visibility. I would certainly welcome ERCOT's feedback because, again, Jeff, I recognize the struggle that y'all are trying to work in, and we want to be very narrow and incremental, very narrow in any incremental impact on that study. So, with that, I'll close with what Julius Caesar said when he crossed the Rubicon, which was "Alia iacta est," which translates to "the die is cast." And with that, I'll take any questions.
Awesome, that was so good. Okay, it was exactly 5 minutes. All right. Questions or comments for Ned? Okay. Data Center Coalition, these were early comments, actually. May 14th, Data Center Coalition comments. Cameron or anyone else, would you like to speak to these? Gideon?
This is Aaron Tingham on the line with the Data Center Coalition.
Hang on, I might have jumped the gun. Gideon, did you have a question or comment on Ned's comments?
Yeah, you talked about flexible load. Big fan. Help me understand. So, will there be much expanded rate base with these net metering arrangements?
That's a fantastic question, Gideon, and I think you are likely to see the least amount of expanded rate base with these net metering arrangements because by interconnecting behind an existing generator's point of interconnection, there should be little to no incremental rate base associated with that interconnection. So that's why I said it's the most transmission efficient. And when we're looking at Jeff's chart, where you've got the shades of blue and the shades of gray that probably drive Brian mad, we're looking at something in that darkest part of the generation part where there's not a need to build a lot of transmission to get from point A to point B.
As a residential ratepayer, I'm extremely grateful for that. So thank you. Look forward to staying involved in this.
Okay, now we can go to the Data Center Coalition. Sorry.
No problem. Aaron Tingham here, pinch hitting for Cameron Porsalton with the Data Center Coalition. I'm sure many of you are aware, DCC, National Membership Association for the data center industry. We have 42 data center owners, operators within our membership, vast majority of which are pursuing projects or have projects online within ERCOT, and 11 of which are headquartered within Texas. As you mentioned, our comments were a little bit earlier on, so I'll just pull on a couple of threads that we'd like to call out for you all. I think a point of emphasis for our membership is one, ensuring that the batch processing that is done with projects is aligned with the SB6 net metering arrangement language. I think it's important for our membership to ensure that the review and approval timelines are the controlling schedule for such projects, and that the batch sequencing does not supersede those timelines. We really do believe that such arrangements shouldn't experience delays because of system-wide reliability assessments on greenfield new transmission-dependent developments. A few other points that we had included in our comments. That we want to ensure that there's regulatory parity while maintaining efficiency. So really hoping that net metered projects are on the same level of review as non-net metered projects, and that their distinct system impacts are also considered, as well as their operational characteristics. Beyond that, just for the sake of time, I would also note that relative to Vistra's comments, that we do support some aspects of their comments, particularly the recommendation that net metering arrangements with an LLI number and an initial energization date between January 1st of 2028 and December 31st of 28 that aren't already included in the batch zero process be included as load to be studied and allocated. That would help minimize some delays for those projects with a 2028 energization date. But really appreciate the opportunity just to weigh in and share some of our thoughts here today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? All right, let's go to the BKV comments. Is this Mark or somebody else?
Yes, ma'am. This is Mark Gibson with BKV. Ned laid it out so eloquently, I won't spend a whole lot of time. I'd just like to highlight a few things. We support Vistra's proposed refinement with the net metering arrangement. Our comments align very closely with Vistra's. We have a concern that some of these projects, including ours, that are requiring approval under Senate Bill 6, will be left without a near-term study path. As Ned mentioned, we think there's assurances that are included in this. ERCOT would still be able to allocate less than requested loads. The PUC will have a chance to put conditions on these projects separately, which puts them in a unique position compared to other projects. And we also believe that including these refinements is the best way to align PGR 145 with the statutory timelines that were laid out and established in Senate Bill 6, and also fall in line with ERCOT's transition to the batch framework. This avoids stranding mature 2028 projects based on transition mechanics while preserving ERCOT's full reliability review. And so we respectfully ask that TAC approve Ned's comments.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your comments. Any questions or comments on this sort of? We're going to pivot just a little bit. Shannon is inclusive of more issues, so let's go to Jeff.
Yeah, so just a few thoughts on these comments. For existing generators, the system has been planned as if those generators are there providing power to the system, meaning if you co-locate a load with that generation, it is effectively, from how the system has been planned, you're removing that generation from the system. So that, in many cases, is going to have a significant transmission impact and require additional transmission to be constructed. Obviously, we have to do the study to determine that, but that's that's not an insignificant amount of work. Also, and I haven't checked your numbers, Ned, but if it's 5% of the load request, that's over 20 gigawatts of additional load that would then be included in the Batch Zero study, and that's not an insignificant amount of scope creep. And then I think last issue is I think we don't agree with Data Center Coalition and BKV's and Vistra's characterization of the timeline requirements, and I think staff has previously affirmed the way that we are looking at that. So I'll leave that at that.
Okay, Ned?
Jeff, I really appreciate that feedback. On the last point, I understand that there is a different view of those timelines, and that's why we tried to put this forward as we did. This is not saying that it's you have to constrain the Batch Zero timeline to 120 days. We're saying this is a path forward to just take the controversy off the table and move the way forward for a limited set. Again, only those with energization dates in 2028, since that's within the Batch Zero for initial energization window. So just wanted to highlight that we're not trying to say you have to constrain the timeline here. I know we've argued that in the past. We want to find a way forward, right? That's in everyone's best interest that we have a compromise that's workable. And then on the total incremental size, I realize 5% of the total queue can be that larger amount, but that's why I think it's actually much less than that, because I know there's some that's going to be in the base load, there's some that's already going to be in the studied load. So what we're talking about is that it's some fragment of that that's not already in one of those two buckets, and that's what I don't know. I know there is some. So I think it's probably pretty decent, pretty well below that number. But I recognize 20 gigawatts is probably probably a number that you may not be comfortable with. So I know Vistra would be comfortable with making adjustments to that if it helps to get it under. Say if you were to limit it to only dispatchable generation, that's something that we would consider as perhaps another way to cut and really prioritize the ones that have the most benefit from the just the system and public policy standpoint. So I wanted to throw that out there as a potential second cut, if that's helpful. And then on your point about there still being some potential transmission impacts of that change, I don't disagree. I mean, we've seen those happen, and I want to make sure that I'm clear that I'm saying it's the most transmission efficient, because we know we're not building new stuff for it necessarily. It's to adjust for power flows if the studies come back and say that's necessary.
Well, yeah, I mean, you might be. I mean, you are, even with your proposal, you're taking dispatchable generation off of the grid. That we previously had counted, we had planned the system as if that dispatchable generation is there. And so if you're taking that away, there very well could be transmission impacts.
And with the Senate Bill 6 requirements, there is an ability to adjust for that, especially during the peak conditions. Yeah, but
we can argue about that more. But I think ERCOT's view, and I think we said this, is I think that's a great tool when you get to scarcity. that's a hard tool to use when you get to the control room and they've got to make individual decisions about individual transmission constraints. That's just you're adding complexity to control room when you do that. I think we, the commission gave us some ground rules about a limited scope of that. And I think we're comfortable with that limited scope, not real comfortable opening that scope up additionally.
Sure, understand. And that's why this is, again, only for studied load. So if it comes out of the study that, hey, your allocation zero, the allocation zero, and that's what it is. That's another way we're trying to be cognizant of those guidelines. So thank you.
Okay. Gideon?
Yeah, Jeff, what I heard you say was going to take, generation capacity that y'all assume, but what I heard Ned saying was that generation was going to then be made available during, scarcity types of events. So what I think I'm hearing is that generation with the net metering arrangement is not available in off-peak times, but probably when we don't need it. And maybe there's some transmission adequacy things I'm not familiar with, but I'm not really understanding what the problem is besides complexity, but I'd love to understand those nuances because I really want to see net metering go through. I think it's a great thing for residential ratepayers and our Texas economy. I'm very passionate about that.
Yeah, and to be clear, we're not opposed to that construct. I think we're very happy with that, having such a construct. It is, again, we want to make sure that we can successfully complete the batch zero study. And so adding additional loads that adds study complexity, we're not going to be in favor of any proposal like that today. And when you are adding loads, even if it is at an existing generator, the system has already been planned as if that generator is going to be there. And so if that generation that was previously serving other loads in that area, if it's no longer available to serve those other loads, then you are potentially adding transmission constraints that have to be studied in the batch zero study. And so that is adding study complexity that, again, puts that study at risk. And so that's why you're going to hear me today be very protective of that study scope, because we've got to get this study right.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we slightly move on? We're going to go to Shannon Caraway. Or is he out of the room right now?
Thanks. If you could, whoever's running the screen, if you want to pull up our comments, that'd be helpful. Okay, scroll down a little bit. So there's really 6 topics. Scroll down slightly more. We're going to cover here. One's just correcting a formatting error. Hopefully that'll be the least controversial topic that's been brought up today. Make a comment additionally on the TIPIT, the UCS comments, Reliant, Vista, and TIBA. So if we'll scroll down, the first one here, the correcting a format error, I listed out. For some reason there was a missing carriage return, and so the formatting was screwed up. We put that in. Second thing on the TIPIT, we really appreciate the improvements that ERCOT made from the last version to this one. But we took what Jeff had explained in the last TAC meeting and tried to roll it in, which was that there would be a special batch zero TIPIT. And so instead of having it refer to the, quote, latest TIPIT, it would be to the one that would be the special batch zero one that ERCOT's telling us they're going to do. And something else that we put in here is if there is not an entry in TIPIT, that the default be to use the in-service date from the LCP, from the load commissioning plan, while simultaneously going to the TSP to get the best information. We think there's never a reason to default to 2034 when the best information has to be, in the absence of it being in TIPIT, it needs to be the load commissioning plan that came from the TSP in the first place. Third item here is the UCS comments. I think Jim Galvin did a great job a while ago of reiterating why, as it pertains to them, as a distribution co-op. that's encountered the challenges that he's talked about. We believe loads that meet the requirements they had, and if you look back at their 5-4 comments, 3, it was a pretty high bar. You needed to be a pre-Senate Bill 6 interconnect request to the utility, and your DSP's got to attest to that. You've got to either have a signed FEIA, DSA, or IA, and have posted security, and you had to be in the 2026 RTP. That's what it takes to be counted in the category they're talking about. And so I would ask you this: if you've got $6, $8, $10 million tied up in security and you've met all of those requirements, how is it that you're not mature enough and credible enough to at least be included as an allocated, studied allocated load? And so we find their comments extremely compelling as originally written, and we support those. Is what I was saying here. Fourth, on Reliant's comments, we filed ours on top of theirs, and we added some clarifying language to the thing that Bill had on the kind of I'll call it a safe harbor date that he was trying to create, which I really appreciate that. And I just took some wording that we use in commercial contracts all the time, that ERCOT would at least make commercially reasonable efforts to meet that timeline, as long as TSPs submit a 9.8 compliant set of studies by that date. It's not required. It's not saying ERCOT guarantees they'll get it done, but it's saying that they will make commercially reasonable efforts. I could have said best efforts, but reasonable's even a lower bar. So hopefully there's no opposition to that. On Vistra's comments, we found them to be compelling as well. I appreciate the interaction between Jeff and Ned just now. I agree with Jeff that introducing in new load by existing generation can have impacts elsewhere in the system. In fact, this was my old planning area from 25 years ago. I guarantee you, adding the load here will cause stress over in East Dallas somewhere, because you used to push in power from that way, and now it has to come in somewhere else. Okay, fine. Vistra's not asking to come in as base load in that category. They're asking it to be at least considered as allocated, so that it can be studied and allocated if it's available. If it's not, like Ned said, it won't be. So we found that compelling. And then lastly, on TIBA's comments, for all the reasons that we had some dialogue about earlier around the AEP RPG projects, we found those to be extremely compelling as well. And since earlier today when we had some dialogue on that, in ERCOT's graph, it showed 35 gigawatts of load in that category. Since that time, I've gone and looked at both of those RPG reports, and it was a total of 33,821. So it's already kind of overstated by 1,200. And then when I take and between our load and my phone a friend loads of figuring out all the others that I know are already in through LLIS, I come up with like another 9,400 megawatts. So if I, between us and my phone a friend, we've come up with the whole universe of other projects that are through Lillis, which is deeply unlikely. The odds are there's more. There's no way that it's more than 24.4, not 35. So even in that case, if we knew everything, then it's overstated by 43%. So in the category, so we think TIBA's comments are extremely compelling for all the reasons they laid out. And so one thing I didn't comment on each one of these, but on TIBA's, Vistra's, and on the United Co-op piece, we tried to think through how to thread the needle. ERCOT's saying it adds study complexity. There's no doubt it does. It absolutely adds study complexity, and we respect that. However, study complexity can be solved more than one way, and rather than including more complexity in the finite amount of time, the other thing you can do is respect, yes, it'll be more work, but it's just fundamentally the right thing to do to not exclude these loads that have followed all the rules, done all the things the way they were supposed to, and at least give them a chance to be studied. And that's really what we've proposed on all of those. And then we recommended ERCOT, move out the back end date from April 9th to May 9th, add 30 days. If 30 days is the wrong amount and ERCOT says, no, it adds 45 or 60, then that's a debate we ought to have rather than just uniformly discard these loads that have followed all the rules, put up really hard-earned money for both security plus all the cost of developing these projects. And that's a summary of what we have.
Okay. All right. Any questions or comments for Shannon? Gideon, we took care of yours already, right? You're not in the queue again? Okay. So we've done 2 of my 5 groups, but we've done 2/3 of the comments. We want a short break. We want to keep rolling. Break would be great. Short break. Brian Sam says break, and he almost never says break, so let's trust Brian. So let's come back. I don't know. 3:52? 8 minutes? 10 minutes? No, we're going to try to finish today. 10 minutes. 10-minute break. All right, let's try to get started again. Okay, let's see if we can wrap this up today, shall we? I got cheers. All right. We are to my group 4, which is, I don't know, let's just say PCLR. So let's try, everyone's done a really good job. Shannon went a little bit over and said compelling a lot, but I think everyone's done a really good job of keeping comments narrow and 5 minutes-ish. See, Ned, you weren't the longest for sure. It was Shannon. So let's move to group 4, and we will do agentic and then luminary strategies. So Sam, is this you?
Yep. Yeah, Sam Brandon with Agentic Infrastructure. So I will definitely try to be fast here. So Agentic wholeheartedly agrees with the comments of Reliant, Choya, and Tiba, specifically as it relates to the inclusion of WL-PUN and PCLR criteria. We think that the WL-PUN and PCLR constructs are not only nice to haves for batch zero, it is fundamentally necessary that these concepts are included for batch zero to produce market-based outcomes based off of private transmission risk and also contributing resource adequacy to ensure that there is a viable outcome here. To not have mature projects honored with respect to the RPG projects and to not let projects participate in the studied load category picks winners and losers in a manner which frankly risks litigation and also delays the advancing of economic development in Texas as a whole, while also permanently setting ERCOT on a trajectory of less optimal than possible transmission expansion. RPG projects, which are tailored to serve load, is tailored to serve that load. So to use that RPG project to serve alternative load is by definition suboptimal compared to what would otherwise be the optimal transmission planning solution to serve those alternative loads. So with that, from that perspective, we support the Choya argument with respect to the South Dallas RPG project. Additionally, when it comes to including PCLR and WL-PUN in the studied category, we're often met with this refrain of we can't study 400 gigawatts of load, which is used as a reason to not include these concepts in batch zero. And I think that is truly a being afraid of ghosts type situation. I'm going to go on a limb and say we're not going to double the amount of load served in ERCOT in the next 6 years, which is certainly a far cry from this 400 gigawatt concern or the 200 gigawatts that are currently eligible to participate in batch zero. Before we ever get close to doubling the capacity of load served by the grid, we're going to run into physical supply chain constraints in the data center AI industry. And so the only solutions we have to efficiently determine where load growth occurs and how load growth occurs is free market competition. And I think opportunity for private risk taking and the financial hurdles of the financial deposits are more than sufficient to produce a viable outcome as part of this process. Ultimately, if somehow 400 gigawatts of load posted the financial security to participate in batch zero, once you get to the outcomes of the study, if you're getting your full allocation 6 years from now, and you have to assume 1,000 kV HVDC solutions and generic nuclear additions in order to serve that load, that project will not get the financing required to commit. And so ultimately, to choose any other criteria to pick winners and losers here besides free market competition is to ultimately pick a path that's going to delay economic activity in Texas as a whole while also permanently setting us on a suboptimal trajectory. So that is to say, we are picking the winners and losers, and the losers is ERCOT. And so with that in mind, we very much think that inclusion of WL-PUN and PCLR is fundamentally required for efficient outcomes. And furthermore, we can create a true positive sum outcome by leveraging the PCLR concept in the manner that I'm describing in these comments, which is it is generally a misconception that PCLRs do not have co-located resources with them. WLPLN, inherently have co-located resources with them. PCLR, I'm willing to say that almost all PCLR will absolutely have co-located resources coming along with them because you're privately managing transmission risk. And so the generation that is currently in the queue co-located with PCLRs should be reflected in the planning case and studied in parallel with batch zero so that we can maximize the efficiency of outcomes here. And so this is to suggest that we are amending Planning Guide 6.9 to amend the language introduced by PGRR 127 such that after the first batch of true generation meeting Planning Guide 6.9 is exhausted, then ERCOT would have the discretion to add generation that's co-located with PCLRs to the planning case, because that not only produces, it allows PCLRs to bring along their FIS studies with them in parallel with the load study, but then it also allows the grid as a whole to benefit from that incremental deliverability that's created by that generation that's co-located with a PCLR. And so PCLRs are extremely motivated to get those co-located resources energized, even if some of the benefits going to be socialized to the market because they are privately wearing that transmission risk. So I think that this amended language to Section 6.9 is a true positive sum solution off the back of private risk-taking. And then the last addition we make otherwise is to ultimately close the door on any opportunity to game the PCLR election mechanism as a way to be included when you have no intention of being a PCLR. So those are the two edits we make in ours, in addition to the support for the Reliant comments. Thanks.
Okay, any questions or comments for Sam? All right, let's go to the luminary comments. Arushi, are you on? Arushi, are you on? Okay. We're ready when you are. We cannot hear you.
How about now?
Yes, now we can.
All right, amazing. Okay, I dialed in, but apparently it's the app mic. Okay, so to keep things short and contextual, these comments support multiple parties who have just gone into various groups. One thing I'd like to point out that is unique is that one of the comments that just went in from WISE was read off by a former commissioner. Jimmy, if you're still in the room, hi. And when he was at the commission, we tried to do experimental projects, and we did one. And my comments talk about the fact that it was okay to move very slowly and to iterate and to experiment. And even if you look back and say, well, that's ridiculous, whoever suggested 10 megawatts for the ADER pilot, the reality is that it's often the experience of experimental projects and pilots and such, and we can't do that here. And the reason I bring it up is that I've heard a lot of various takes in the market ever since I filed PGRR 134, which is the fundamental basis for PCLR, as it's written in 145. When I put that in, I got a lot of questions about who has the burden of proof to show that the system can accommodate these kinds of loads and their co-located generation, and therefore a whole system resource. Is it ERCOT that has to show us that they can't accommodate these resources quickly without breaking any part of their planning process and therefore operations thereafter? Or does the market have to show? And the reality is, it's exactly how Sam Brandon from Agentic just said it, is that the whole point of private management of risk is to remove risk from the stakeholder process, from the ERCOT process, from the PUC's obligation, from SB6. and put it squarely into the economics of funding projects that are willing to take the brunt no matter what happens. That is why I don't see a reason, and Luminary does not see a reason as the sponsor of the original CLR energization proposal in 134, which is now PCLR with all sorts of bells and whistles that were very appropriate, and we really commend the excellent work from ERCOT to get us here. We don't see a burden of proof that has been shown by ERCOT or any other party that addressing this request is going to hamper a positive outcome for the power grid or a positive outcome for private parties. In fact, there are so many risk factors to anyone getting a firm allocation and an announcement from ERCOT that they will get something outside the other end of batch zero. What I see the most is absolute fear that if you are just a firm load and there are no other types of loads coming into this process for batch zero who have already invested in engineering, design, capital commitments, equipment commitments, control architecture, they're not talking to somebody over at NVIDIA about flexible AI factories because they have this vision that we are going to be served firm by ERCOT. We are actually undercutting the ability for private capital and scientists and innovators to solve the problems that we know we are going to get on the other side of this initial batch zero study. One more point that I just heard, which also ties into our comments and is the last one, is this idea that net metering arrangements, if they are added into batch zero, if for some reason we do get that win as a result of this process, that they might cause additional transmission issues. Well, guess what? If you put in resources that literally act as private generation and load equivalents of dynamic line rating, power flow control, all of the things you're going to have to do to have a PCLR with co-located assets or not. If those are a part of the same planning case, by design, they are providing private constraint management support to a grid that already is going to have problems trying to energize this load and might have problems energizing net metering arrangements, whether or not they are included in batch zero. So I don't see any answer other than this being the best answer. And if this is not the best answer, then I think the obligation is on us at TAC and the board level to be super, super clear about the fact that we have proven beyond a basic doubt, not a reasonable doubt, just a basic doubt, that keeping these things out is actually better given the risks that we know and most of the risks that we don't know about how successful this process is going to be. All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rushi. All right, any questions or comments for Agentic or Luminary? Because we're moving on to the next group. ERCOT, anything? No? All right, let's move on to group 5. It's another group of 1. Cypress Creek that identified the a generation issue. Is this Andres?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome. I'm not sure if you pull up the comments or do I just talk? Or both?
Give me a second.
Okay.
I'll pull them up. They were just filed during the meeting, so they're not in the zip file of stuff. So.
Oh, no worries.
We're not breaking a rule. I'm multitasked. No. We're inclusive of this, right, Ann? Were these part of the tie or no?
Correct. This is inclusive. You are right now currently tied.
You're still currently tied with NOGR 245.
Yeah, but there will probably be comments filed between now and the board.
And there will be a TAC report, so we will break the record. But if you are so inclined, you could file additional comments in NOGR 245 about compliance or what have you. You cannot anymore. Ann says 245 is closed.
I wish we could say that.
I didn't mean to start a discussion. Bob, are you? Okay. Ned, do you have a question about ties and?
I do.
Closed?
I looked at NOGR 245, and there are 112 items in that list, including the PUC report and the board report. So are we talking just comments, or are we talking total items in the?
Right, items.
So I think when it's said and done, we're going to win.
Yes, we will win because there will be a TAC report.
All right.
We will inevitably beat ourselves.
I'm not sure that's something you want to win.
Corey, any words for us?
You are all winners in my book.
Maybe, Corey's the one who has to post all these items. So
He's trying to bring it to conclusion.
So thank you, Corey. All right, Andres. Sorry for the digression. We can go back to your substantive comments.
No worries at all. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Andres Maimez with Cypress Creek Energy. The comments we submitted are regarding the qualification criteria for the WL pond. Under the current PGRR language, any project with 2 high voltage connections to the TSP substation has 2 different electrical POI buses and does not qualify for WL pond status. This is true even when the large load and generator are co-located. Both the large load and generator share the same TSP substation or common switchyard as defined in Nodal Protocol section 10.3.2.3. And this creates an unintended barrier to projects designed in accordance with industry standard reliability practices. The reason projects may have 2 HV connections and 2 POIs is to meet long-term reliability requirements. Some co-located projects must be designed with at least 2 HV connections to a TSP substation, such that no credible contingency would result in the simultaneous loss of both transmission lines. PGRR 145 language penalizes projects for implementing best practice reliability design and is inconsistent with the policy intent of the WL pond, which is to facilitate co-located generation and large load arrangements. Cypress Creek Energy requests that ERCOT incorporates the term common switchyard into the WL pond qualification criteria, effective allowing multiple POIs within the same substation to qualify for WL pond. Cypress Creek also requests that WL pond qualification be made consistent with net metering criteria under Nodal Protocol section 10.3.2.3. This section of the protocols allows multiple POIs to qualify for net metering, providing all POIs are located at the same substation and at the same voltage. Qualifying station arrangements include generation and load connected in a line bus, ring bus, double breaker, or breaker and a half configuration. Nodal Protocol section 10.3.2 also allows multiple POIs to qualify for net metering where the loads and generator output are electrically connected to a common switchyard. Nodal protocols define common switchyard as an electric substation facility where the POI for load and generation resources are located at the same facility, but where the interconnection points are physically not greater than 400 yards apart. So with that said, we ask that ERCOT include the term common switchyard in the WL pond qualification criteria for batch 0. And with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go to Jeff.
Yeah, hey, Andres, appreciate the comment. I'll say ERCOT is supportive of this concept. However, there are some complications that we just weren't able to work out to get this in for batch 0. So I think that in our minds, this is a batch 1 and going forward thing. Again, we're open to the concept, but there are some complications here.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Would you mind elaborate more on the complications? Because my understanding that, I've heard you today saying that ERCOT doesn't want to bring new load, which complicates the process at this stage, which I agree with that. But this change would not add any additional new load to the process. It would simply give loads that are already qualifiable for batch 0 the opportunity to bring their own generation.
So this is Matt Marinas, and I guess as we kind of managed the process around especially the WL pond, was what can we do operationally that we can depend on and anchor into? So we're not precluding anything from the future. We're not even precluding from what ends up energizing in a couple years from now, that we may be at a different spot. But as of right now, when we talk to the control room compliance, the people studying these things, to add multiple points of interconnection just creates a level of complexity that we could not conquer in this short time frame. So this is kind of like, this is the best that we have, and we're still willing to evolve it, but that doesn't change in the next few days. So I'm sorry, Andres, I can't give you the specific why can't you do it. It's more of the ground we've already covered, and we can't go back and recover that ground again.
Got it. Understand. But ERCOT's open for batch 1 then, right?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay. Bob Helton?
Yeah, a lot of it, I understand where ERCOT's coming from. They add some complexity in that. But one of the things we're trying to do here is to incent, as Bill talked about, trying to bring in loads that are bringing their own generation so that we can get and solve the right-hand side of that. And the requirement is basically that you have to have the load offline if the generation fails within 1 minute. That requirement exists whether you're behind 1 meter or if you're behind 2 meters that are 400 yards apart. So I'm not sure I completely see the complexity that's added into that when the same requirements are there, the telemetry is there, everything is there to do that. So I just want to push a little bit back on that, but I don't see the complexity that's being mentioned at this point. But I do understand why you would say that.
Okay. Bill?
We support this for batch 1. Thanks.
Okay.
That's my comment.
Awesome. Great comment. 6 words, I think. Great. Great job. Any other questions or comments for Andres? All right. We are on to our last group, Group 6. These are comments on various criteria, fees, the development criteria, things like that. And so we will go to Monarch and then Satoshi. Michael Jewell, is this you for Monarch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and definitely appreciate all the work that's going into developing PGRR 145. The comments that the Monarch Energy filed are really to address proposed eligibility criteria for resources that already qualify as base load within the batch study process, that impose commercial requirements that are not aligned with how many large load projects are developed or financed, and are not necessary to achieve ERCOT's stated objective of protecting Texas consumers or distinguishing viable projects from speculative requests. The provisions at hand kind of put the cart before the horse. And one of the issues that has come up is, well, you should know that you are base load now in order to be able to execute multi-million-dollar contracts and obligate yourself to perform. Even as of Friday, during the last workshop, ERCOT said, today, no one knows if they are in base load or not. And in fact, under PGRR 145, no one will know for sure if they are base load or not until August 7th, after all the dates of attestations are required. We really appreciate the fact that ERCOT is providing information to the TSPs with regard to the stability to the studies and whether they qualify. But at the same time, there is still a huge uncertainty problem that undermines the ability to execute these multi-million-dollar contracts that underlie the attestations that are being required. For these loads, they have already been studied by ERCOT. ERCOT has already determined that they are valid studies. So ERCOT has already determined that they can reliably be served. These loads also have got significant financial obligations under PGRR 145 with regard to posting financial security, paying for kayak, paying for long lead time equipment, posting financial security for transmission that needs to be built for them. And so the customer protection is already in there. When you look at the structure of PGRR 145, what these requirements do is they differentiate between how much of your $50,000 per megawatt is refundable. And there's already other provisions that are between subsections E and F that already differentiate, that would support a differential refundability requirement. So the bottom line is our request would be to strike sections 9.2.1.1, 1EV, or little 5, as well as 9.2.1.11F, 3 little I, 7, and 8. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Michael and Monarch comments? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to our last set of comments. Satoshi, is somebody on the line for these?
Yeah, this is Patrick Schnarr from Satoshi here. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Yeah. I think first off, thank you to the committee. I can tell you as a Canadian-born citizen turned ERCOT developer, a regulatory change of this magnitude back at home would probably take 5 years. So kudos to everyone for pushing this through so efficiently. Our first comment, the eligibility criteria for studied loads under 9.2.1.2, we feel it should allow ILLEs to post known costs for system upgrades where available, rather than the backstop 50K per megawatt. We're generally supportive of the backstop 50K per megawatt, but feel that same flat fee should not be applied for projects where system upgrade costs can be identified. There doesn't seem to be a clear basis under which a TSP or DSP would need to scrutinize a higher amount or securitize a higher amount when these can be explicitly defined. And the impact there is more disproportionate for net metered or co-located loads that often have no system upgrade costs or kayak costs, as those projects are often designed intentionally to leverage the existing system infrastructure. And that approach ultimately eases the burden of system upgrades while still enabling the development of large loads. Our remaining comments largely mirror those from Monarch previously, the second being under 9.2.1.1. The baseload eligibility shouldn't require a binding EPC contract for a general and substation contractor or discretionary permits. That being, the sequence of events is largely misaligned with how large load projects are developed. With a lack of uncertainty around megawatt allocations, it's unrealistic to expect a developer to commit to a binding EPC contract until those megawatt allocations are confirmed in August of this year. And the reason being is that a standard EPC contract typically includes provisions for liquidated damages. So if a project schedule is delayed because of this process, for example, a developer could face millions of dollars in liquidated damages. So it would be unrealistic to expect that developer to execute an EPC contract prematurely. And furthermore, in the rare case where a developer has executed that EPC contract, we still feel it's impractical to have all discretionary site approvals secured. EPC contracts, again, are typically executed based on an earlier stage of design, normally about 30%. So most permits, even discretionary ones, can't necessarily be identified until later in the design phase, so closer to that 60 or 90% milestone. And the example we use in our comments is a floodplain permit for an access road, which could be contingent on a 60% data center design to determine the ultimate alignment of that road. So again, it's unrealistic to have all site approvals obtained at that EPC execution milestone, as most of those approvals would be identified in later stages of design. So overall, we feel that the approach should be reverting to the language of previous PGRR 145s to cover this risk within the Section 9.7 disclosures, as this includes reporting of site plans and progress towards engineering and discretionary approvals, progress that can be requested and reviewed by ERCOT. And our last comment is the language of PGRR 145 should clarify that a successor LLIS request for an additional load behind an existing POI is a new standalone request that doesn't reopen the existing interconnection study results, megawatt allocation, or commercial milestone. So it's common for developers right now to cite a second phase of a project behind the same POI. And we simply request that ERCOT codify this so it doesn't affect a previously load allocation, if an ILLE has already committed to that capacity. Right? And the ability to develop subsequent phases under a single POI is an efficient path for speed to power. We feel that developers pursuing the strategy shouldn't be penalized in doing so by having their queue positions impacted for otherwise viable projects. So thank you, and with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Patrick? Bill?
None for Patrick.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Patrick? All right. We have gotten through all the comments. Everybody's had a chance to speak. If they proposed language or had comments, I think we're ready for next steps. I'll go to Jeff and then to Bill.
Yeah, just want to reiterate my appreciation for all of the commenters and the feedback as we have walked through this process. I think somebody told me today we have on average had 1.5 sets of comments filed per day since the figure's been released. So, so I appreciate all the hard work, not only from my staff, but from stakeholders as well on this. I think where we are at is we feel like we have compromised a great deal as we've gone through this process already, and are not able to compromise any further. And so we think that our May 18th comments are the best path for batch zero.
Okay. Can I, this is a good time for it, I think. 1.5 comments per day since, when did this start?
March 4th. March
4th. Can we get a little, for Corey, who I don't believe slept last night, and the rest of the market rules staff who we may not be seeing, there, as he pointed out, there were comments posted during the meeting. I'm not sure how you do both at the same time. So thank you. That's a lot of work. All right, but not to get in the way, ERCOT's position is, can you just reiterate that, Jeff?
Yeah.
I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, so we think that our May 18th comments are the best path for batch zero.
Okay. Okay. Let's go to Bill.
Appreciate that, Jeff. And, your words carry a lot of weight. The work that you guys have done is something that has obviously crafted what's going to come out of TAC. But I'm going to repeat something I said earlier. I do think there are some good reasons why the stakeholder perspective may deviate, so hopefully slightly, from what ERCOT's opinion is. And I would at least like to hash through that so it's understood and see what the body of TAC, if they agree or not. So can we start with EOLIC's comments, if you mind pulling those up?
Okay. And it's 4:30. I'd like to keep pushing, but if people start to feel differently, let me know.
Fully understand the natives are getting restless.
People are doing pretty good. The snacks are running lower than usual.
Can we scroll down to section 9.2.1.2? And I think the idea here is we start with, I think this version has assembled most of the components that we either are concerned about or have heard from others that have strong concerns, and use this as the beginning of something to edit to get a stakeholder perspective that could potentially be voted out as desk edits from TAC. If you're following me, Corey.
So EOLIC comments have the change to the tippet, the United Cooperative Service comments from 5.4, the Reliant comments from 5.16, and the Vistra comments from 5.17. Correct. And the TIBA comments from 5.17.
If you could scroll down to Romanet 4. I like Shannon's commercially reasonable efforts. Can you, where it says section 6.9, and has and has been submitted on or before, instead of June 12th, make that June 5th. And Jeff, this is in acknowledgement of your concern about how much studied loads you are getting in. Hearing your concern and making adjustments. And can you reinstate the struck language from Reliant comments for WL puns and PCLRs? Going back to the point, if we're going to provide some grace, if we're going to let more in, they should be grid-friendly arrangements, given the fact that these rules are still fairly new. I think that is a fair argument to make. And I'm obviously modifying it from June 12th to June 5th. So that's
June
1 week.
June 12th was your Reliant comments,
Right.
and we're moving that up a week to help appease ERCOT concerns.
Thank you. Now down to 9.2.1.4. In paragraph 3, Choya, if you scroll down, modified March 4th to March 17th. If you could make that edit, please. 3A. The concern that I continue to hear and be swayed by is the fairness issue. Choya moved their date from July 10th all the way up to March 17th, I believe with the intention of only incorporating one RPG project, which was the South DFW project. I'm compelled by those arguments mainly because I think in this case, stakeholders have a better view of the risk. Those of us that are working with these developers have more depth of understanding of how much force is behind some of these projects that didn't get in that probably would have gotten in. So I think it's important to consider what we can do to allow them in, which includes this edit. It includes the UCS part, which is unedited by Reliant, by the way, and also the RPG projects. I fully understand the concern, Jeff, that we have to be diligent about allowing more base load in. I think this is about as narrow as you can get to do that. On the studied load categories for the AEP comments, TIBA comments, and the UCS comments, this is where I think that's a stakeholder perspective. That those are going to be competing with one another for transmission capacity in the studies. And I do know for sure from talking to some developers that those numbers, some of those numbers are double counted. So on your chart, I know they're big and scary, but I don't think that's the final count. And maybe that's something, if it does make it to the board, there can be a refinement on analysis that shows in more depth what the risk is on that part. And then I do think I'm going to kind of hand it off to Ned. I think he has an update on the net metering arrangements as well, taking your feedback, Jeff.
Yeah, Bill, as I said earlier, I recognize we're trying to limit, any incremental change. So to the extent that, what you're pulling together here is reflective of Vistra's comments regarding net metering arrangements. In Corey, you can go to 9.2.1.2. Vistra's added paragraph 2. So that will be co-located with a generation resource. I think you can modify generation resource right there. I would say dispatchable thermal generation resource or thermal dispatchable, whichever order of operations you prefer. And hopefully that helps cut it down to limit.
And with that, I'll make a motion to approve desk edits.
Just to clarify, Bill, these comments from Eolic do not reflect the 518 ERCOT comments. You're saying
Sorry,
you don't want those
we would
to-
want to include those clarifying edits. My apologies, yep. Yeah, we want the ERCOT 518 edits in there.
I'm not saying that's going to make Jeff happy with it. I just wanted to clarify.
I know it's not going to make Jeff completely
Bob.
happy.
My comment?
I think I want your comment.
Okay, yeah. You just went to a whole different place this should not go. This should be done systematically, and it should be done not based on any kind of units or any kind of specifics such as this. So you took me to a no with that there. I just let TAC know that this should not be based on any type of technology. It should be technology neutral, and that takes it out of that system, and therefore I can't support that. Any of it because of that. So I would suggest that not be there. Yeah, I would like to edit that out, but you know, yeah. So I would take that back out, the dispatchable thermal, and leave it as it is.
Accepted.
Okay. Bill, did I interrupt you? Are you? No, you're good for now? Okay. Let's go to Jeff.
Yeah, so setting aside with my extreme discomfort with what this does to the study scope and the unworkability of this, the Choya comments do not do what you think they are doing. So that just changing that to March 17th does not actually put any projects in, because there were no additional projects that were RPG projects that were approved until April 20th. So I think if you want to make that change, and again, I am not in any way, shape, or form advocating for this, but I want to be transparent because I don't want you to get to July and then you realize it didn't actually do anything. So if you want to make that change, you want to make it April 20th, and then you also, well, I don't know, I'm maybe putting words in your mouth at this point, but what Clayton said last week when he did his presentation was that this is not intended to make more base load than what can be reliably served. He's just reordering the prioritization. To do that, you also need to go through and change those March 4th dates to August 1st, 2025.
I was trusting Clayton's non-expert opinion on that, so I kind of defer to the Choya folks on that. I guess you can put me in the queue in terms of a question. I don't want to skip the two people that are in there.
You can skip, but hang on. Did you make a motion, or did you just say, let's start with this?
I did, but
you did make a motion.
Folks are not comfortable, we can continue to work on the language.
But hang on. So I messed up. If you made a motion, we should have stopped and taken a second. So did we have a second for that?
Well, I can pull the motion down.
No. Okay, so we're pulling the motion down for now. Okay, and we're going to continue this. Jeff, you finished making your points. Bill, why don't you respond to Jeff or ask whatever clarifying questions you need to ask?
So if we can kind of touch on the extreme discomfort, and if you can elaborate more on where the pain is.
Yeah, the pain is that this is now opening the door for tens of gigawatts of additional load to be included as studied, and that's just, I just don't think that's workable within this study scope.
And
even adding 30 days, it's just what are we going to get out of this? Everybody gets 0 megawatts because you just, the way it allocates. I mean, you're not going to get a good study result with that much load in the case.
I think we get certainty that these rules are going to stick. That's one thing we get, and also in terms of if more folks get allocated lower amounts, again, why does ERCOT care about that? That should be, if the stakeholders agree and are okay with that.
I think this may come out wrong, but I think we're trying to save you from yourselves, and it's not good for this market or this state if we have an outcome where we're not allocating megawatts to loads that actually are viable, to get built. If everybody gets zero, that's not a good outcome for ERCOT or for Texas.
And does this pose resource concerns for you in terms of like being able to do it? That was what I thought you were going to say. But the work involved is still the same. It's just you're worried the results are not going to be the integrity of the results are going to be threatened. Is that the concern?
I think that's more of a concern. I don't know if Christy wants to add on the resource side of this.
I think I would also add that with each additional project, so then we're going to be looking at year 6 and trying to get you that full allocation, and within that timeline to get you reliable and efficient transmission solutions. Will we be able to come up with solutions for all of the projects within that timeline? So think about timelines when we do the whole state today, looking at projects through the regional transmission plan. That's a year-long process, and those are, a lot of those are placeholder projects that then get further refined. So, doing that 8 to 10 months is not feasible.
Okay, I'd like to hear from other.
Yep, let's go back to the queue. All right, Andrew.
The change on the, I think the March 17th date that you made there, Bill. And is this in section 9214?
Yep.
Yes.
Was Choya's edit?
Yeah. Can you just scroll down a little bit to the language? So this is just the inclusion criteria for the loads as they're going through the review process, I guess. This study revalidation exercise, is that what this is for?
Okay. Maybe a question for Choya?
If you're asking in general, this 9214 is about what studies are considered valid and complete studies.
Yep. And so is there a reason that subsection A and B wouldn't have the same date in them?
Yeah, because if they are, if they're the same date, so March 4th is okay, but then after that
that was kind of my question. Was would it be the 17th in both of these, or if this change were made?
Yeah. So again, I think to do what they want, what Choya wants to do, I think you need to make it April 20th. If you do that, then you are going to now have areas where you have loads that have, via the RPG process, they have been deemed to have valid studies. And those studies did not include some loads that went through the LILIS process. And so if we change both dates to March 17th or April 20th, that is going to have the effect of allowing, we would be knowingly allowing more loads to connect in an area than that area can reliably serve. And so
That's helpful. That's helpful. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah. So if you change this to April 20th here, you then need to go back in B and change that to August 1st of last year so that we can go and check all of those loads that have come in through the LILIS process since August 1st to make sure that they included the loads that have now been validated through the paragraph A.
Would that be seems like it would be fairly disruptive, right?
I believe it would be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sam, were you just providing a clarification on this?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was confusion or if I was missing something. But it says May 17th.
Okay, so the language says March, but the narrative says May. Is that the issue?
It's at least what I'm reading. I'm not sure if very likely I'm missing something.
Okay, Gideon, can you clarify this for us before we move on to the queue?
You know, we've really been reliant on our TSP, so I'd really like Oncor, someone from Oncor to step up and really help us right now, respectfully.
Yeah, so this is Martha Hinson from Oncor. You know, we conveyed in our earlier PGR 145 comments that we think there's some customers that should be eligible for batch zero that are different and greater than what ERCOT's proposed in its most recent comment red lines. And we also commented on this RPG issue as well, and thought that the RPG project should be included as base load. However, as we sit here today, we also feel a strong obligation to move batch zero forward in a way that's consistent with what ERCOT and the Commission have directed, and therefore we're not advocating for a change to this date right now. Thanks.
Okay, can we move on from the dates for now? Okay, Ian Haley, unless you're going to talk about the dates.
I have some questions for Jeff, if he doesn't mind. Jeff, I was hoping a little bit more. I was like Bill, I thought you were saying the issue of adding the additional loads into the study was actually being able to run the study and have it solve in a time frame. And so I just want to confirm, not yours, ERCOT's concern is if you allow too many of these loads in, what will happen is the case will solve, but what the end product is won't be usable to anyone, and therefore it's just a big miss. I'm just trying to make sure I fully understand you.
Yeah. I think that's. I'll say this. I think there is a greater risk to that.
Okay. Can you help me understand? Is it something that ERCOT has looked at and go, oh, wow, this will? Or it's hey, we think this might? Or and if you don't have it, please, don't need to make something up. I'm just trying to make sure I fully understand.
Yeah, so I think, so we have, look, we've run some RTPs that have had pretty high load levels, 150, 60-ish gigawatts. I don't think that there is a magic number that we have in our mind that says, 170 is okay, but 171 is not okay.
Okay.
It's the further you get away from what we have studied in the past, I think just you introduce more risk with that.
Perfect.
And I do think the additional PGR 127 generation additions, I think that adds to that risk, right? Because you're adding in generation that is not firmly committed.
Yep.
So again, the further you get up in that stack, you're just adding more risk.
Yes.
And then we have run some pilots in house, and I think there is some risk that too much load, and you've got a minimum allocation. We've got a minimum allocation here of 100 megawatts. There's some risk that everybody is below that and everybody gets zero.
Okay.
Jeff, I'd also add to that reminder that when we studied the RTP, it's particular on where the loads were for that particular RTP, and what we're seeing is it's a different set of loads potentially between the two cases. So location also matters. The other important factor is the RTP is just a roadmap. Not all of those transmission projects have gone through the RPG process yet, so they would not be available during the batch study process for allocation as well.
Okay. Thank you both very much. I really appreciate you helping a non-transmission person understand this.
Okay. Thanks, Ian. Let's go to Jen. No? You're good? Okay. Let's go to Shannon.
I wanted to pull the thread a little bit on something Christy just made the comment on. She mentioned about RPG projects that have not been all the way through. The process wouldn't be eligible to be used for studied and allocated. Is that what you just said?
No, my comment is if you're thinking about, we studied 160 gigawatts in the 2025 RTP. That was a roadmap of projects. Not all of those projects have been approved through the RPG process, meaning the transmission projects. So when you go to the batch allocation process, when you start with your base cases, what transmission will be available for that allocation? Because
the way
those projects have not been approved yet.
I agree. But unless I've missed something, TSPs have the ability to suggest projects all throughout this thing. And so, as pretending I'm a TSP for a moment, a project that I've already studied extensively, maybe a year, 15 months, and submitted an RPG project for, might be the first thing I would go to in my toolbox of suggesting upgrades. Now, at the end of the day, once you work through the process, y'all may not approve, you may not say all of it's feasible, whatever, but those are probably the most mature, at least because the TSPs have already done a lot of studies on them and put them together, to at least go in and be considered, be ones they would recommend as upgrades for allocated load. A couple other points. Back to Jeff's concern that if you add this stuff to the studied and allocated, then everybody winds up with zero. How do everybody wind up with zero? Everybody may wind up with less than they otherwise were going to if you're in the studied and allocated. But ultimately, the same amount's going to get served as studied and allocated that can actually get done. That'll come out of the study. Another point related to that is ERCOT's current analysis is, with the bar chart we saw earlier, it's assuming that every one of those loads posts the security and meets every one of the attestations. So they've got a pretty big asterisk, appropriately so, that this is who could be eligible. But life will turn out to be less than all of those people will actually be able to pull all those things together. So I think that all by itself is going to call a bunch out once we get there. And then the last point I would have is thinking about Jeff's comments around what Choya's proposed causing a need to go back and revalidate already valid studies. I think that's extremely problematic to cause that to occur. Because think about this. ERCOT's already said you have approved studies, they've vetted it, and people are out spending real money building real facilities based on ERCOT's approval. So we shouldn't do something that inadvertently unapproves that. And a solution to that is, rather than try to force that in base load, let it go in as studied and allocated, and then you don't have that problem.
Okay, we have quite a queue. I'm inclined to finish this queue. It is basically 5 and can go until 6. So 6 is our hard stop because I can't do this without Ann. And quorum is 16 in the room, which we have plenty, but I think some people might have to give a couple proxies at 5. But I just wanted to put that out there, make sure everybody is okay to stay for a while. I think people would prefer to just get this done than to, have to put on real clothes and come back tomorrow. So let's do that. We can't go till midnight. We need Ann. We absolutely need Ann. Ann's hard stop is 6. We can just call it the hard stop now. We don't have to blame Ann. So we can go until 6. And Ann's very useful to us here. All right, so let's keep going on the queue. Evan?
Two things. So first, I just want to agree with what Shannon said about this date here in the paragraph we're looking at. I really appreciate the spirit of compromise and what you're putting together here, Bill. But, this one kind of sticks out as everything is putting things in allocated bucket, and this one is putting things in the baseload bucket. And more importantly, it's putting things at the baseload bucket potentially at the expense of other baseload. And I think we could be making an unequal trade there that would have some pretty serious implications. And so I do agree with a lot of the things that Jeff is saying on that point specifically. My second point is hearing some conversations around the RPG proposal that TIBA has that's in here. I'd also just want to point out that by including that load, it's coming with a year 6 transmission plan. So we're not adding a whole bunch of work on ERCOT's part to construct something from scratch. They're already given a solution that's been studied that has shown that it works. And I hear the complaint about, well, maybe we'll have to allocate a set amount of megawatts over more loads and push people under the threshold. But I want to remind everybody that that's not exactly how the allocation is structured in the language. It's based off of shift factors. And so loads that are located at locations that the transmission is planned to serve for will get served. And loads that are in not great spots on the transmission system will need a new solution, or they're the ones that will get allocated down. And so, I think that's just a really important nuance when we kind of take that into account is, to me, the TIBA proposal kind of seems like we're going to prevent the really valid issue that Clayton and Shoya has brought up of their RPG getting allocated to other loads. So I think that's, a really important aspect if we make sure that the RPGs that are out there today go with the loads that they're meant to serve, so we're not having this conversation again during the batch 1 conversation. So, thanks.
Okay, Grant?
Yeah, can you all hear me?
Yep.
Yep, great. I just wanted to clarify Martha's position for Oncor on this. I think I heard she's sympathetic to loads that were in their service territory that weren't studied. However, Oncor supports the ERCOT proposal as presented. Is that accurate?
That's correct. Again, we feel an obligation to move batch forward in a way that is consistent with what ERCOT and the Commission visualize, and therefore we will be voting no to any proposals that include edits that ERCOT states they oppose. If we ever actually get a motion. Thanks.
Sure. Is Oncor interested in net generation in its service territory to serve residential, industrial, and commercial loads? Does Oncor see that as a benefit and an upside to certain Tier 1 projects?
I'm not prepared to answer that question. Maybe you can just make a point and we can move on.
No, that's okay. So I think I will leave it there. Thank you.
Okay. Bob Whitmire?
Yeah, just real quick for clarity, the March 17th date, because I just looked it up, March 17th was the RPG meeting. April 20th was the date the board approved the projects from that March 17th meeting. So I think that might help clarify some things. The regional transmission, the projects coming out of this, though, will go into batch, right? Not the transmission projects that were approved in April are part of what the batch system will run on, right? I'm getting a couple of head nods.
This will be part of the base case.
I'm sorry?
They will be part of the base case.
Yeah, okay. So it is a little bit weird that the projects that justified the transmission don't even get an allocation of transmission. That's kind of weird, but I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay. Sam?
I was just going to clarify for the projects that were looking to be studied and allocated as WL-PUN and PCLR, they could have a 0 megawatt allocation until year 6. So those projects could really wear the burden of, lacking incremental deliverability until that final year.
Okay, Bharath?
Yes, hi. I just want to echo what Shannon said about if the date moves, and that means all the studies that been validating the loads for base load eligibility now gets invalidated, that's going to be it's going to create an uncertainty in terms of investments, because these loads have taken ERCOT's decision of eligible for base load and started construction and tenant and other things. So now if it's going to go back to square one, that's going to play a huge impact. So just wanted to voice out my concern on that.
We are back to Bill Barnes.
All right, feeling some concerns, which is the whole point of the discussion. So let's make some changes. Can we put March 17th back to March 4th? And scroll up back to 9.2.1.2. Yep, one up there, Corey. Okay. Trying to evaluate, Jeff, the level of discomfort between allowing more studied loads in through this section or the UCS comments, which I think are much more limited and really focus on projects that have been waiting for years, which I think is completely fair. And so I would strike Roman at 3. And this does have the ERCOT 518 comments in, correct?
Yes, that's what I was doing during the discussion down here. And that batch of lime green text was the content of this. This was the clarification language that was in the 518 ERCOT comments. So this would be part of the desktop edits.
I'll make a motion to approve these desk edits.
Okay. Yeah, can we?
What? Sorry.
Can you quickly go through what
we moved the March 17th date back to March 4th, which seemed to have the most. Looking at Jeff's facial features, there was more
expression,
agony.
Features stay the same
on that subject, and also the amount of studied load we let in, which the AEP comments were the biggest category. So we're making this even more limited.
Okay. And then what did we just strike?
What I just said.
Okay.
Is there a way to, I believe there is there a way that you could just show us the revisions for today's desktop edit? Okay, that's the
microphone.
These desktop edits are on EOLIX comments,
yes,
which
so,
are not
so here,
ERCOT's comments. Yeah.
Correct. So here you can see the laundry list of things that are rolled up into the May 18th EOLIC comments.
Okay.
Again, EOLIC used that as the basis. They may have struck things that other commenters wish they hadn't, but this was all built on top of this litany of comments, including the
ERCOT 515.
The 515. So
they don't have ERCOT 518, but we already did that, I think.
That was the desktop edits. That was one of the desktop edits that we added in.
Okay.
Now it's the striking of the paragraph that Bill just walked through.
Okay.
Restoration of some of the language that was in the Reliant comments that had been struck, sliding this date from June 12th back to June 5th.
Okay. And the ERCOT.
And then the ERCOT. This is the ERCOT 518 comments, the clarifying how the waterfall of evaluation would go.
Okay. Okay, so that was the motion.
That's the motion.
That's the motion. We need a second. Ned. Second from Ned. Okay. I'm going to keep going through this queue. If we have questions or comments on the motion before we take the vote, then let's make sure we get that all clarified. Let's go to Jeff.
Yeah, it's late. I won't belabor it. I'll just say, for the reasons we've stated, we do not support this.
Okay. Blake?
Blake Holt, LCRA. Bill, I really appreciate you trying to narrow the scope of this. We're just uncomfortable with increasing complexity at this time and introducing anything that could, delay the process. So we're going to be a no.
Gideon?
Yes. Martha, I would respectfully ask Oncor for a clarifying question for the record, particularly given the interaction between ERCOT, reviewing timing, transmission planning, and transition implementation. During the period in which the South Dallas RPG and RTP transmission projects were undergoing ERCOT review and transition implementation, did Oncor continue advancing FEAs or other large load interconnection activity within South Dallas or elsewhere on the ERCOT system involving projects that were advanced in reliance upon overlapping transmission planning assumptions, infrastructure timing, or system capability materially informed by the original contributing South Dallas loads? And if so, how should TAC and ERCOT consider the impact of that sequencing and comparative advancement on the original contributing South Dallas loads that materially participated in, informed, and relied upon the underlying transmission development process in the first place?
I think I'm a little uncomfortable with the questioning of one other stakeholder, but Liz can certainly speak for herself, but I think the record here is not to cross-examine one stakeholder.
All TSPs.
Or
Sorry.
examine one stakeholder.
Sorry.
So respectfully, Gideon, I think that you are trying to make a statement in the form of the question. And so I respect your right to make that statement. Oncor is not prepared to answer that question. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to Shannon.
Withdraw me.
All right. Let's go to Grant.
I'd just like to comment that we support Bill's proposal, and we had look, we made a request years ago, and we think it's a tier 1 site, and there's been limited action on it, and so for those reasons we're supporting Reliant's proposal, and we thank you for everybody's hard work. We know this has been a slog. It has been over here too. Thank you.
Right, are you going to call the question, Ian? No, go ahead.
So actually, Kyle, I won't call the question if you were hoping to speak, but my plan was to say the most important thing is TAC has to vote something out. I said it when we first got this, that I was it's a very high burden on us, that the commission agreed to allow us as TAC, as stakeholders, to get something to them on this timeline, and I think that is the most important part. I do like Bill's concept, but if it fails, I will immediately be turning around and voting for the ERCOT comments. Kyle, I won't call the question. I'll let you go. And if there's any other ERCOT TAC members that would like to speak, please, I would love to hear your thoughts.
Thank you.
Kyle Minix, Brazos Electric. Thank you, Ian.
I just had a question for Bill. I know I really appreciate Bill's his support of UCS's comments to this process. I just wanted to know, in looking at this language, we've been tweaking it quite a bit. Is the current version that you have a nomination for, is it more or less restrictive than the UCS version?
It is the UCS version.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, at the risk of Ian being mad at me, if we're ready for the vote, I would suggest we take a couple minutes so I can be clear with Corey about exactly what we're voting on and make sure everybody else is clear, because we've made a lot of, the comments we started with incorporated 5 other parties' comments, and then we made 4 desktop edits. So I'd like to take a couple minutes, let people talk to each other, talk to Corey, come back, tell you exactly what we're voting on, and then go. Is that okay? Let's take people want a couple minutes. Okay, Shannon, did you have one last comment before we do that?
I did have one clarifying question. Kyle just asked to Bill if what we're voting on is more restrictive or the same as what UCS had. Could we go to that section where it has the UCS comments? So it's in 9.2.1.2. Yeah, I think it's up just a little bit. Well, while we're looking for it, I thought it was narrowed from UCS in that, or did you unstrike that?
You're right there, Corey. Like half a page, scroll up. There you go. It's the language that Reliant had in destruct, so it's back to the original UCS version.
All right, thank you.
Okay, stay in the room, but let's plan to vote in 5 minutes. Come back. Please. Let's vote. Okay. We have a motion and a second there that, go back, Corey, please. They're the EOLIC comments, which were these changes, basically, right? Formatting error, Tippett, United Cooperative Service comments, Reliant comments, Vistra comments, TIBA comments, but the Reliant comments, we moved the date back earlier a week, so it would be less projects. We deleted a paragraph that EOLIC added, and then there was language from Reliant comments that EOLIC deleted that we undeleted. And then we also added the changes from ERCOT's May 18th comments. And we're ready for a vote. Corey, what's taking so long?
I just want to make sure the mover and the seconder understand the full weight of the motion. I know this is what Bill meant. So it's the 5.7 Ross report as amended by the 518 EOLIC comments as revised by TAC, and the 518 revised impact analysis that we looked at. This will be true for any motion. So this is pre-discussion for if this doesn't pass and we need to run through this again, it'll be the same song and dance. So the revised IA has the language split out such that the batch zero and WL pun language can go in right away, start the process. The PCLR stuff, as it's been reiterated at various other workshops, is dependent on 1188 and other project work. So there is a project component to the PCLR stuff, while the batch zero and WL pun stuff can go in right after PUC approval. So that's spelled out this way in the revised IA. So to achieve that with your motion, you'd tack on a recommended effective date of day following PUC approval for batch zero and WL pun, and upon system implementation for PCLR, with a recommended priority from Troy of 2027 and rank of 450, which I believe is just the next one in line in the regulatory bucket. So not cutting ahead of anything else, but.
Okay.
So if that's what the motion and the seconder wanted.
Bill and Ned, is that what you wanted?
As always, Corey, appreciate your assistance.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we will run through this and see how it shakes out. Starting up with the consumers, Garrett.
No, sir.
Thanks, sir. Mike.
No.
Thank you. Mark Dreyfus.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Nick Fehrenbach.
No,
thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Beth.
No.
Thank you. Sarah for Will.
No.
Thank you. On to the co-ops. Blake.
No.
Thank you. Kyle.
Yes.
Thank you. John.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Joe Dan for Mike.
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. On to our independent generators. Ned. Yes, thank you, Corey. Thank you. Brian.
Yes.
Thank you. Bob Helton.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Caitlin.
No.
Thank you. On to our IPMs. Jeremy.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ian for Seth.
Yes.
Thank you. Ian.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Shane for Reshmi.
Abstain.
Thank you. On to the IREPs. Bill?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. And then Bill for Jay. WS?
Yes.
Thank you. Chris?
No.
Thank you. And Jen?
No.
Thank you. On to our IOUs. Martha?
No.
Thank you. And then Martha for Keith?
No.
Thank you. Aaron?
No.
Thank you. And David for Ebby?
No.
Thank you. On to our munis. Alicia?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Jose?
No.
Thank you. Curtis?
No.
Thank you. And Diana for David?
No.
Thank you. Motion fails. 34% in favor, 66 opposed, 1 abstention.
Okay, looks like a race. Ian, I think you're maybe first, but you're first enough.
Thank you. I don't get to make motions a lot, so I would like to make a motion to approve the 518 ERCOT comments with whatever else Corey wants to say is in the motion.
Okay, I think Bob was trying to second that or make the motion also. Bob? All right, are there still, Shannon?
Quick question. Would ERCOT be open to the portion of our edits that fixed the formatting error and clarified the tippet language and the commercial best efforts part of what Reliant had? Those seem like really low hurdles that we would want to include.
ERCOT? They're caucusing. Good word.
I can repeat that if needed.
Did you hear Shannon's question?
No, I did not. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Shannon.
I said, would ERCOT be open to the portions of our edits that was correcting the format error that we pointed out in number 1, where it was missing a carriage return? Number 2 was further clarifying on the tippet piece, that what you had stated in the last meeting, that y'all intend to do a special batch 0 tippet. So rather than saying latest, it points to that. And then instead of ever defaulting to 2034, it defaults to what's in the LCP, and then you follow up with the TSP to clarify. And then the third thing was Reliance trying to create a safe harbor. We watered that down, but put it to where it would be ERCOT makes commercial reasonable efforts. You're just trying. That's all it's stating. Would y'all be open to those 3 things to your 518?
So, I think if there are any typos, I'm going to look to Corey when he's done talking on that. I think the other ones, I think that we feel comfortable with our language. We think that gives us the latitude that we need. And so I would say I don't think that we're comfortable with any additional edits. And then Corey, I did not see the typo, the carriage return issue.
The carriage return issue was generated in everyone's comments, who allows the automated numbering within Word to start inserting all sorts of random formatting. And so that's what I'm fighting against at 11:45 p.m. every night to take out. So it will be corrected as every revision request is. So there is absolutely zero need for a voting body to vote on a carriage return. You have properly labeled all of your paragraphs. They will be properly aligned when and if this thing ever crosses the finish line. So do not worry about that.
Thanks, Corey. Are you okay hanging in there, bud? All right. Well, why do I have B. Bill? Is that supposed to be Barnes? Yep. Your name has changed, Bill. Bill, are you trying to speak?
I was thinking we could come back in the morning and do a
I have B. Bill. I have Bob Bill or someone. Barnes Bill.
I'm good with the motion. Appreciate the work on this.
You're okay with the motion? Okay.
So this looks amazingly similar to the motion y'all just voted on, but now instead of 518 EOLIC as revised by TAC, with just back to classic 518 ERCOT comments, and then everything else stays the same.
Wonderful. Ned?
I did want to ask if I can ask for a friendly amendment just to include the ministerial.
Jeff is behind you.
Jeff? The ministerial part of Vistra's comments, just to allow the 9.7 disclosures through the commission proceeding. Is that something ERCOT would be?
Christina Switzer, ERCOT. We would prefer to have one process where everything's coming in through the implementation process we will set up for PGR 145 and not have to collect information from another proceeding. So we'd like to keep the language.
So to the motioner?
I'm interpreting that as a very unfriendly.
Yeah, okay. Well, like we said in our comments, we think this is in a much better spot than it was when we first met in these hallowed halls on February 3rd. So we're comfortable supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Let's do it. Corey?
All right. On this motion, we will start off with the consumers. With Garrett?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir. Mike?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mark Dreyfus?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Nick?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Nick, that was a no?
That was a yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
sorry. I'm sorry. End of the day. Beth?
Yes.
Thank you. Sarah for Will?
Yes.
Thank you. On to the co-ops. Blake?
Yes.
Thank you. Kyle?
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. John?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Joe Dan for Mike?
Abstain.
Thank you. On to our independent generators. Ned?
Aye, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Brian?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Bob Helton?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir. Caitlin?
Yes.
Thank you. On to the IPMs. Jeremy?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ian for Seth?
Yes and yes. Thank you very much,
and
Corey.
thank you. Shane for Rejmi?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. On to the IREPs. Bill?
Yes.
Thank you. And Bill for Jay?
Yes.
Thank you. Chris?
Yes.
Thank you. Jen?
Yes.
Thank you. On to the IOUs. Martha?
Yes.
Thank you. Martha for Keith?
Yes.
Thank you. Aaron?
Yes.
Thank you. David for Ebby?
Yes.
Thank you. On to our munis. Alicia?
Yes.
Thank you. Jose?
Yes.
Thank you. Curtis?
Yes.
Thank you. And Diana for David?
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Motion carries unopposed. One abstention.
Okay. Don't pack up. No, pack up. But questions about what's next, questions, comments, concerns, there are options available to you to continue to weigh in. On ERCOT's presentation a few hours ago, I believe it was slide 7, they said to reach out to the general counsel. And I will note, though, we are on a tight timeline. The board meeting is June 1st and 2nd. They like to have materials a week ahead. So comments that want to be heard at the board or appearances that want to be had at the board need to be squared away very soon. As always, Anne will ask for no vote reasons, but there were no votes, so she won't ask for anything. But we just wanted to point that out. I do have one other business item that I'm sure people will love to hear right now. We do not have a June TAC meeting planned. However, batch 1 or batch N is coming our way. ERS is coming our way. Demand response continues to come our way. So I would like to float the idea of a WebEx-only couple-hour June meeting. I know Blake is having a big WMS meeting on June 3rd. Lorelai's not wedding. And so if we'd like to have a June TAC meeting, 2 hours via WebEx to get through things coming out of WMS and PRS, think about it. I can talk to Martha and Anne and subcommittee leadership. But I would like to not be in this situation in August before the September board meeting where we're trying to have 3 TAC meetings in August. So I want to put that idea out there.
That sounds great. I think we should do that, and it's better than my idea that we start batch 0 tomorrow since we have a meeting scheduled.
Okay, so Ann and I will look at dates, but we would do that WebEx only. You can do that from your vacation. We'll try to keep it short. It's up to Blake and what comes out of WMS. David.
Can you make Ebby come in person?
You're a permanent fixture now. You were having more fun than the IOU segment's ever had, so you're permanent at TAC now.
And we'll send out a notice that tomorrow's meeting's canceled.
We'll send out a notice that tomorrow's meeting is canceled, unless you would like to tell Ebby to show up tomorrow. He's on vacation. It's okay. You'll survive. You did a great job. All right, so no meeting tomorrow. WebEx only meeting in June, probably go to Blake's June 3rd meeting. We achieved closure and we crossed the Rubicon and nobody had to call the question. That's all I've got. No June 3rd weddings. And thank you, Corey and Ann, and Jeff and Matt and a bunch of other ERCOT people. Susie, always Susie.